All right, we're gonna call our RCC board retreat together at 8:40 on whatever day this is. But August 14th, 2025. My cutoff point, and welcome to our day. We look forward to a lot of good conversations today. And we have a few things we're going to talk about as a board before we have some of our people doing presentations to us. So before we start, we're going to do a quick 1 to 10, 1 being horrible, 10 being great. How you feeling today? And 1 word to describe how you're feeling about what we're going to do today. Okay. I'm like a 9. I got to sleep in an hour today and I am ready today. We'll go that way.
I am also a 9. I'm a little bit tardy because the stucco person who's going to fix and repair a little bit of stucco that was damaged by rain showed up today. So I wanted to be sure it took a long time to get him to commit. So I'm really happy about that. And I'm very hopeful.
I don't get to a 10 anymore, so I guess maybe I'm 9, as good as it gets. Yeah, I'm excited to go through the day today. As we've talked about many times, this particular board seems to be very functional, and I think we can accomplish a lot today, so I'm looking forward to that.
Go with 9, and I was gonna say excited, and I can't think of another word off the top of my head since you said it too. But excited.
I love to win, so I'm gonna say 10. Just happy to be here, and I think sharing ideas and getting together is always fun for me, so.
We'll go with 9.5. Second place. And optimistic and excited. I'm excited to be here and optimistic for the future.
Yeah.
8.1 because it's cooler outside. Yeah, excited to be here. Thank you.
9.5 and recharged from yesterday's service professional in service.
9, I'm excited to be here and look forward to what comes from this meeting. So
Yesterday's trainer said let people have stuff, so I'm 9.4.
All right.
I'm gonna let 9 just have it over me today. I'll be sorry to you're gonna hear why throughout the day, but my word is thankful.
Okay, before we get started, is there anything that you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, so I'm gonna kind of set the table a little bit before we jump into the board actions. And as a point, Juliet will be joining us here shortly. I think she's in a meeting around the bachelor's of education, which is a very hot topic right now in our state, and we'll be updating you on that, not today most likely, but moving forward where we are in the process and what's happening with it. But I want to give a little bit of context for today. I don't usually come to this board and ask for either try to make an excuse or to ask for much empathy, not necessarily sympathy, but empathy. But today I think I'm going to ask for some on behalf of our leadership team, in that we've had a perfect storm of events. I think this morning, Vanessa said, I don't know that it feels like summer ever started, and we're in August, second week of August, and that's exactly how ending the second week of August, and that's how I feel. Our retreat schedule this year, somehow between our senior leadership team, our E-team retreat, and our board retreat, have all happened within a 3-week timeline. And I think next year we're not going to have less than 2 weeks and shoot for 3 weeks between each one to allow us for time to process and prepare. And so what you're going to see today, I will tell you, is rich in story and passing acceptable and visual. And the best example of I can give for context is Tuesday night at 10 o'clock. two of the VPs and I are working on the online document that we're sharing to put this presentation together. And the only reason the other one wasn't is because she was putting together the monthly financial reports for the board meeting. And again, that's not asking for sympathy. It's just understanding there's a lot going on. And I won't apologize for what we're doing, because I think we're doing the right thing. And what we're doing is we're living the story in a very effective way, and we're not taking the time and energy in telling the story. But part of what you'll hear today is we understand the importance of finding a way to tell our story more effectively. And that's something that as we move forward, but I also, yesterday, Lisa and I got to present, on the financial monitoring report that's statewide. And one of the things that the comments that I made in there is that over half of the colleges, the community colleges in the state, are preparing to make cuts in the next couple of years, despite the increase in enrollments. And I'm very happy that that's not a position we're in right now, because of our recent efforts and our intentionality about the way we're positioning ourselves. So I think we're in a good spot. But what you're going to hear today from the team is kind of where we are, and you're going to see some things that we are proud to be doing well, and we're identifying some opportunities of where the continued focus needs to be. So without further ado, you've got your agendas in front of you. But what I want to talk a little bit about is this is more thematically how the day is going to go, in that we're going to provide some opportunity for the board to be able to address board issues and topics. And after that, we're going to give you some updates. Like, this is kind of, you know, where we've been and where we are. And then with the college priority work, you're going to see more of the looking forward. This is where we're planning to go, given that, and then close the day with feedback from the board. Given what we've learned today, what would you like to see more of? How might you like to see some things differently? And so there'll be some opportunities to do that within and throughout the presentations. But at the end of the day, you know, you might have a fuller understanding or picture, and know that what we want to do is continue the appreciation we have for the way that you provide leadership and support the work we do as a college. But we want to make sure that you are armed with the understanding and the information you need to do your job well. So with that, I will let you take it and run with board issues.
I don't know if you guys have been reading or get the OSBA sort of updates, the daily updates, but I am thankful that we as a board have found a way to work together well. Even when we disagree respectfully and kindly. And I know a lot of that work was done a couple of years ago when we created our first draft of our board agreement. So Barry for helping work through that process with us a couple of years ago. But what I would like to do is take the time to review them today to see, are there changes we need to make? Is there something that, as we've been going through our process together the last couple of years, that we forgot or we didn't know because we hadn't been working together? I think it was the first time I know it was my first year on the board. I think Jonathan and Indra, and I think it was our first year on the board is when we put those together. Yeah. So, yeah. And so why don't we just take a couple of minutes? I know we just acknowledged them in February was I think our last time we acknowledged them. But let's just take a minute to kind of look them over and really read them carefully to see, is there anything that's missing? And what we want to remember is, although we work well together now, what we want is something that will work in the future when the board changes over as well, to make the work that we do with our college team efficient, effective, and respectful. One of the, as I read over these, Randy and I met up a little bit ago to kind of review the agenda for today. And I was looking at number one, and I was asking myself, how can I do a better job at making sure I give myself enough time to really review the materials so that when I get to the board meeting, I'm ready to make decisions for the good of the college. And so one thing that I did I actually set an appointment on my calendar to review the materials so that little reminder for me is my way of saying, I take this position seriously. I take the work the college does seriously, and I want to make sure I'm my best self when I get to the meeting and not feeling like, what are you talking about? I'm not having to ask questions that's already in the material. And so that's just one way I looked at these agreements after we kind of talked about them again to say, how can I be better at showing up as my best self to our board meetings? Did anything stand out to you? Something, or any of you, as something that really kind of thinking about putting a little more intentionality behind, or something that's missing or that we might like to add, depending on.
I want to address I know I'm sometimes an oppositional voice, but I tell people all the time, I love being on this board. Like, everyone is so professional and just common courtesy, which you don't find at a lot of boards. So what you said about we could disagree, which is good to disagree and debate and hear different points of view, in my opinion, but no one is ever mean or nasty. They talk to you after, like I've had that experience and it's horrible. And so I really appreciate that so much.
I do too, and I think you made a perfect example of you can disagree and not be disagreeable. And it's two totally different things. So I appreciate that.
You know, I think this is a great expression, I guess, of how we work with each other and how we interact with the Randy and the staff, et cetera. I'm kind of wondering though, is there something missing in that interaction? Because here we've tried to define how we interact with the staff and what we expect from them, et cetera. But I'm not sure I've ever heard saying, okay, are you as a staff getting what you need from us in the meeting? I mean, it's in here, but I don't think I've ever heard anything saying, okay, yeah, we'd like more of this. You know, we tell you what we'd like more of, but you haven't told us what you'd like more from us.
That's a good point.
We'll offer an opportunity if anybody's eager to jump in and provide some feedback.
Not in the sense that we want to ever micromanage what you're doing, but in the sense of how can we support the work that you're doing?
You
It
know,
might be you.
I'll go back to, well, I just want to, I didn't suspect anyone would just jump in, but I definitely want to open a window for them. That's why I used my word, I started the day with thankful, is an acknowledgement of, I think we enjoy a working relationship as a college and board that allows us to function optimally. It's not perfect, but definitely optimally. And you know, I think about in my tenure on the board, you know, I'm working with my fourth chair, and each chair has brought a different flavor and aspect to the position. And I think it's helped us get better. But I think the things that we would ask of the board, we're getting from the board, which is, you know, appreciative inquiry. And, you know, we used a term, we haven't used it in a little while here, but we was embraced a little bit early by this board, which was kind of right, that nose in, hands out.
Yeah.
And so you're interested in what we're doing, but you're not trying to fix everything. And I know that that's a temptation for many of us by nature. It's like, oh, I think I see this perceived problem. What can I do about it? And I know as board members, you can often be approached in the community about the college and understanding that there's a version of a story and there's probably a more complex or more understanding of that story is something not all boards do. And so this sounds kind of silly, but I mean, I would just say, continue doing what you're doing. And that includes if you have appreciative inquiry, things that you want to know better, understand better, or potentially consider seeing different, you keep bringing those forward. That doesn't mean don't help us keep getting sharper, but the way you go about it is something that I hope we all, and I've heard it from you all, that we all appreciate, is that, these things aren't happening by accident, they're happening by intentionality.
I just got one quick follow-up on that. Most of the boards that I've worked on over the years, this one is different because in most of the other boards that I've been associated with, the board is kind of driving the direction of the organization. Here, we're really not, it's kind of different. I've gotten used to it. I like it, but people are, in the community are saying, okay, why is the college doing this or going in this direction or adding? And you inform us as far as what your intentions are and why you're doing it and whatever, but it's not being driven by the board in one direction or the other. You're expressing that as a positive. And I expect that that's probably the way we'll continue going, but it is different.
I would say.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yes, but also we sort of are, because we're working with Randy in developing the goals. And his goals, which should then be leading where they need to go.
Sure.
So there's that fine, like for me, there's that fine point of, our job is to work with Randy. Randy's job is to execute the mission of
Right.
whatever we are deciding it needs to be based on the goals that we've been developing. So yes, I agree. I've been on boards too, where we basically are setting.
Yeah, maybe it's the difference is there's such a focused staff and you've got good direction. You can take some overall direction from the board and run with it. And we shouldn't be tweaking, okay? Look, you do that on most boards, as you probably know, because you haven't got that kind of a staff.
I felt like that was for those of you who have, and I'm looking around in the room, it's you, Roger, who were here when I was initially hired. The charge I received from you was, we need to quit trying to do so much and we need some clearer focus. People are between the pandemic and things leading to the pandemic, we are initiative fatigued, which is a common thing. And so that was really where we kind of, we had a strategic plan, but the strategic plan was probably more words than a plan. And so we adopted the college priorities and said, well, we're going to prioritize these things. And with those, we set stabilize enrollment as clear priority number one because of the condition of the college. And we've seen the progress toward that. We'll tell a little bit more of that story today about the importance probably of bringing some balance, because in prioritizing that, we will openly say we've neglected some of the others. Not that we haven't worked on them, but they haven't received the focus or the momentum and seen similar results that it saw as a priority. But now that we really feel we are more stable as an institution, it's easier probably to bring balance to those things. And you'll see some of that today. So in some ways, I would say the board did give it. I mean, day one, there was that charge that this is what we need to do. We need to have a sustainable model as an institution, as an organization. And you empowered me and the team to go figure out a way to do that. And we tried to update you on it, but there was that clear charge. And so if the charge would have been, we really want you to increase our national reputation, right? We would have taken different action. Well, we really want you to become a transfer college, not CTE. You would have seen us take different action. So you gave some directive and space, and we've done that. And so I think the next time where you're like, wow, the board has really immersed itself in helping understand that will be as we go through our next strategic planning process. Yeah. And when we go through that, that'll be a lot of what we're about and what we're important and where our values are, which is kind of typically the board thing. And then team-wise, we'll help you say, here's how we think that we would plan to get there. And ongoing, we would come to agreement on that. And you do support that by passing the budget, right? There are instances where there are boards who say, If those are where the priorities are, I'm not gonna support passing the budget this way. You need to shift priorities. So there are mechanisms that you can pull in that way, but we tried to through zero-based budgeting, through ongoing reports and updates to inform you in a way that you don't exercise you don't feel the need to exercise that authority in a way that other educational boards do. Now, other nonprofits they are often different. You've got the executive director, and it's not a policy governance. That's the kind of the biggest thing with us is the power of policy governance. So you set policy, you have fiduciary responsibility. But by agreement, pretty much you say that this is how we want the college to operate, and then we hire a CEO to go operate it that way. But I do think we have that agreement on this is how we want the college to operate. And if we don't, let's let's circle back to that and figure it out.
Yeah, I agree with what Vanessa is saying, that I think we do set priority when we meet with Randy and setting his priorities for the year. So we may have conversation around those things. They're very broad-based. The reason why it might feel to us like we're not setting a lot of direction is because we have a very high-performing CEO. And if he wasn't as high-performing, or a person in that role wasn't, you would see the board take more action in terms of saying, look, we don't like where the compass is. We want to shift the compass to a different direction. But I think part of that reason is that he is high-performing, and thrilled that he is. And even to what Randy said a few minutes ago, a lot of our time is spent with arming us, I think that was the word you might have used, with information. So it does feel like we're sitting, listening, but it's helping us understand the lay of the land. We only meet once a month. And so we have high-performing staff who then have to fill these kind of empty vessels who aren't community college professionals with understanding in order to help guide the work in a sense. So I do see a direction being set, but I'm also excited and hopeful about the strategic plan, because it might mean some new direction or things that the SCAN, whatever the community is telling you or us, that we need to take. So I'm hopeful of whatever that data reveals.
And Esam will be talking a little bit in his update about the approach to the next strategic planning process. And we absolutely want to kick it off with an environmental scan. So we have we have some clarity, and that will be supported by some other data and information we collect on workforce needs and enrollment trends and kind of the usual suspects that feed what goes into a plan. But that whole process, there's a model or two that we've seen out there that really is completely different than the way we've done it before, that creates some sense of responsibility. I'm trying not to use that accountability word after yesterday. That sets some responsibility to achieve, but it isn't as methodical as has been in the past. But I appreciate the comment, and I would say, if that's an appreciated mindset, great. If that's a concerning mindset, meaning like you, I really am concerned that we don't do these things that way. It's definitely something that we'd love to spend more time visiting.
Yeah. I want to comment on number 8 for just a moment. This is where we would direct operational questions to Randy. And in my time on the board, often there have been more times than one where he said, would you reach out directly to so-and-so so that you don't have to then learn all of what the answer to the question might be. Well, Juliet knows the answer, or Lisa knows the answer to that. Go directly to them. Does that feel okay for you, Randy, that you may be always being asked by us instead of us going directly to staff? How does that feel for you?
Yeah, we're at the point in our relationship right now, I'm extremely comfortable with it. I think when we adopted this, right, it was still in a little bit of a getting to know each other period where, some maybe in my role, you want to have hope that your board is going to keep you informed of the things that they're looking into, and that your team isn't going to work behind your back and fight toward your demise. Like there are examples where, the naive president is having everybody work around them to their demise.
Yeah.
And so this is in a way to protect against that. It's an unhealthy behavior, and so it's there in a way to protect it. I don't have any concern about that today. My thing is if we don't practice this, though, sometimes we could get a little loose and sloppy. So I don't have concern. And usually what happens is one of you will reach out and say, hey, I have this question about this thing that Lisa or Jamie or Juliet said in the meeting. Do you mind if I follow up? And I'm like, please do.
Yeah.
But I appreciate the courtesy knowing that you're gonna have that conversation. Because the other thing is I accept responsibility for what does it matter that an individual board member might be looking into, and what should the full board be aware of that's on the board? Like that's a personal responsibility, I assume. So if I know that a board member is asking an individual thing, I give consideration to. I think we need to make the full board aware of this issue, and I don't expect that of them. I expect them to answer the question, not the way is this a full board issue, or is this just scratching that individual itch?
I always think about this one in terms of we want to work through you, not around you, right? So we want to go to you, and then if you're saying talk to Isam or talk to, that's going through you to get to the answer versus around you. And I think that's that difference between eroding trust and building trust.
And so I love that analogy. And so it's one of those things where it's like, I don't want to micromanage, but it allows me to fulfill my responsibility to say, what should the full board know?
Right. Other areas of conversation or wonderment or?
I will just add that, it's nice, I mean, like Rogers, I mean, I don't know anything really hardly. So you all give such great reports. I mean, the information is really good that we go off of, but I really appreciate when we ask questions, you don't take it as like an attack or a personal thing, or you're very forthcoming with answers. I always feel like you're giving us your honest feedback and answers, and Randy too. And that's really nice because I tend to ask a lot of questions, but it's not to get you or whatever, it's just because I'm truly inquisitive or want to know more. And sometimes people take that as a, personal criticism or something, but I don't feel that at all. And that's very nice.
And I also am thankful that I don't feel stupid when I ask a question. They're very kind about explaining it in a way that is very respectful back, which is nice as well. That's not always the case sometimes. So, anything else? Is there something missing? Or are we good to continue to acknowledge them and use them? Be a role model for other places maybe on how we behave ourselves?
I like that.
Just a general consensus of thumbs up, and if so, we'll put this on our board agenda for next week to acknowledge them again. Okay. The second part we wanted to talk about, and I know Gary, you brought this up first, a couple of meetings ago, and I've been thinking about it, and that is our meeting agenda format. So what things are presented, also the order in which things are presented. And one of the things that I would like to have consideration for the board is to move our board acknowledgements up before our executive sessions. Because there's a lot of times I want to say thanks to somebody who's in the room, and then they leave and they don't come back. And then I'm just saying it out into the ethos, which is still fine. But I like I go back to our board agreement where it says praise publicly. And I'd like a chance to make sure we have the opportunity to do that. So I don't know if that's agreeable to the board, but that was just one of my opinions that I was looking at.
Well, mechanically, how would you do that?
Just move it up on the agenda,
Oh, I see, okay.
the round table part.
Oh, I see.
That's the part.
That's the part, the board round table.
So you wouldn't have multiple.
No,
Okay,
just
Okay, got it. Okay.
have it done, because there's a lot of times we come out of executive session and we just close the meeting and there's, we'll do round table, but
No one's there.
no one's there. Right? So I like the idea of using our board agreement where we talk about praising publicly, especially the good work that's being done. And I think that would be one way to achieve that part of our agreement.
So you're saying move that up to before, at the end of the meeting, but
But
before.
right
executive
before we have
session.
any executive
Yes, good
session,
idea. Like that.
as long as it doesn't break some sort of meeting thing. The other thing that we talked about was a better way, how we can tell our story during our board meeting in chunks to better let the community know the great things that are happening. We have our work sessions, which are amazing, which are when we get that really more in-depth thing, but there's so many amazing things happening across the college. How can we tell some good stories inside of it too? That was something that you kind of talked about, Gary. You wanna?
Yeah, that's a really interesting situation for me personally, because the people that I connect with are all so supportive of the college, but they don't know very much about it. Unless they get a direct mailer or they see ads on TV. And so I'm just thinking about, well, what role do we have as board members to extend the story and tell the story? One of the things I really like, which is a lot of work for staff, is the VP reports, where you go in depth and you share the pictures and the stories about how the elements happen or objectives occur during the board meetings, and you fill it with that information. But I don't know. I mean, I'm just talking stream of consciousness about how we would go about being, I guess, ambassadors in a way for the college and tell the story. And so I don't know if it can happen within a board meeting, or if that's the right place for it, or if it happens in board outreach. But there's, to me, putting the spokes of us as board members into the community to tell the story and be the ambassador is, to me, a really important future, you know.
One thing I was thinking about is frequently the media attends our meetings. And if we have a little short report, say on the diesel mechanic program or on the dental hygiene or the whatever, and that makes the media be like, wow, there's some stuff happening there that they could report out, and we can kind of use them to help tell the story. That was just one way to, we're still kind of controlling the narrative around it, but it's also giving just drops of more information so that if and when we go out for our next bond, so maybe they're talking about their program and at the end they're talking about, and here's our future needs. And then, you know what I mean? I just was thinking about how can we.
Yeah, so here, an idea that I just popped into my head would be sort of a rotational piece where each of us is assigned that board month to be able to pull out of the VP reports a story or two that we would amplify. Is that?
No.
That's not what you were
No,
thinking.
I want the people doing the work to tell the
To
story,
tell the story.
not me telling their story. That's not a good idea, because I will probably screw something up. So I want the people, my thought would be like, I want the people that are doing the work to come brag about the work that they're doing, but also to help us be aware of,
Yeah.
not the not the wish list, right? Like, I'm not talking about, I'm gonna need $17 million to do, but just like, here's all the great things happening and one challenge we're coming up against, and not for us to solve it. That's not our job to solve that problem.
Right.
That's this half of the room's job, but that's more what I was thinking.
Okay, so it's not, we as board members
No.
don't have that responsibility. We're ambassadors in a different sense. But Randy, you mentioned once that you thought it would be a nice idea potentially to have some communication, whether it be an email that got sent to key communicators in the community, or some group would actually get some stories about what's embedded in those wonderful reports. That way it goes beyond just our eyes, and we're not amplifying necessarily within the board meeting, but it's actually pushed out into the community.
Yeah, and I don't want to steal thunder, because Jamie's gonna give an update on college outreach efforts, you know, probably outside of the board meeting itself. And so as I think about this conversation around the board meeting, again, I'll give a little bit of historical. It's like, I'm starting to be here a little while, 'cause now I get to give history that extends beyond like people in seats. Is in addition to narrower focus, one of the things that the board asks is, can we tighten up the board meeting? They've gotten a little, like, I don't think the word used was unwieldy, but basically it's kind of hard for us to kind of stay focused. And I think we took that to heart and we narrowed it really tight and got a very efficient meeting that where there's opportunity. And so there could be opportunity to give, you know, not in the full breadth and depth as like a workshop, but 10, 12 highlight or understanding of minute highlight from an operational area that maybe that's tied to one of our college priorities. So here's a deeper understanding. We talked about, student success as a college priority. Here's an update on something that's really moving the needle that we're approaching on, with recognition that it helps inform our ambassadors, but also that, in some ways media is present. Another piece of probably fair feedback that we received from present media at the board meetings is you guys are so efficient that, right, your board takes action on things and they move to approve, they second, they vote, and that's it. And some of those decisions we know are really impactful to the institution, but nobody spoke to it. So I can't write about the impact of that decision when sharing the news. And so there might be an opportunity, whether it's through members of the exec committee or something like that, strategically to say, okay, this is a really important decision that the board's making, and it's going to help us move the needle in this way. And for a board member after the vote to be able to say, I'm really excited about that because, and then to just be a mouthpiece for that decision that helps people say, oh, wow, when you did that, that really helped you. So there's some embedded opportunities there. And then the third thing is we've talked about, and love to gauge the board's interest on maybe kicking off the meeting even before public comments or right after public comments, either way, with highlighting a student story.
Yeah.
7 minutes or so. A reminder of why we're here and what we do, and you see the students, different student types, because then as an ambassador role that you're discussing over time, you're going to have a bank of these in your memory and say, it's interesting you say that. I know we had a student come speak to us who has this lived experience, and like those can be things because you don't get access to students in operations. So those could be ways we could bring student and operations both in front of the board, but that might get picked up otherwise. And then we can talk about other communication strategies when we get to that college update portion of the agenda.
I just wanted to make a comment, Randy, you kind of referred to it. Way back when, we used to have the media at our meetings more frequently than we do now. And I certainly can understand the comment that you made, say, I'm sitting here for an hour and a half and I haven't seen anything yet that I can actually write a story about. If I were in their situation, I wouldn't show up either because, they're not getting any meat. I don't know whether we can broadcast our meetings on TikTok or something like that. Obviously, that's not realistic. But and I'm not a marketer, to be honest with you, but that seems like where we are right now. We're trying to market ourselves and somehow get interest in the community, say, okay, these folks are doing some neat stuff. How do we get the word out? And I don't see it happening at a board meeting.
Yeah, I think we became really insular to focus on, and I'll be used probably appropriate or inappropriate, but we're in White City near manufacturing, right? So it's manufacturing mindset where we've been working on product development for the last couple of years and not running out trying to do sales and marketing and communications. Now we've developed a really good product. Now we need to go tell the story.
Yeah.
And to get more enthusiasm, to get more support so we can do more of it. So I think we strategically said, let's probably not run out and sell the product yet because we're building the product. But I think we built a product that we need to go out and celebrate, sell, and get more enthusiasm and interest in. And so I think that's I don't know that we've gone about it incorrectly. It's just now that we've built this really strong product in order to get, more support for if and when we want to go out for another bond. Grants, people need to say, that is a successful, well-run organization that I want to support.
And I see it kind of in combination. If we have a student telling their story, they're part of something, right? Are they part of CTE thing or a transfer thing or a whatever else? It's a way to tell that story together through a student, which is way more impactful if you can. So I see that it could work together. And again, I don't think it's a 30-minute presentation. It's a 10-minute, just a little snapshot. But when we're out in the community and someone's like, oh, they don't RCC, we actually at our last meeting, the student came and talked about their welding certificate and what that did for them. And so I think it can be embedded in our board meeting just because now that we are live streaming our meetings, basically, there's more opportunity for media from other kinds of places versus just the newspaper or television or whatever. If we do it well, then the college can also use that as marketing. So just a thought.
I do see an opportunity in our board meetings, and I do think it's potentially, I like the idea of the students, but in the outreach part, instead of just saying we met with so-and-so or whatever, I mean, so we've talked about talking points, and maybe we have a monthly theme of a talking point, and maybe that's something one of the outreach people can take a couple minutes and just highlight. I spoke with someone, or I didn't speak with someone, but here, you know, just give a synopsis of a couple, 2-3 minutes of a positive thing that the school's doing during the meeting. I think that would be the perfect place to do that. And then too, it might pique the interest of media to ask more questions about it if, you know, it sounded interesting to them, and to follow up
Yeah.
with Randy or whoever is in charge. So I think that could be a really easy way to get positive, something fun out.
There's just so many amazing things happening.
And followed up with that, one thought I had was to have some type of a coffee advertising in the Ashland News to say, hey, I'm gonna be at this location from this time to this time. If you'd like to share your thoughts about RCC, I'm here to listen. And I would love to have then some talking points so that when people ask questions, I'm not constantly, you know, responding to Randy or the staff, but, oh yeah, here are some facts about the college that you may not know, and I want to share those tips with you.
So let's make a decision about the agenda, and then let's talk about the committees, which is a little bit more about where the thing that you're talking about would fit better. So are we okay moving the roundtable portion above the executive session? We're good with that. And we're charging Randy and his team to really think about how we could tell stories in a microdose way within our board meeting. I'd say we leave that. Right, that's it. Their job to figure out what that looks like, and our job to be appreciative when it comes to this. Yeah,
I'd say yes.
okay, so then let's talk about really quickly about we went through this at our last board meeting. Our committee and liaison position agreements or assignments. And thank you, Rochelle, for capturing that conversation. Give it a look over. Did we capture it correctly? And I know we were trying to sort of, you know, space things out a little bit amongst us board members, also try to capture what we were interested in. And I know one thing that I can't remember, and that was the foundation board liaison. I think you were gonna talk to Cass a little bit about.
So we had settled on, once I listened back to the minutes, it
Okay.
was just the two, Maria and Pat, that we had decided to keep. So I already let them know that those are their
Okay.
representatives.
That sounds perfect. So now, part of this, a little bit part of this is that under that board outreach committee, let's have that conversation, Gary, about what are some potential ways, because I know during the meeting, it was asked like, how can we do this better? So I think that's a good time now to have that conversation. We have 6 minutes, and then we will be closing up this section and moving on. So
We started you late.
we did, but that's okay. We're an efficient board, Randall. We're gonna do. Because I like what you had to say about,
Yeah.
you know, how could we do a coffee talk or something like that?
Yeah, this is a part where I personally am stuck in because, you know, in years I've been on publicly elected boards did have a plan to connect with key communicators in the community. So they would have a breakfast, you know, once a year and invite the city council. That one year, the school board and the city council met in joint session. So we don't have a plan about that, and we use this committee structure as a way to do that. It's just that it feels more individual. That we might individually go to the board, the chamber meeting, or individually do something, and it doesn't feel like it's acting as a board. And I feel like we are representatives of the community, but we don't have an opportunity really to hear what the community thinks about the work that we're charged with. And they have a tremendously positive view of us. So maybe if it's not broken, don't try to fix something, but it feels like, particularly at times when the college is going to put up on proposal before voters, to have that strength of communication and feedback. So, one thing I would throw out in stream of consciousness would be to have some type of breakfast and invite key elected leaders in both counties that would have an interest in who we are and what we do. And sponsor that and particularly use that as an opportunity to share information about, well, here's what the college is doing, here's some students sharing some stories so that they feel, oh, I got invited to an RCC breakfast. And wow, I didn't know that this was all this tremendous stuff is going on at the college, something like that. And that would, to me, in my mind, be a board-driven activity. It's not something I think the college president might necessarily need to drive, but it's us as representatives of the electorate, of the voters, that we're sort of listening to them and we're reaching out to other leaders, other electeds, in a sense. So that's just an idea.
I like that.
You're thinking.
Yeah, that's always hard.
No.
I like the idea of a breakfast. I'm wondering what the reaction in the community would be. Do you think that we could, attract more than one or two people to that?
If the media is present, I think they love media attention. And if the TV stations knew that RCC was hosting I don't know what we would call it, but it would be some type of event where the city councils were invited, elected officials were invited to hear some, and I don't know, maybe this is an idea for this committee to sort of come up with and figure out what could this look like.
Boy, you should be on.
I think ideas like this probably could go one of two ways, where it is either kind of a state of the state, as you figure out, like, we're delivering information, come if you want information, or it's, we're seeking input. And so I think part of it is identifying which of it, because which one of those is it? And then developing, because both of those have different strategies as far as development and communicating.
I attended, I think I was an RCC guest at the Chambers when the city of Medford did their, is it Medford 45? 2040. And wow, all that work had gone into a plan for what Medford's going to look like in 2040. And I thought that was fabulous. I loved that. So it would be in that vein. Where will the college be in 2040? What do we hope to accomplish? What are we doing today? But it could fit into ESOM SCAN whenever that work gets launched. That might be a nice launch pad for that as well.
What I'm kind of wondering, and I don't have an answer, is there something that's already going on in the community that's already built that group that we can say, we'd like to take this particular meeting or this, opportunity to present our case so that, we're not dropping this one more thing on the staff, say, organize this breakfast. We'll show up, but that's about all we're gonna do. I don't feel comfortable about
Right.
that.
Well, and honestly, all of us have tons of meetings in all of our roles.
Sure, yeah.
And the thought of like, how are you gonna get all of those people to add one more thing? So I think that's a great thing for the board outreach committee to have conversations about and think about what Roger said too. Is there already a mechanism in place that we could tap into?
Doesn't the foundation do things like that and events and
That's what
couldn't they?
you're gonna
do
tell us
that?
when
Yeah.
you come back.
Mhm.
And we
But
know
it's
where we're
different.
going.
It's different.
That's
I
for
mean,
them.
the foundation
Yeah.
mission is to support the college, but there's a lot of things I think that are in that college mission that would be expected to be told if we were doing work like this, that the foundation wouldn't assume it's their responsibility. they're doing everything to try to get money, you know, and then to get support.
Right.
There
Well,
versus.
maybe they could be the vehicle to set it up and host for
Potentially.
the board to present or have the thing possibly. Because I imagine they have the lists of all the people who we would want to come to, right?
And I think you're talking more around like the elected people in our community.
That was just an
Just
idea
for you,
to
okay.
start with.
People,
It
but
could
it could
be
be-
other it could be just key communicators.
Right.
It could be a blend of electeds and other key individuals that, particularly ones that donate money, for example, and the foundation were involved.
Right.
So I will just offer that later in the college outreach strategy. I'll make sure that I talk about some of the things we're planning when it comes to media specifically, which is just one piece of what you're talking about, like sort of the two-way constituent kind of communications. But it may help give you some insight and ideas as you're considering this.
Thank you.
And just one thing, and maybe the college does, like, I don't even know, but just from the city council, I know we have a monthly on Tejo radio, just a talk thing about what's going on or whatever. It's two people, you know, so it would be two board members. Maybe they would extend something like that to RCC to do, and the board members just talk about what's going on. And it's an hour long, that one. And people can call in and ask questions. And the other thing is community connections, where two board members go to a coffee place and people can just come and chat and give feedback. And so those are two good, really good, actually, outreach things, I think.
I don't want to offer this in a way that seems like anything you're saying is as a threat, because I love the conversation and I love the board's interest and taking on more outwardly facing ambassador type responsibility. This is the one thing I offer as part of this conversation. That's a big part of the role I assume on a daily basis. And I will tell you, I often feel inadequately armed for the conversation I enter. And so frequently I'm like, that is a great question. Let me go ask any of these people and I'll come back to you. And I work here all day, every day.
Right.
I suspect that if not done very carefully and strategically, my fear is we're gonna put you guys in a situation where you're not set up to succeed.
Yeah.
You're gonna get asked in our conversation, a lot of questions that the most popular response is, I don't know, that's interesting. I don't know, that's interesting.
Yeah.
And that how beneficial might be. And that's the one thing I'm a little worried about. It's because I take a lot of pride in trying to do that. And I frequently say, that is a great question. I have to ask because I don't know.
Yeah,
I think
I see that.
I like the idea of more of the listening type session versus the informing, because I do not feel adequately informed to inform about any of the work you're doing, because I do not do the work that you do. So I kind of like that. So let's thinking about that, have our board outreach committee do some conversations, maybe meet with Randy a little bit to talk about that. And other than that, on the liaisons, are we good and set for the year? Excellent. All right. Board work part of the session is temporarily over unless something comes up to us later in the day. We get down to the bottom of the agenda, we'll have a little bit more to talk about as a board. So I'm turning it over to you to turn it over to whoever.
There you go, that's right. So I promise you, we will have a break right after this next agenda item. But there's been some requests from the board, right, to get an understanding on what we're doing aligned with our institutional effectiveness work and probably from an outcome and assessment institutional, not program specific, how we're providing the information that tells the story. Telling the story is a strategy, but part of it is like the information. And so Esam and his team work on that, and he's going to give an update on kind of the progress to date and direction they're heading.
You need that.
No, I'm working on this one.
To the presentation.
Yeah, please.
Sorry.
No. And I'm glad Kelly isn't here.
For branding?
Don't tell her it's a.
It's recorded.
Oh.
She'll find out.
Can you pass him, Randy?
Yeah, obviously.
Thank you. Good morning and thank you for being here and inviting me. I promise you it's only like 7 or 8 slides, so you're not going to go deep into it. You know how I feel about it. Effective institutions, there are 5,000 colleges of some kind in the United States. Everybody claims to be effective. I mean, if they didn't, they wouldn't be accredited. But the question I often ask myself, I mean, what does that mean? The principal thing is that colleges claim that this is what we'll be doing in this year or in the next 3-year cycle. This is what we have done, therefore we are effective. And then the question becomes, who judges them? And from that angle, this is how I start with, there are 3 key judges of effectiveness. It's you all, as representatives of people who literally own this college. Secondly, it is our accreditors, who kind of serve as a check for quality control of what we do. And thirdly, perhaps most important, it is our learners who come here, finish some work, but not always complete, and go out to better their lives. They're the principal consumers of it. And from that each angle, I want to share a couple of things with you. With the board, what you often see, the instrument we use is our mission fulfillment scorecard. During the year, you see me or somebody else come in and share with you, well, this KPI has been completed, or this is where we are. And at the end of the year, now we have finished the previous year. We give you a complete report, which I plan to do at your next meeting. All the 24 KPIs, see where we are, and go in depth at them. I promise the boss I will not go into that today because. But we do have a high level measurement I want to share with you. We have 24 KPIs for this year and in the previous one. This is what it looks like today. About 54% of them were met. Another 21% we improved but not met. And 12 of them we didn't meet. We didn't improve, didn't meet. And there were some for which we are recalibrating under review, and I'll touch on that a little bit. So on the left side, there are the percentages. On the right-hand side of the actual numbers, 13 of them were met. There were 5 of them which we saw improvement, sometimes coming very close to what we had set ourselves to do. In at least 3 of them, we did not meet, did not improve. And then there are 3 which are this kind of a cryptic term under review. What that means is in at least one case, to make it a little less cryptic, when we migrated the data, that has gotten misplaced. I want to make sure that I don't say it is lost. It's not lost. We're looking for it, and we'll come back and fix it. In a couple of them, including one which directly affects storytelling, we went back and said, this is the instrument that we set ourselves to use. This was not getting what we're looking at. So we went back to create a new instrument, which I'll talk to you about in a bit. So overall, if you look at it, 54, if you add in another 12, another 21, that's pretty good. We are more than half, close to 70%, we are delivering or pretty close to delivering. So that's for you guys, that's for the broader community. When you look at the other judge, if you will, which is our accreditors, Northwest Commission on Colleges and Universities. This is year 6, where we get to do the policies, regulations, and financial soundness review, or PERFR. There's no vowels there, so just pronounce it as you will. It's due September 1. It is, the draft has gone through a couple of revisions on style and content. It is with the executive team right now. What that does is it's an argument that our policies, our financial soundness, our regulations across a whole lot of things, they adhere to what is expected by the accreditors. And here's the argument I'm making in this is the evidence. So it ends up being about a 40 or 50-page document. Someone mentioned that it's a mix between a legal brief and a graduate thesis. And that's what it looks like, except they're pretty pictures on it. That kind of sets us up for next year's full cycle visit, the year 7 visit. And they'll come in, this becomes an infrastructure, a foundation for what in the visit the evaluators will look at, will talk to us and see if we are still meeting those standards. And I have very little doubt that we will be, but there'll be work to be done. But this sets us up that if PARFR is good, which I understand it will be, it sets us up on the right trajectory. I expect the president, and here I'm telling my boss what to do, to be able to sign it next week so we can send it out with about 7 or 8 days to spare in case bad things happen. Bad things sometimes happen, the internet breaks down, whatever, but it'll give us enough cushion to do that. I do want to share with you that part of accreditation, but also part of broader transparency and interactivity on data, which all of you have talked about in the past. We are doing some additional things, which I'm putting under accreditation because that's, I think, where it belongs more than anything else. There are a couple of websites. We have our comparator information there, which looks at us compared to other institutions regionally and nationally, including qualitative information. So I'll send out the site to you. It is public now, and it's going. It's a live place. A lot of interactive facilities there. The other one we are working on is a new data at a glance that is still under construction. But if you go there, you will see a whole lot of interactivity. I think you will like it. The graphics, the interactive design of it. We are going to add a couple of other things, information on completers and student success, and then bring it into our own website where you can just go in. So it will not be this big of a URL. And thirdly, I want to talk about students. This is probably the most important metric. Do they think we are effective or not? And as you were talking about storytelling, this is something I want to share with you as you look at it. For the first time, we are doing a completer survey. It is in the field right now, so this is a developing metric. We looked at about 2,000 of our completers over the last 4 years. Numbers are still coming in, doing it for the first time. Keep in mind, this is a population which is the hardest to reach. They're not. Also, who is most likely to respond to a survey? People who don't like you. And yet, look at this. 85% are telling us that they're satisfied or very satisfied. 2/3 of them live in these 2 counties. In addition to the credentials we may have awarded them, about 1/3 of them have industry recognized credentials. 71% employed interning for further education. And more than half of them are working in a field that we trained them for. That is pretty big, ladies. And as we go further, and this is still in the field, we are hoping to add in to non-completers as well. You've heard the president talk about it, and you know it too, that a lot of folks who leave RCC, they're not finishing a formal credential, and yet they have additional training and skills which they go out to do good for social mobility. We're going to expand that to it next year. I'm testing some non-expensive tools which should help us do that, and Vanessa, I'm not going to ask $7 million. May have something, but we're looking at cheaper tools. And this will allow us to provide a better reflection of the reality. A lot of students come in here. Most of them are looking for social mobility. We help them with it. And sometimes it means having a formal credential, sometimes a few courses and moving, and sometimes coming back, to capture that as well. But speaking of stories, here's what I want you to take a look at. This is just a sampling of what we got. This is what our students were telling us, former students. this is our story really. And we got a whole lot of comments. I want to share with you a sampling of what these comments were. We had one or two which were not great, but overwhelmingly there were comments like this, that it meant a lot. This is what it helped me do. This is what I'm able to do. And there is a pretty long comment, which I couldn't fit in here, which went to the heart of the story, that because of what I got here, I'm not only able to provide for my family, I've moved up in my line of work to the point that I'm employing people. Those are the kind of things that we are hearing. All this is to mean that as we move forward, it will go into the environmental scan, as we talked about, at multiple levels. Our next strategic plan is scheduled to start in calendar year 27. So, next, in the coming winter and early spring, we'll start the formal process for the scan. The core planning group will come together and we'll be announcing schedules for meetings, sessions, and stakeholder input. As to what it looks like, of course, ultimately it is the decision of the leadership and you all. But I'm envisioning a plan where, you know, it is simpler. It focused on fewer but more direct, consequential objectives, which everybody can kind of grow together towards, and be not only simpler but be more flexible. As we are long gone from the world where you can set a plan for 7 years and set it in stone. It's more likely 3 or 5 years, and within those years, can you pivot around tactical? That's what we are looking at. We have some examples in literature we'll be looking at. But the next plan, I'm hopeful, will be nimbler. It'll be more streamlined and certainly more aligned with what we do, and reflective of a world which changes much faster than I was used to, than you were used to. So with that, I'm not even going to tell you about the hard questions. And for now, that is the end. And I didn't even go over half.
I know, that's it.
But I'll be happy to answer questions that I can. If I cannot, I'll take them back and bring it back to you.
I appreciate that. It's, yeah, we don't live in a world where it's gonna be a plan that lasts and is stagnant, and just, world moves too fast for that right now. So I want to make sure we're going towards the same.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I forgot something. I'm sorry about that. You know, both of you mentioned stakeholders and others who we impact and vice versa. One of the other survey in the field right now, which our team has put together, and some of you may have heard of it. If you do, it's legit. Is a community impact survey, which has gone out to businesses and nonprofits in the 2 counties, asking them several questions. The most important of being 2. 1, what impact has RCC and its services have on your organization, whether it is in terms of adding value, adding employees. Secondly, what can we do better? So it is out in the field again. This is the first time we are doing it. It is slower than we expected, but it is there. We are getting some answers. Closer to the end of the year, I'll bring that to you as well. It'll be another one of those things we put into the environmental scan. Sorry about that. I should have mentioned it.
I was gonna add real quick, definitely want questions. I listen, and I think that's an example, right? When we think about, we're putting out a community impact survey as board members with outreach, rather than telling the story, it's telling the connections you have. We're putting this survey out. Please take the time to fill it out. It really informs our, like, that to me is where the board could have a lot of power. It's just nudging, influencing people to participate in strategies we're doing to get that feedback, and then we can circle back. And so I think it's that connectedness that you have with the community that could be impactful.
Could we get our hands on a list of the folks that survey went out to? Because sometimes we have connections and we don't even know whether they've been asked or.
Absolutely.
Okay, that would be good.
Make sure the president gets it and shares it with you. That would be very helpful.
And I know you're doing a much longer presentation next week.
Yes.
Questions on just the stuff you talked about
just in this frame, really loved what you've done, Isam, and it would be hard for me to not ask you a question, so.
Easy ones only.
So I really loved the very first, second, and third slide where you described who the shareholders are. Yeah, and I really believe that that's the heart of policy governance, that we are the representatives, the elected representatives of the shareholders. And the shareholders are the taxpayers.
Yeah.
Right, who live both in these two communities, these two counties, as well as all the taxpayers in the state of Oregon, because we get a lot of funding from the state. So my question is, how do you see the mission fulfillment data to be useful to the board as a policy matter?
There, principally, I look at it this way, that, you know, we have 24 KPIs. One of your principal tasks, among other things, is the budget. That as you oversee the budget, as you create the next one and the next one, where can that money make the most impact? I mean, it makes an impact everywhere. But just from business perspective, are there places where it makes more of an impact? From that perspective, guiding that discussion in that direction, that this is a great investment, this is a good investment. That's where I see your impact to be the most.
So for example, just to dive in just a little bit, looking at the 24 KPIs, there might be an area or two or three that the board as a body may say, oh, we're really interested in making that percentage increase.
Yes.
That would be a way for us to share our perspective with the president during a board meeting and or the vice president of finance to be able to share our perspective about where that conversation might go to the E-team or others in putting those pieces together.
Absolutely.
Does that capture that?
Yes, it does. And you know, there, when you'll be looking at it, that look at this here in student success objective ABC. Here is something we had set ourselves for 6% increase. It went up to 16. We must be doing something good here. Right. Can we maximize it with the caution that, you know, in some cases, we may have hit the plateau and we could go to the next one. And by the same token, look at our peers and, well, they're doing this. We are investing here. This is going good. There's a great opportunity here. So you're absolutely right.
Go ahead, Andrew.
So a lot of these percentages, you follow up with the students, like how many are employed and what they're trained in. So you're following up after they leave the college, correct? I'd be interested to know, and then the feedback, what percentage, like how many do you send out surveys and what percentage do you get returned?
I knew you were going to ask that question.
And I knew you would have the answer.
This is the first time we do.
Okay,
And hopefully as we go forward, it'll become more streamlined. So I'm learning more about it as well.
okay,
In this first blast, we sent out approximately 2,000, and which involved 4 years worth of completers. And right now the return is about 7%. But as you look at it, the other way to look at it is for a population of 2,000, which is left. If I look at it, I mean, not to be too nerdy about it, I can't help it. If you look at a 90% confidence interval with a 7% margin of error, which is slightly more flexible than most national polls, we are looking at getting a response of 136, which makes it valid. We're at about 100 right now. More importantly, as we look at it, it has the sampling is pretty diverse in that it's going across several age groups. It is going across several major families and industries. So that gives me some confidence. Ideally, I'd like to get it, when we do it next year, I'd like to get it to double digits. With the understanding that, you know, in a lot of these cases, I get emails from my alma mater too. Don't tell it to anybody. And I respond some, but sometimes I don't. So there is that factor, plus the factor that sometimes, despite our best efforts, I mean, people have multiple Gmails. So all that is to say, I'm very optimistic about the validity of it. It can be improved and I expect it to be improved next year. But thank you for the question. Yeah.
Well, I think the more you do it and inform them of, hey, and you're gonna get this now, you just finished, congratulations. We're gonna be following up with this survey coming out to please take your, you know what I mean? I think the more you do it, the better your results
Absolutely.
hopefully will be, so.
And that's going forward, we want to incorporate, especially those who are leaving there.
Yeah.
I almost want to, I won't be allowed to do it. I almost wanted to go, as people walk by, get the diplomas. Well, hang on. Here's a QR code. I think you guys may not like it, so wait outside and go.
Other questions before we take our break? Go ahead.
Yeah, one quick, seed to plant around strategic planning process moving forward. And Isam referenced, we're looking at a more condensed timeline. We're also looking at, as I said earlier, newer thought process. So if you think about traditional strategic planning, 5, 7 years, maybe 3, it's okay, what are we going to accomplish? We revisit our mission, we visit our values, and then we say, okay, what's the strategy in accomplishing? If you look at a 5-year plan, everybody wants to be all the objectives and strategies in year 1. And by the time you get to year 4 and 5, somebody that was promised something, it may not even be relevant anymore. And so they've been holding on to that promise for a long time. You told my department we were going to get a new pony. Well, now ponies are outdated, but they still want their pony because that's what is said in the strategic plan. So a lot of effort goes into developing them, and they become outdated shortly after they're developed. And so one of the things that we're workshopping is this concept around a strategic plan built kind of around a moonshot goal. So what is the main thing, most likely around student success, opportunity, of that we want for the duration of this strategic plan for RCC to be about and to be accountable to. So I'll just make it up. By 2032, 100% of RCC students will graduate. Probably an unrealistic goal, but something along that line. And if we say that's our goal, that's what we're about, then we say, okay, well, what would be the values that we need to have to there? What are the things we need to assess along the way to get there? So if we say, in order to help students graduate, we need a really effective orientation process. So we might assess how many students are going through orientation. What's it? So there's things you build backwards from, but I share that building a strategic plan around the concept of a moonshot goal is what we are working toward. And so if there's any thoughts, concerns, feedback that you have for us, maybe the sooner as we talk through that, the better. And so I'll use the example of it, right? The most famous story about this is when JFK visited the Kennedy Space Center and he asked the gentleman sweeping the floors, well, what do you do? And he said, I'm sending a man to the moon. Like by sweeping the floor, he knew he was fulfilling his responsibility and role in helping NASA send a man to the moon. And that's really, when I think about it at its core and our employee connectedness, how do we help our employees who do whatever their role is to understand, like, I work at RCC and this is what we do and this is what we're about. And so anyhow, that's a little bit of how we're working behind the scenes right now to develop a strategy around strategic planning is more of a moonshot goal concept.
Just a quick question. Other than periodically keeping track of the process, what do you envision the board's role in that strategic plan to be?
Yeah, so one is as Isam referenced, is you are representing those shareholders. So those interests. And so to gain an understanding from this environmental scan we're doing that, okay, I know what the community expects from this college for their investment. And as we're developing a plan, is it reflective of that? So that would be kind of the first step. Then the next step would be, as we're building those assessments and those strategies, are those in line with achieving what that is? And then throughout the plan, and we're doing mission fulfillment reports, are we moving progressively toward accomplishing that? So throughout the whole process, I don't know that it's necessarily the board's responsibility or expectation to develop a lot, but it's to ensure that we have processes that captures what the community wants from the college and needs from the college, and the strategies we're deploying are consistent with those. But then on the flip to that is when you're like, gee whiz, I know the community wants this from the college has limited resources and opportunities, is also to help championing the community. If you want this from your college, this is what we need you to provide. So meeting with industry, probably revisiting, like when we talk about bond campaign and that moving forward. So does that understand a little bit? It's what Isam said, it's that role of representative of community stakeholder.
So I think what I'm hearing is the development of this plan will be happening in the long term. I don't know whether it's a 6-month process or somewhat longer. And we will be, as a board, seeing some of the decisions that are being made. But what I think I'm hearing you say is that you're not going to, at least from what I'm hearing, the board is not going to be directly involved in the meetings between the board meetings, essentially, to say, okay, how is this going to be constructed? I mean,
So there'll be a team, and so yes, but probably members of the board, not the full board.
Right.
When you think of the full board and the way meeting laws.
That's really.
So the best way I've heard kind of like planning process work is kind of like an hourglass.
Sure.
Initially, you have it's really wide and open, and you're
Yeah.
collecting a lot of information, sharing a lot of stuff. But then it gets a little constricted. You're like, okay, now we got a smaller team trying to decipher and figure this out, and say, okay, what is it we think we heard? What strategies and plans do we think we should be developing? But then it has to open back up before it's full adoption and say, okay, now everybody, based on what we heard from you, this is what we've developed. Did we capture it right before we adopt it? And so right there, the board at both the top and the bottom of that hourglass would have a lot of involvement. Maybe representation from the board will be involved in that.
That's really that's a great way of putting it, because that's kind of the process that we used with the bond oversight, and it was very effective to do it that way. But yet, I don't want to impose the board in the process and slow the process down if we can't be useful.
Well, that's that sweet spot that you're like literally, Isam's already begun to start sending me like, this is the strategy, this is the timeline, these are the identified initial key stakeholders, and we're trying to find that. How is it representative enough? And how is it small enough that we can actually move forward?
Sure.
And that's what we're trying to find, is like, how do we ensure that it's got great representation and it's small enough we can move forward.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Indra.
Isam, do we have a way or a plan to survey businesses to see if they've hired people who graduate from RCC and how that experience has been locally with businesses?
Certainly, the community survey, which is in the field right now, it has 11 questions, and one of them is, and I didn't go through into all of them. One of them is, do you have employees who have been in the past students at RCC? We didn't say, well, are they graduates of that? Because again, a lot of our students get out without a credential, but yes, and we ask them for it too.
Okay.
All right, well, we are going to take a break and pause the recording. And let's try to come back as close to 10:15 as we can, but we're starting our break a little bit later. So
You're 4 minutes over. Can't stand that.
listen, I know.
Or you recaptured 6 of the 10 minutes that we lost.
There you go.
Ready? Welcome back. We're ready to move on to our next part of our agenda, college outreach strategy. Randy and Jamie.
We are, and I'm gonna kick this off, but I'm gonna kick this off to give you some understanding of some things that have been set up for communication strategy with regard to my role and commitments I've made. But I have to say, 99.9% of the support for this is coming from our marketing communications team, and some of the way we retrained Jamie's position as chief of staff to kind of help make sure that we have some of this. And so I'm going to start a little bit with some of the presidential communications overview and what they've helped me do is sharpen some focus around what has historically been kind of an intentionality of, you know, developing how do I share and send messages. So some of it is what's strategy and what's just in time. So just in time, maybe as we've had some of the communications around the changes in federal and state government expectations, how might that impact our institution? So we're coming up with a kind of a by term message cycle, and historically I've tried to send out a written communication at the beginning of each term, and then we have a series of connection opportunities called Chat with Randy. So we have Chat with Randy for students and Pizza with the Prez. Excuse me, Chat with Randy for employees and Pizza with the Prez opportunities for students. And so the Chat with Randy series is one that just allows employees, one for what I'll do, they last about an hour, and I will give I usually shoot for 10 minutes or less, updates on things that I anticipate people would have interest in knowing, but then I really open it up and say, you know, what are questions you have, comments you'd like to make? And they're usually attended probably 80 to 100 people between in person and online. So a lot of it depends on, you know, what kind of the public topics are at the time. So we get some good opportunity for voice and feedback there. But what we're doing is really looking at a little more strategy around setting some tone and then priorities, intentionally celebrating some successes, and then, you know, help what the marketing communications team will do is they've done a really good job to say, if this is the timeline strategy, we've been working backwards, what do we need done by when? So kind of what we've done by term then is to say for fall kickoff, which is not really it's in service, but it's an address that I give both at Redwood and Table Rock campuses on the same day. And the spirit of doing that is we're not going to close the college for that because that's during the week before fall term when we're supporting students. And so the teams work hard to make sure that the areas are covered. But during fall kickoff, to be able to give, you know, update and progress on strategic plan, college priorities. And then in the winter, you know, kind of talking a little bit more around like budget and legislative things that are on the horizons. Spring, excuse me. And Jamie will talk a little bit about strategy on this, but our annual report to the community, but kind of a preview on that. So, you know, heads up, this is what and how we're going to tell our community we're about. So as you're out and about in your community wearing your RCC shirt, you're armed with information. And also really kind of recognize a celebration opportunity to talk about recognizing a lot of the accomplishments through the year. And then in the summer, kind of staying connected. So again, I all the credit here goes to our marketing communications team really helping us figuring out the timeliness and strategy for themes. And so one of the things that I have shared with you and through my evaluation process and others that we learned through the bond work and other opportunities is probably the importance of me and my role being out telling our story and making connections with greater frequency. And so speaking engagement strategies that I think we worked really hard on those in that first year around going and making connections as me being new to my role. And then this past year, we focused really hard when there was a specific bond campaign. But one of the things we're doing now with our partnership with United Community Strategies is helping to connect with more regularity other community partners. And they've done a really good job putting in front of me, like, here's conversations with people you probably think you should be having that you're not prioritizing right now. And so, you know, meetings with mayors and other elected, I mean, they're really good at trying to work with Michelle to help fill my calendar. So, but I think that's also good. And so that's the behaviors and the activities that we're talking about doing with regard to me. But it's beyond me. One of the things that we continue to talk with our senior leadership team is how do we make sure that we have others in the community who are equipped to tell our story, or when there's a specific story. So it's very common when there's a very specific agenda item. So for example, when people are getting together around transportation, it's easy for us to say, okay, let's send our dean who knows our transportation program best to that meeting. When they're getting together around healthcare, it's easy to send to healthcare. It's a little bit trickier when people are like community improvement. Like, all right, well, who represents the complexities of our institution within the full community? And that's where a lot of the conversations I'm in. So that's a little bit on the behavioral kind of thing, and that. But so that is kind of an expansion of things that we've done a little bit historically. But then moving forward is like, well, what's the strategy on? We talked about we have a great story to tell, but we need to build an intentional strategy around telling it, and that is where Jamie and her team have put a lot of thought into developing, and I will let her run from here with it.
Yeah, thanks, Randy. So we are very excited. This year, we've put together our first fully integrated marketing and communications plan. And so historically here at RCC, the marketing team has been pretty, primarily focused on supporting the recruitment of new students, which is something we continue to be excited about our role in. We just start putting it together in a way that it's integrated around how do we tell our story, the story of RCC, in an impactful, consistent way so that we are not only supporting the recruitment and retention of students, we're also strengthening relationships and reputation throughout the community. And so that's the lens that we have used to put together this plan. There are still familiar elements like where are we going to advertise in order to reach our target audiences. It has just expanded into, what are all the various channels, tactics, audiences, stakeholder groups, if you will, how best do we reach them? And it creates alignment between different strategies, including but not limited to the presidential communications plan that Randy just shared with you. It also is something that we are continuing to refine and will continue to refine. This is the first time we've had a plan this way, and we look forward to being able to further support strategic priorities, particularly as we think of those moonshot goals and how that might impact our work. But it is the start to aligning all of those efforts. And I think it speaks to, in part, one idea that you all talked about this morning when it comes to media. So I didn't include every aspect of the marketing communications plan on the slide. As you can imagine, there are very specific KPIs, quite detailed. One of the ideas as part of the plan to create that media awareness and strengthen those media relationships, which hasn't been a large focus of the college, at least in my history here, is doing things like media days, where we are proactively inviting our media partners to campus. We've got some good ideas around how to do that, structuring them around demo days where there are faculty and staff on campus and students where we can create some excitement around the work we're doing without creating or reinventing the wheel or asking our faculty or staff to step out one more time to give demonstrations. And that's just one of many sort of tactical examples. But since you were interested in the media topic, I wanted to make sure that I brought that here. And then moving to our public-facing suite of collateral, we've talked about this over this year at board meetings off and on. And so I'm really excited to share with you your first look at one piece. But before we dive into that, I just want to give you sort of a lay of the land of what we're thinking in case you have feedback on it as a whole. So this what we're intending is that we will have a coordinated suite of public facing materials available in a variety of modalities, certainly print, so something you could take with you to things like events and other engagements, but also available digitally so that it can be flexible with use. Those items would directly support your ability to be that ambassador to the college that you talked about this morning. It will also support Randy and others so that people are hearing that story of RCC as it evolves and not only in times when we are pursuing something like a bond campaign or something very specific, so that people will get to know us over time and be able to connect with the stories of our students or information about how we're supporting industry, all those different things that are all a part of RCC's story as a whole. And so we're looking at a phased rollout approach. The first item being the at a glance, which is intended to be data-centric, simple, two-pager, and you do have that at the bottom of your packet. I snuck it in, looks like this. The second item that we have on the list is a partnership with our foundation to give a piece on scholarships, very student-focused. In winter, a CTE workforce view book. We've looked at some great examples from other institutions. I think OIT has a great suite of these. If you're curious about what a view book might look like and you want to take a look. And then the annual report to the community in the spring is where we'll take all of these pieces to really put together in a cohesive, impactful way, all the various elements to tell RCC's story. There will be an annual refresh process so that we are refreshing all of these items year over year to be able to highlight trends or changes and make sure that the information that I'm not sure that I love the armed with, but since everybody's been saying that, I'll try it.
Prepared.
Yeah, the information you have really is fresh and not becoming stale and outdated. That is something that I think can happen. You can have a particular idea on a piece and it can get a lot of support and feedback. It's used once and then it moves to a shelf. The idea is that these are things that we're engaging with and we're refining and that are useful over time. So with that, I would welcome, please know that this is a draft. It's not yet ready for full use and publication. And you're the first to really see it. So with all that we've talked about over this last year, and with knowing that things like the more detailed annual report to the community where we'll be able to use like impact data, survey feedback, direct student stories and all of that. I'm curious upon initial glance, how you see this either being helpful or what might be missing for you to have that snapshot view of what's happening at the college in your role as RCC advocates.
Not enough stuff on here.
You want more? Let's squeeze it in. There's a little white paper.
Easy enough.
Yeah.
I think it really does capture what we've been asking for,
Oh, great.
to have in our hand, to be able to, when we're presenting or doing our outreach or doing whatever, to be able to say, well, what's enrollment? Well, that's a really good.
Yes, I like it.
What's really shocking to me is distance learning.
Yeah, me too.
That's so high. Does that mean it's all online or some is online, or what does that exactly entail?
Students can be reflected in both, but you to correct me if I say anything wrong. So they may be counted in both if they're taking both online and in-person classes.
So they would be in, okay,
So if you look over at the how students attend class, is that a better reflection of the ones that are solely remote versus hybrid versus on campus? Gotcha.
And that's something that the verbiage needs to be adjusted just a little bit. That's a reflection of the FTE if it's distributed. So
Gotcha.
you're right.
Oh, that's FTE. That's how.
We need to fix that from students straight
I
away.
gotcha.
But for the same reason that, I mean, most of our students do attend more than one campus.
Right.
So yeah, that is, in a very numeric sense, that's more accurate in that sense.
Gotcha.
Thanks, so.
So distance means they're taking at least one course online.
Right.
Right, okay. Wow. Wow. Are there some that are strictly all online, a lot?
I don't know, a lot, I know there are.
A lot, are all, okay.
It may be in a term, so I think like when this, it says 22% of the students are it says remote and distance, and that's so tricky, because a lot of that 22% who were that it reflected in not taking it in person or what we call hybrid, are taking it remote. It might be that, verify if I'm right, it might be inclusive of like CNA cohort at Medford High School. That's not our campus. It's remote. They're doing it at that high school. And so that would be considered remote, not online. And that would be covered in that. Is that not correct?
It's an in-person class.
That is, okay, thank you.
So in
High
this case, it would fit over in the little in-person part.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So what would this remote distance and as defined here, all with synchronous and asynchronous?
Yeah, like you get the large numbers because they might take psych 101 class. They'll take everything in person and they have like one course they take online or their medical terminology class. So they won't count in both categories. So that's why you see the large number of students and they use multiple methods because some classes, like in a program, there might only be one class that's online, but they'll all show up in that bucket.
Gotcha.
On the enrollment profile, excuse me, it's just a little bit confusing to see the discoloration of when one triangle overlaps the other, if that's a separate, should I be looking for a new data point or not?
You're right, that could be separate.
Diagram.
Right.
It shouldn't be over.
Right. And so I like the profile. I wonder if there should be what the value of the N is versus a percentage or some other way. I don't know of GED students 453. I don't know how meaningful that number is when it's not set against
Overall.
a backdrop of some other number. But I think it's a nice way to describe the population and who are coming here, like the lifelong learners, 62, and older. So I think it shows we're a very broad-based enrollment.
What I'm hearing, it's probably a good idea to have both the percentages and the numbers.
Yeah, maybe.
And get rid of the overlap.
And then,
right?
right, so I was confused thinking, oh,
I actually had the same thought, like, okay, is that little triangle?
Yeah.
Does that
I
mean
think
there
it
was
was to
this
fit in
and
the
that?
space.
But I like the graphic of it.
It's like a triangular Venn diagram.
yeah.
You know, here's the interesting thing. I have looked at this myself multiple times. And I don't, however many times I've looked at it, it's the first time I've thought, I wonder too if there's value in doing it CTE, lower division transfer. And that's kind of like how our, because we have total numbers here. But I think, well, what people are picking, that's usually, that's a frequent way we tell our story is my course kind of time.
Thanks for taking notes too, since I know you helped the team with all the data.
And then that's a way too, to be able to tell like then some of that, like where the GED, ESL, some of those by. What's
Active
Active codes, thank you, active codes. I will also say, spoiler alert, don't memorize those numbers on the bottom right, enrollment trajectory. Because those are fluid, they were borrowed from a slide that was fluid, the numbers I often give on the 2% 2 years from now that are frozen and from the dashboard are 13% 2 year versus 36% at RCC. So I'll get you that data set, Jamie.
Thank
But I definitely think, what the intent here, right, is be like this format.
Yeah.
Don't memorize the data, give us feedback on the format and we'll keep validating the data.
Yeah, it is true, it's a draft.
The military students, are those children of veterans or are those people who served in the military and now are out and taking classes?
This includes, and I'll have to confirm this includes not only veterans, but military affiliated students as well.
Okay,
So that population would be.
there's quite a few.
So
Primarily
often
people
would
getting the GI Bill, is that where you get that number?
Or
GI
something.
Bill, and then there is another one.
stitch up to 35, I think, where the dependents would, so it's GI. So one of the tricks we run, we have, I think, do we ask military affiliation on the application for veteran? Somewhere we collect veteran status on students. And so it would be inclusive of that yes, I am active duty or veteran. But then I think it's also inclusive of those who might be receiving benefits who weren't, so it's the dependent benefits. One of the tricks we frequently run into is not everybody identifies. Some people are eligible for benefits, but they're gonna save it for the university because it's cheaper at the community college to attend and they've got limited benefit access. And so you always have military support centers who say, we probably have more than self-identified because they're gonna wait till because they can use those for graduate degrees, they can use them for their more expensive cost of attendance, and in many instances don't. So you might have dependent students who are eligible, but haven't filed for using their benefits.
And I do want to offer that one of the things we've talked about, and I don't know, Isam, if we've had the conversation with you yet, or if it's just been in our team, is once we have this dialed in, is to have a companion description document, because you're asking great questions and then we may not remember all the responses that you received today. Just to have that available, at least internally, it won't prevent any kind of question for coming up, but I think it will help provide some overall context or guidance around what these numbers mean.
And it'll still be a 2-pager, but there'll be an additional text.
Yeah.
This question's gonna be directed probably, well, blast at the two of you. How do you anticipate that you're gonna measure the effectiveness of this marketing campaign? What's gonna tell you whether it's working or whether you have to do some tweaking? What kind of feedback are you gonna get to say, yeah, this is a great idea and it's working? From a business standpoint, you can say, oh, well, our orders went up, so there must be some, advantage to marketing. This is a little different, you can measure it in terms of student enrollment, there's all kinds of different measurements, but how are you gonna measure how this thing is working?
And you're asking about this piece?
Not necessarily
or
this
just
piece, I'm
the-
thinking about the entire process, because this is gonna take some time, some effort, some dollars. And, how are you gonna know whether it's gonna be working or not?
I think that's a great question, and we still have some work to do internally on how to assess what will be sort of a new framework. Because we're gonna wanna know, are we effectively telling our story?
Yeah.
And the answers that we're gonna get are gonna vary from people who, like somebody said earlier, some people see our commercials, some people see our ads in social media, and we've got lots of efforts around those things. So dialing in, I think for a piece like this in particular, because it's created for those who serve as ambassadors of the college, a lot of the data we'll get is qualitative from you all. Is this actually helping you meet your needs and what you've requested of us?
Yeah,
But bigger picture, I'd like to come back to you.
Well, I guess specifically what I think I'm hearing is, okay, well, this segment, whether it's, the ads on the nightly news, those are the ones that are really hitting the people that we're looking for. Or this particular effort is, so we need to put more effort or money into this one rather than that one.
So the marketing campaign elements, I will say, I view a little bit differently, and they have very specific KPI and metrics. So click-through rates and view rates. And one of the things that we started about a year ago is our marketing communications team, Kelly, essentially as director, meets quarterly with our deans and shares the results of the marketing campaign elements with them. And so if that sort of information would be helpful at a board level. That's something we could talk about later when you start thinking about what kind of sessions you have, but we do have campaign and element of campaign specific measurements and assessments that are ongoing part of what we do.
Can I ask a total kind of weird question, but
Yeah.
on, let's say on an enrollment or a, you know, an interest, you know, a contact us that's on the website that you can come, is there, sorry, like, how did you hear about RCC? Was it through this, you know, presentation? Is that somewhere on the website part of it?
So.
Or an application form of coming in? I don't know. It's just wondering, as you were talking about like return of, are you gonna know which one? I just was wondering.
So I'm gonna share my understanding and then others are welcome to jump in. We ask that question in a variety of ways and formats. What I'm less clear about off the top of my head is how it may be assessed together or compared.
Yeah.
Right? And so we'll talk about the website in just a moment.
Okay.
Vanessa, I'll add to that, your and Roger's questions give me a very good opening for something, which is the community impact survey we are doing. Didn't think about it, but that's something we can add, that the last time you heard of us, where did you hear us?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be
And
helpful.
that would be a great thing, and I think that's, something we can add pretty quickly.
And Roger, I would say a huge indicator would be if the next bond measure passes.
For sure it is, but
And-
that's after the fact, you know, you need to tweak this thing maybe.
And if, how the foundation does, do
Sure.
we get more donations? because of
Absolutely,
that?
sure, yeah, you bet.
I'm gonna move us along just to make sure I don't go over time. I've got a couple of other things I want to share with you, at least at a high level. So we've shared that we are in a full website redesign project right now. It's something I'm very, very excited about. Our website is our digital front door. And this is I think, a tremendous opportunity to support college outreach to the community, right? And so we have partnered with Madison Avenue Collective on the design and Modern Campus as a content management system. This will be the college's first CMS that we've had. And so this represents an investment, but also a major opportunity for the college that I couldn't leave out as part of your college outreach update. They've done a tremendous job, from my perspective, in gathering information from a variety of stakeholders. The survey went out to all students and community members. We received approximately 275 survey responses, which is fantastic. They held focus groups with students, current students, faculty and staff, those who use the website for a variety of ways, and we are focusing the work of the website redesign on, user experience, with our primary target audience being prospective students. Are they finding what they need in order to apply, be admitted, and that sort of thing? And there are other uses for the website as well that we're paying attention to. These are two organizations that are very experienced with colleges, both in Oregon and outside of Oregon. So really excited about this work. The new website will launch in June 2026. And with that, we have an opportunity to do what is a brand refresh. And so you'll start to see those things in items like the public facing collateral suites, but essentially our brand, our logo, it has what we call brand equity. So it has meaning in the community. It also hasn't been looked at or refreshed in many, many years at the college. And so while we are engaged in the process to create a new website, we've got to do it's time from a fiscally responsible standpoint to do some updating, things that you may care a lot about or you may not notice at all, depending upon your perspective, but color palettes and fonts and modernization. And it makes the best fiscal sense to do it now while we're doing that work, rather than build the website around a brand and style guide that then we would be looking to change in a couple of years and have to redo much of that work. And so we're excited about it because it will help us move to the future with a fresher look and feel. And at the same time, not lose that brand equity or require us to do things like buy all new collateral or materials or anything with the logo. And so, if we do this well, you'll notice it incrementally over time and it'll seem cohesive and smooth. But I welcome questions about this. And then I'll leave you with kind of tying it all together. It's interesting, the conversations that we had this morning, it was almost like we planted some seeds or something that I didn't know about. But I really do see the board's role as, in part, amplifying our story in the community. And so I've appreciated hearing your perspective in various sections this morning about how we can be most supportive of you feeling equipped to, yeah, I like that better. To engage in that. And I do want to express appreciation because I think that you are always such a thoughtful, inquisitive group, and it helps us to refine our stories, but also to refine the materials to tell our story, which is a big theme you're going to hear from me, from Randy, and from others today.
That does conclude her slides. So if there are any questions or comments for her before we transition into the next agenda topic, now would be the time.
Just for you, are we gonna get a copy of these slides? Can
We could probably make that happen.
That would be nice.
You talked about the style guide and that kind of stuff. That's really gonna help as we do marketing material like t-shirts and whatever else. These are the numbers you use, these are the colors you use. That'll be cool. And then my other question about the website, obviously, it's also gonna be helping us to be in compliance, I don't know if that's the right word, with that access that's neat accommodations and.
WCAG.
WCAG,
Yes.
exactly.
Yeah, accessibility. As well as, I mean, our request for proposal item with the particulars around this project was many, many, many pages long. So we are not only changing the look and feel for the better, but we're doing some things to position us for future. Yes.
Don't get me wrong, I'm fully supportive of what you're doing here. I'm just kind of curious. What kind of budget are you working with to get this to happen? Because you're dealing with some outside folks, which probably don't work inexpensively. But what kind of dollars are we talking about here to make this thing all happen?
Yeah, if I recall correctly, the budget that we set initially was 150,000 for full project. We so far are within budget and on time with that. There were some changes on which year, because it was a
Sure,
two-year
gotcha.
budget process. But we engaged in a lot of investigation before we came forward with the budget.
That's a lower number than I was afraid you were gonna throw out there.
Yeah, and meeting with other colleges, some attempted to do it for much less than that and then ended up spending a lot more in the long
Yeah,
run.
well, that's true. You
Yeah.
gotta do it
You
right,
gotta do it right.
or you're wasting your time.
And others set a very high budget. Part of what informed our budget is the need for a CMS, content management system for the website, which we've not had before.
Right.
In case it's of interest, though, Modern Campus is who we use for other things like our catalog. So we're really excited about integration connection.
Thanks.
That's not a local company doing that.
So Madison Avenue Collective is an Oregon business, but not local to Josephine, Jackson County.
And was there no one local capable of doing that?
We put a request for proposals out. We had a couple of folks from Oregon, but none from our counties who submitted.
Wow. So,
It's
kind of
pretty heavy.
specialized.
It was
Yeah.
a pretty heavy lift when you look at ensuring that you are not just creating a design, but are accountable and to accessibility requirements moving forward. And yeah, there aren't a whole lot of companies who are prepared to do something this exhaustive.
Thank you, Randy and Jamie. I think we're moving on today.
All right, well, thanks. Let's see here. Okay, so I'm talking about the academic master plan. Then I'll talk a little bit about some of our assessment program review processes. So again, thanks for being here. our academic master plan, you all, I think, have seen this before. I think it was last year, so it's been a while. But I wanted to talk a little bit and just kind of give you an overview of what it is. And so our I call it the AMP, but our academic master plan really serves as a way for us to help align the academics for the institution with our mission and our strategic priorities. And it kind of helps inform those strategic priorities as well. And so really the idea is we want to be able to enhance student success and really identify what the institutional identity overall with respect to academics is. And so it helps us coordinate college efforts as well as clarifying the campus roles. That's kind of what it was initially intended to really do. And then ultimately just improve education and training overall. So you can see we started the process in 22-23. And that really helps establish those core principles, and I'll talk a little bit about those. So the principles that are laid out, and this is how the academic master plan informs our strategic priorities and also the other planning processes throughout RCC. So excellence and equity was one of the things that was defined, and really making sure that RCC is committed to providing excellent education to everybody, regardless of who you are, open access institution. So we really focused on access and equity and despite a student's background, make sure that we're providing a welcoming environment. Student-centered learning was one of the other values there, and recognizing that we have to provide academics and training in a way that is going to support students where they need, right? So we need to meet students where they are. And part of that is really recognizing that there's a number of diverse learning styles. Our student population is very diverse, as you saw in kind of the enrollment at a glance. So they're coming to us with all sorts of different levels of abilities. And so we're really focused on providing the best to individual students and meet their needs. Again, quality teaching, relevant curriculum, making sure that the training and programs that we have are relevant for the workforce. The quality, right, we're accredited, as you heard Isam talking about. That's one of the things that helps us make sure that we maintain quality in what we are delivering, and really helping prepare students, making sure that the curriculum that we have for all of our programs helps prepare those students for the workforce or for their next step in their journey. And then collaboration and community was one of the final values here, early identified in that 22-23 year, and really focused on partnerships, right? Engagement with the community to help us develop that curriculum. We're a community college. We rely on industry advisory committee members to really help set those programmatic goals for students so that we're responding to the needs of the workforce and the wider community overall. So the process, talk about the process a little bit. It was a 2-year planning process when we first rolled the academic master plan out. And we had a number of meetings with faculty and academic leaders across campus, with staff. We had multiple workshops. So it was very inclusive in the way that we talked about this. We were thinking about this from a number of different ways: environmental scanning, strategic enrollment management, planning, all of those things kind of went into the process. And again, it was grounded in evidence. So we looked at all of the information that we had. You know, we would look at this type of information, but on a much more granular scale, disaggregated by different student populations, really looking at those enrollment trends, looking at scans of the industry sectors in this 2-county region that we serve. So really trying to make sure that we're responding to the workforce needs within respect to our plan and where those trends are going, and making sure that that was part of this. For students, thinking about it from the student experience, we really wanted to make sure that students have an opportunity. As you know, we may have different programs at different campuses. So for example, dental hygiene is the only program, or Table Rock is the only campus that offers dental hygiene. So one campus, one program is, can we start students from their prereqs and all the way to completion so that they can do it here at Table Rock? And so that's the idea behind one campus, one program. And so when we look at all the different programs that we offer, how many of them do students have to go to Riverside for, like, I don't know, however many credits, and then come to Table Rock or to Redwood, right? And so we want to make sure that that's not a barrier for students to complete. So that's the idea behind that. We also want to make sure, of course, every campus, whether you're at Riverside, Redwood, there's a safe and welcoming environment for students. There's places for them to study, right? And students feel safe. So that's another piece of this. We know that students can't learn if they don't feel safe, if their basic needs aren't met, and that's one of those. So we want to make sure that it's welcoming and inviting. Of course, we want to make sure that we have support services for our students. It doesn't do a student any good if they're here doing the dental hygiene program and they have to go to Redwood campus to get whatever, tutoring or, library services or support services that we provide for specific student groups. So we want to make sure that they're available, and they're available when students need those services, right? So not at, oh, sorry, that office closed at 1 o'clock today, right? Whatever that looks like. So it meets their needs. Again, the student-centered spaces, so where they can work collaboratively together on team projects, on study groups, like those are important pieces to a lot of our students. If you walk through this building, you'll see some of those spaces that are in the design principles of the buildings now, right? So this is an element of the academic master plan that helps inform facilities planning in the future. So we want to make sure that our campuses provide those spaces for students. So you'll see, especially during the towards the end of the terms, all of those spaces filled. Students are in there with on the whiteboards and doing their group work and or group studies. Clearly the students knowing how to get those services, right? And so a lot of students don't know about services just in general. So like one of the things that we've done is embedded into all of our Blackboard modules for every course section is like a 2-pager document that provides information about all the services that they could potentially receive depending on what their needs are. So we really want to make sure that we're being transparent in that communication of what services are available and how students can get them. And then again, the flexible access. So that's really about the day, the night services. Is it provided online? Do we have services online for our online students? So we have to think about it from not only just location and times, but also the delivery method that we're thinking. So those are kind of the guiding principles. The other thing I mentioned at the very beginning is that we really wanted, with our academic master plan, to help us identify what is each campus, what's its flavor, right? And so that's one of the things that was done in the initial 2 years. And so our Redwood campus, that's kind of our traditional college campus, right? 80 plus acres, as you all are aware, and has the classic college feel, right? I've been to all the campuses in Oregon, and this is the one that feels most like a college campus from all of our schools here in Oregon, all the community colleges. And so that's a really nice thing to have. And of course, we offer a broad range of programs here. A lot of transfer degree students go. We have some CTE programs there, and of course, some community ed. The signature programs at Redwood include massage therapy, right, for CTE. We have automotive there as well. And some of the goals that we had for this campus in particular were to modernize our facilities. So as you see from when this plan was first introduced, right, we're going to have a ribbon cutting for RWCE, right? We had the science building opened up. So there's some examples of wins that we've, achieved. And of course, those things have been in planning for a long time, but it's still that thread. Hey, we need to make sure that we're continuing to think about modernizing our facilities where we can. And so supporting part of that is supporting launches to programs that bring to Redwood. So the healthcare, some of those entry-level healthcare programs are now going to be offered there this fall. And the Rogue Bowl would be another example, right? So we did some plans to fix that space so that we can now use it again. It had some ADA issues, and now we're able to use that, and hopefully we'll be able to expand its use as we move forward. So the Riverside campus is our urban transfer campus. That's what the way that we defined it in there. Again, primarily for transfer students there. It's also easily accessible by public transit, right? So we get a lot of different students at that campus than we would at other campuses. And so we have to recognize who we're serving from each of these campuses. So some of the signature programs there are early childhood education. We do a lot of that there. Human services, music. If you haven't seen the facilities there for our music department, music classes, it's really nice. And so we know that some of the needs there from this academic master planning process were safety and security for our students, right? Parking was another one. So those are things that we've kind of, addressed throughout over the last couple of years. And so the Table Rock campus is our premier workforce training campus, here in White City, as you all are here today. We see that we're in an industrial feel, right? It's a little bit different than either of the other campuses. So it is in that kind of workforce hub for Jackson County. And of course, we have signature programs here. We've talked about dental hygiene, but we've got manufacturing and other technical programs, and nursing are in. So a lot of those surge tech will be here, paramedicine's here. Right, so a lot of the CTE programs here make this campus a little bit more distinctive than the other campuses. So again, some of our key goals here really work on the one-stop place for training. So apprenticeship, how does apprenticeship fit in, and what does that look like? You can see there's building purchases. Where are we? Right over here. How do we prioritize the students or the services that we provide students here that may be different needs, right, for this population? What does it look like moving forward? So those things will be updated in the plan, like do we partner with other schools, right? In Medford at the Riverside campus, we're partnering with SOU, but here are we going to partner with other schools as we move forward for technical trainings? And then of course our online, so where learning can happen anywhere. It's kind of that designation. So you saw, and we'll make sure that the numbers are right, but online learning is a significant part of the delivery that we offer. And so we have a lot of general studies coursework. We have a lot of business courses that are available online. And we have some degrees that can be completed completely in an online format, which is great for students. So, but that also presents challenges. How do they access tutoring? How do they access counseling, right? All of those things we have to think about from each one of our different lenses of campus. And so that's where the academic master planning really helps us frame what does that look like and what are the needs as we move forward. So let's see, I wanted to just briefly touch on, again, that it's aligned with our strategic plan. So I mentioned it kind of goes both ways, right? And so we've talked a little bit about how some of those things help us really frame some of the other planning processes here. But it also feeds back into the academic master plan, because this is a living document, and we'll talk a little bit about that, but it's really each one of the things that you'll find, the strategies in the academic master plan are tied to the KPIs, right? So when we have our KPIs that we're looking at, we're saying, well, these strategies that we have for these particular campuses are tied to this specific thing. So we want to make sure that it's aligned in that way. And so it helps reinforce that those college-wide priorities, right? So when we have our 5 priorities that you'll be hearing about later, right? How do these also reinforce those? And so those are different ways that we're able to think about from our planning, from our longer term planning, from the academics, like what are the things that we can do this year that are going to contribute towards progress towards that. So that's kind of the way that it works both ways. And then, of course, it also helps us frame our enrollment management planning, right? As well as our CTE and workforce plan. So the academic master plan feeds directly into those strategies. And so we're looking at, again, when we have those different campuses, how does that support what we're doing from an enrollment management perspective for those specific campuses, right? Do we do things a little bit differently because, Table Rock is different than Redwood, which is different from Medford. So there may be different types of things with respect to our enrollment management strategies that we do based on the location. And so, of course, how does it help our workforce development and making sure that we're aligned with that? So those are things that we're always considering within that master plan. So looking ahead, I mentioned it's a living document, right? So this document does change. Some of the things that don't change very regularly. So when I say regularly, like 10, 20 years, are those initial themes, right, that we're thinking about. And I think you'll see those shine through when we look at our college priorities. So it's a living document, and that means that we want to make sure that we're updating it continuously to make sure that it's staying relevant. It's helping us provide a culture of improvement, so it helps us set that stage for planning, helps us with that cycle of assessment, and really helps us make sure that we're staying on a path of continuous improvement, which is really important when we're thinking about accreditation. And so regular updates and future alignment will be coming, right? So we'll be looking at the academic master plan again, and really how do we align it with our college priorities for this year. So that's kind of that. Before I move on, I just wanted to make sure anybody had any questions about our academic master plan. I know you've seen it before. I just wanted to kind of give you a high level overview of it, the purpose, right? And what we're in store for as we move forward.
I have a question.
Yeah.
You mentioned a couple of times safe and welcoming. I get welcoming. What exactly do you mean by safe? Is it physical danger for our kids? What do you mean by that?
Yes.
Specifically?
Yes, and also a safe space to be able to throw ideas out, like in the classroom, for example, without fear of judgments, those types of things. So that's an important piece for learning to take place. So that and physical safety is definitely a part of it, for sure.
Okay. So are we seeing that? Are we having issues with those things?
As an industry, we are.
I mean, just for us here, have we had students attacked coming from the parking lot to the buildings, or have they had horrible experiences in the classroom?
I'm gonna step away from the classroom, let him speak to the academic process, but we do have a campus safety report that we're required to complete annually, and Sean Taggart on Jamie's team does that for us to be in compliance. So we are to report crimes that happen on or adjacent to campus as part of this. And you might suspect, and that's part of what was alluded to, particularly with Riverside, with where Riverside campus is located in Medford. we had high activity reports for a while. And as we partnered and worked with the city of Medford and their livability team in that, we've seen significant drop in those activities that we've had to report both on and adjacent to campus. And so, you know, with Table Rock and Redwood, it's a little different, right? Like people are usually on campus because they choose to be on campus. At Riverside, people are on campus because that's where they walk by at any given moment in time.
Yeah, I was gonna say that we report on our Clery, we have to report on the incidents that occur, right? Required through the Clery Act. And we do that, so there are reports about what occurs. And that happens everywhere. There's always gonna be some element of incidents that do occur. But at the same time, it's important for us to recognize as a piece of academics because and we do a lot of proactive things. Like we have our risk management department that's really like taking us through scenarios like, okay, well, what if this happens, right? So we do those things because it's important for us to know and to be able to know what the plan is in the event of X, Y, or Z. In addition to that, you know, it's important for us to recognize, as Brandy mentioned, you know, when this was written, we did have some of those issues and concerns at the Riverside campus. And so it helps us elevate those pieces as priorities for which we need to work on throughout the year. Does that help?
Yeah, and then I assume if students don't feel comfortable speaking out or sharing opinions, there's a process for that, for them to
Sure, but
respond or whatever.
Absolutely.
The professor, I don't.
yes,
I'm
there are
assuming
definitely
how-
processes in place. At the same time, we want to be proactive about it and not just react, right, to within that process. So we want to make sure that we have professional development that's geared for you know, specific faculty, for staff, so that they're continuously improving their understanding of those things.
Right.
To make it so that students feel more welcome.
Is there because you brought it up specifically, do we have major concerns with that or not really?
I wouldn't say that we have concerns that are out of the ordinary from other higher education institutions. I think in general, that's something that we all work on an ongoing basis. And part of it is because we have different levels of understanding throughout the college, right? Through different employee groups. We have new faculty come on board. We have new adjuncts all the time who may not have the same degree of understanding. So it's an ongoing thing for us to make sure, because we have such a influx of new people from year to year, right? And so it's different than the 20-year faculty member who's been here, right? And really understands what that looks like in a classroom. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And I would just add, in addition to all that shared, it's titled the Student Experience Survey. It's essentially a climate survey, in part required by items like Title IX. It's been some years since that was administered, and we will be preparing to administer again, I believe in 25, 26, it could be 26, 27, I can verify that. So that'll give us some additional insight onto that safety piece of student experience as part of that survey as required.
Thank you.
So I imagine this started, what you said, Dave, a couple of years ago, which would be under Juliet's time. So thank you, Juliet, for launching this sort of great work of having a sort of a master plan. Just a clarification, are the WIGs the strategic plan that you referred to?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I was just looking at the WIG, at a WIG for institutional excellence, to build a campus culture of continuous improvement and to utilize assessment data and institutional data to optimize instruction. So kind of dovetailing a little bit on the use of either qualitative or quantitative data to inform. I don't see that bullet up there. Is that embedded in one of those pieces?
Well, that's the next part of his presentation.
Oh, that's, I'm thinking assessment and review process seems to dovetail with that. Unless This is,
It does, and so this really helps us from a longer term perspective inform what our strategies on an annual basis are. And that's really to the framing of those initial concepts, like what do we, and then what do we want the campuses to be? Like how are they distinct?
so this is,
That helps frame the context, right? So that's how that does.
okay.
In addition, it does talk about which KPIs are aligned with specific strategies when we're thinking about how, what we're doing with respect to the near term with strategies in here.
So said a little bit differently, just so I understand
Mhm.
what you're saying. These ideas are ratcheted up 1 degree higher that has a longer view and a more global view of the work. And now you're gonna take that funnel and go down into the next level.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
just want to be
And so
sure that.
That's exactly right. And so like when I talk about how it helps inform the enrollment management plan, that's going to be more near-term strategies that are directly aligned.
Okay,
And so when we look at comprehensive program review, we call that CPR.
I think
And these are some of the different things that we're looking at, right? Every program goes through a CPR every 5 years, right? So we look at it with a really deep focus. We have developed a template with all of the different data that helps support it from numbers of sources. And I'm going to kind of go through a couple of them so you can kind of see what they look like. And then we have annual degree and learning improvement plans, as well as like our course outcome reports and things like that that we do annually that help inform that program review process. So I'm going to talk mostly about the CPRs that we do, but we're really looking at assessing student learning at the course level, the program level, and at the institutional level. We have different terms for those. GELOs, general education learning outcomes, all of those things that are embedded. But the CPR is really looking at the effectiveness of the programs themselves, right? So kind of the bigger picture. And when we look at that, it really helps us from the programmatic level guide the improvement, right? And support the planning. And you'll see from, as we go through this, you'll see areas of recommendation, right? Which really help those departments on an annual basis for the next several years develop their own annual goals and how they're going to make improvements, right? Because we can't just improve everything all at once, right? It's like incremental improvement continuously. And so it really helps prioritize those things that need to be improved, as well as it makes it easy for departments when it comes time, like in fall, oh, what are our goals this year that we're going to implement, right? So they've been already thinking about those throughout the course of the year. They really lay them out with strategies in fall, and they're able to, and it should be a no-brainer for them because we've done all this work, right? And it really helps foster this culture of improvement. It helps foster a culture of evidence, right? We're building evidence so that when our NWCCU folks come here and they say, well, what kind of improvements did you make? This is documenting the whole process. It's documenting everything and putting it on paper so that they can see, oh, that's why you made this change. A lot of times it's inherent for faculty to make changes to they're always trying to tweak things and make things better for students so that they can learn better, right? But it's difficult to document all those things and the reasons why. These are all processes that are built to help document that. And importantly, it's not just busy work for them to document it for our accreditors, but it helps them recall, and especially from an institutional memory piece, when Dave leaves as an instructor, right, RCC, and now ESOM comes in, ESOM clearly has an understanding of where things were, why things were changed, and potentially what the outcome of the change was, right? So it keeps that institutional knowledge, and that's really important because as we have changes in personnel, if we don't document these things, we're going back to we're doing the same thing twice, 3 times, 4 times, right? And we're not making that continuous improvement that we say we do. It also helps align our budget. So when we know what things we want to change and what's been prioritized, well, now we can go through our zero-based budgeting process and say, well, these are things that really have been prioritized. These are things we recognize that are high priority. And importantly, right, deep reflection analysis, thinking about what we're doing all the time and how do we make it better for students? Because that's the way that we survive in this industry. We have to be nimble and flexible and improving in order to stay relevant. So I brought a couple of these and I'm going to pass these around. One is from early childhood education. This one occurred a couple years ago. It's a little bit thicker. This one's an example of an academic comprehensive program review. I'll pass them around and let you look at them as I go through some of the things that I've pulled out here. The other one is a comprehensive program review more recently, I think last year, of our admissions and recruitment departments. So not just academic departments, but also our support and other departments around campus go through these. So I'll pass those around. Here's kind of an example of what you'll see in the early childhood. And this one I pulled out as an exemplar. They've done a really good job. As I mentioned, we use data from all different sources. What you're looking at here is the regional employment. And this is Lightcast data. So the Oregon schools have a subscription to Lightcast, which is a economic modeling company. They pull data sources from all of the federal databases. So from BLS, Bureau of Labor and Statistics, Census Bureau. It's all the big federal ones. They pull it from state. They update it with their own data sets that they scrape from like Career Builder, websites, things like that. They look at job postings. They combine all of that data into a large data set. So they do a really good job. And importantly, this data is updated on a quarterly basis and can get more granular than what we can get from like Quality Info. So we do look at Lightcast quite a bit. It's a great service for us, and all of the community colleges in Oregon use it as well. And we also look at Quality Info to make sure that this data is triangulated correctly. But so this example here is about regional employment within Jackson and Josephine County. So we can drill down to those 2 counties. And it also looks at the projections. And this is mostly based on BLS data, the projections. And so we're able to look at that, and that helps us with understanding what the demand for these jobs are going to be in 10, 20 years. So that's part of one of the examples. Here we've got, here's some examples and the narrative from the department about what they've done, how they've used the results of this whole CPR to make revisions to the curriculum, right, and what they've done. And so this is, again, an important part of documenting and creating that culture of evidence. Here's another example here where we have from the course outcome reports that we do annually, which get rolled up into the comprehensive program reviews. Examples of changes in instruction that they've done. So not only just curricular changes, but also instructional delivery. And there we've got an example of, I wanted to mention that the Outcomes and Assessment Committee provides feedback. So these comprehensive program reviews, once they're completed, they're presented at our Academic and Training Council to all of our faculty, department chairs, coordinators, as well as directors and deans, and some other people. And they provide feedback, because we know that innovation occurs often at where disciplines intersect. So if you have a faculty member showing their program review from early childhood education, well, maybe a math faculty member has some ideas that they do and that's where things really get interesting, right? And so providing that feedback, then it goes to the deans, they provide feedback. The dean overseeing provides feedback, and then the VP provides feedback. Well, that results in, they have an opportunity to discuss what they've done over the last 5 years in terms of changes, and it gets aligned to the KPIs, right? So we're doing that again. And I wanted to mention that it includes a SWOT analysis. So we're looking at the external environment. We're looking at, I mentioned it serves as a template for departments' goals over the next several years. And the feedback that they get from faculty, from deans, or from the VP within this, there's commendations. So we're recognizing, right? And that's an important thing for us, especially when we hear about the Great Colleges survey results here in a little bit. But we're recognizing, and then we're also looking at where are the areas of improvement and a plan over the next few years and prioritizing those areas of those specific pieces. I'm running out of time. This is the closing the loop results. This is a new formal system that we have from the course outcome reports annually. And we're asked, so it's in progress. It's not quite prime time yet, but it's getting there. And this is really helping us understand on a year-to-year basis from the course outcome reports that then get rolled up into the CPRs, how are faculty implementing changes to either their curriculum or the instructional delivery to better support students. So we don't have everybody quite reporting on this system yet because it is newer, but we're working on getting that a little bit further advanced as we move forward. So again, how does this align to the institutional planning as a whole? And you can see the course outcome reports, the CPRs, the program learning outcomes, institutional learning outcome reports. That's really at the program and department, we call them units. And that helps inform the academic master plan, right? And some of the other plans, which then goes to the budget adoption and really, so just kind of just a visual to help you frame a little bit more. Here's another one, same type of thing. We've got up here, the program department unit review planning leads to the forecasting of what might happen in the future, which goes to, hey, what is our all college charge, which you'll be hearing about later? And then how has the budget been adopted to help support those priorities? So that's what I have for you. I have 1 minute.
We can take time for this too, to take questions.
Sure.
I don't want you to feel rushed. I don't want you guys to feel rushed either, because this is the meat and potatoes, right?
Yeah.
Of what we do at RCC.
From the academics.
That's the part we need to do. Roger.
Dave, thank you for this. It's a great indicator of how you go about taking existing programs and continually determine whether they're doing what they're supposed to do. Okay, so I appreciate that. I'm curious, what's the community telling you right now? I mean, we have, as I recall, a number of programs now that are simply, emerging, like the dental hygiene, the transportation, the bachelor's program in nursing, et cetera. Where are the holes that maybe you're hearing from the community saying something? We would like to hear or see a program doing this.
Yeah.
What's next?
So that's a great question. I will tell you that we hear from every sector in this 2-county region, we don't have enough. You're not doing enough. We need more. We hear that from every single sector. There's not one that is less
So
than the other.
more of what we're doing now, just growing it.
And that's an indictment of just where we are in the need for laborers and skilled people across the entire industrial occupations that are here in this 2-county region, because there is not one. There are some that definitely have higher demand, right?
Sure.
And we try and address that, but here's the thing, like, I often say this to folks that if we were only looking at the demand, right, of what is needed in this 2-county region the most, we would be a nursing school. That's not what we are.
Sure.
We can only do so much for nursing, and we've expanded it. And here's where we are, and this is where we kind of have to draw the line a little bit, like, I mean, we can revisit that. And we will revisit it. This is what all this planning is meant to do. But we have other things that we do. We're a community college. There's a whole host of areas that need our help. And so we're doing the best that we can with data informed, processes that really help us determine where we should be putting those resources to get the most bang for your buck, right? In terms of supporting all, right? All the sectors that we possibly can. I don't know if that helps answer your question.
Well,
Go ahead, I'll use an example, but go ahead.
Okay, no, it does. I appreciate that. And you're right. There are only so many resources that we have available to satisfy the community's need. And I appreciate you talking about the nursing because you're absolutely right. But I'm just thinking, okay, is there something out there that we keep putting off because we just don't, I mean, I don't know what it would be, but this sector
Lots.
saying, okay, we're not being supported. you know?
Well, lots. I'll tell you one that we struggle with ongoing is construction. Trying to figure out what is it that they think they want in a workforce that they're willing to pay for workforce training prior to showing up.
Sure.
Because historically, it's a sector that has said, we don't have as skilled of a workforce as we want. And what happens is, but if you put out job applications that say, if you're willing to swing a hammer, come on. But as desperate as we are for nurses, we don't say, if you're willing to start an IV, come on. No, they have to go through training and pass a licensure exam so we can build and prop and sustain a program. And so we work with these industries, and that becomes kind of our position is, what is it in a workforce training program you're willing to support and require so we can provide that training prior to entry? And it's easiest in allied health programs where there's required credentials before entering the program, early childhood education where they have to have licensure to work in the field. So that where that credential is required is easiest. Where the benefit of having these skills might differentiate you from other candidates, it's hard in our economy where people have a difficult time putting off work for school. And so ways we look at this, and he leveraged the Lightcast data, and that's really a rich thing because we'll work with an industry partner who says, I need more of this. And it might be a dentist who says, I need 2 more dental hygienists, right? Sure looks like you do. Well, we can go into the data and say, turns out you're not the only one. In our region, there's enough demand for that. We should prop up a program. Maybe a machinist comes and says, I need somebody to have this unique skills training. I need 4 people. And we're like, okay. And we can go in and we look at the data and say, looks like you're the only person who needs those 4 in our region. We're probably not going to be able to prop up that program. Could we do some contract training with you? Could we look at doing this different? Like, how can we help you close that gap if we can? But that's where we're able to look and do some needs assessments for our region and program sustainability. It's painful for us. An example of a program we did, this was mechatronics. We took mechatronics and said, we're going to offer it based on the perceived need in our region. And for a variety of reasons, probably it was not able to be self-sustaining. And so we had to shut down the program. It's costly to us. It's a negative impact on students who are in the program. It's an unfulfilled promise to industry. And so this data and research and things we do to get to how do we get to that most informed decision is there. But then there are also those programs where it's like, we know you have that need. Yes, we'd be able to deliver it, but until we can come up with a combined model, it's going to be hard to do. And nursing, did that well. It was clear they needed more nurses, but unless Asante and Prof came and said, we'll bring this to help solve the problem, we weren't going to be able to put an entire new cohort on our own back. The dentists who are contributing their professional development skills to make hygiene happen because they need hygienists that bad. It works. And outside of healthcare, an area that I'm really excited to see our team work toward is Steve Phelps in transportation. They've listened to diesel and automotive and said there's a overlap. And it's not, we don't always need a diesel or an automotive. Sometimes we need a mechanic who has an understanding of both. And maybe as they grow professionally, they start to branch off and grow their skills in one. So they're redesigning the program based on that feedback from industry to best prepare students to have a blended approach to automotive and diesel. As we're designing these multi-million-dollar facilities, it's not the way we've done it before, but it's the way industry needs us to do it moving forward.
Yeah, and so I have a good example for you. So we also consider, like, when we say we do the external scan of our environment, right? That includes other training partners, right? And so we know there's other training partners in this area who we collaborate with. Medical assisting is an entry level field for us, so we want to make sure we have it. And we know the demand is so high that employers are starting to think about training their own, right, on the job training. And we are not going to be able to meet that demand anytime soon. Like, just because it's not a program that we want to invest super heavily in. So we work with our partners. So in this case, Southern Oregon ESD, they're working on a career center, right? So we partner with them and, hey, this is a great one. We're going to continue to offer it because we want to offer it for different population of students than what they would be doing. They're working on high school students. We want to be able to make sure we have it available for adult learners, right? People who want to change careers, maybe get started in healthcare at a later point in life. But let's let them do all the training for the high schools. That's great. We're still not going to meet all the demand, with them. So that's an example of where we are looking at and each program has its own nuances, right? And so there's going to be a different story for every single program about how and why, and does this data really reflect that? Or what do our partnerships look like? So all of those things go into consideration. And that's one example of us saying, hey, yeah, come on, let's do this collectively.
Yeah.
We'll increase the output. We still won't meet the demand. And it provides that opportunity for people to meet that career pathways arc. They go into this field for a little bit, they become better and more, their abilities increase, their can't think of the word, but like they become more ready, right, to go on to the next step. And when they are ready, they will come back to us and they will take that next step up. That's where we have to say, what does our plan look like? And we're looking at investing in the higher, more advanced training so that when they do come back, because now we have a partner to help us do the basic stuff.
We can't meet all that need. We have to be willing and supportive of another community partner who can. The last thing I'll say.
Hold on just a second, because Gary has.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I appreciate all of this work, and I think it provides a great structure in a way to understand how the various pieces relate to each other. So I appreciate that. I imagine the comprehensive program review is a requirement of accreditation.
Yeah, we're spotting. That's what I was going to touch on. As a matter of fact, it's something that gets assessed very closely.
Yeah.
And our last full cycle visit, and this is what I was going to say, it was actually an area of finding for us where we had to come up with an improvement plan. And when they came for our mid-cycle visit, they were so enamored by it that they were like, you guys have fully embraced this. You're doing good work. That when we hit our next full cycle visit, we want to actually receive an accommodation
For that.
for that, just
Right.
one cycle later.
Right.
They say, and this work is being led, it's centralized through our teaching and learning center. Got great leadership and support in there, but yeah, this is one of the most critical things that our accreditors do is like, how are you measuring and assessing learning to ensure that it's occurring?
So I like all of the work around that. As I just did a quick look into this particular one. early childhood education and family support. And one of the wigs is, because I love the wig, which is that the institution will build a campus culture of continuous improvement. So I love that. That to me, that speaks to my heart around that, about a practitioner's desire to improve, looking at data, how can I deliver curriculum differently and better? So when I look at this, I just dumped into this one section around, did the department look at reviewing student course evaluation data?
They have.
Well, they said, we currently do not have a process for reviewing student course evaluation data and comments in our department,
Yeah,
but they do it on an individual basis?
yeah.
Okay.
So we recently switched software also, if you remember, I think in the last board report, we talked about it.
I was just,
Oh.
that's a 22,
So is it
23.
because it's
Correct.
older?
That's correct.
But
So
this,
probably that was like, oh, we need
Yeah,
to
yeah.
look at this.
so in other words, this was a mid-cycle change.
That's an example of why we made the decision to go with the different tools, because the response rates were so low from students. It wasn't providing any value to be able to do that. So we switched tools to try to get a higher response
Okay.
rate so they could do things
Okay.
like this.
So then what I really, so it is a continuous cycle. In other words, it's looking at real-time data. And as a very experienced former loss educator said to me once, that often systems are in the autopsy business. So the patient is already gone. And now we're going to do an autopsy to see what happened versus the patient's still alive. What are we gonna do differently now today to keep the patient or to put the right prescription in place, which I think is what I'm hearing you say you are doing.
Yeah, so, and yeah, I would say what Randy said is exactly right, right? And that is evidence of us looking at something, finding
Good.
something that we can fix, right? Making an improvement and changing the system, I'll say, because now we have access to all of those, I should say, better access to all of that course evaluation information from all the deans and department chairs, right? It's super easy for us to grab that now. It was a little bit more clunky and challenging.
Right. Just a quick follow-up. Who evaluates each of the instructors?
The students in each class.
And is there any other evaluation that would help the college decide we want to renew that contract, we want to offer the adjunct another year?
Yes, so that's a whole nother process. And the deans evaluate faculty. So we will, part of that evaluation, deans will go and sit in the classroom doing an observation,
Okay.
right? They will provide feedback based on the observation, and then they do a write-up in their performance
Okay, good.
evaluations.
Good.
The time frame for that is dictated by our collective bargaining agreement. For full-time faculty. We also look at adjunct faculty as well in this very similar processes. It would provide feedback, and that information really helps drive ideas for professional development for that faculty.
That's what I was hoping. Okay, great. Thank you.
Very individualized planning for that, right?
Okay, thanks.
So if it is about learning more about creating a safe environment for learning for that individual, maybe that's called out in that plan.
Any other question? Oh, go ahead, Andrea.
Randy, you mentioned contract work for business. Do we do that? Do we contract with specific businesses to do?
Yeah, a lot of that work is done through the Lisa Parks team and non-credit training, workforce training. And so obviously, couple key factors like where's demand and part of our availability to deliver. Sometimes people want something for which we can't find. If I want somebody who could, I want to train people to make these, we can't find a trainer, we might have a hard time doing so, but when we regularly meet with industry partners about how we can do contract training for them.
How many do we have on going right now? I'm just curious.
I couldn't answer.
We just did this leadership series, which was a huge hit, and so we'll be rolling out phases 2 and 3 of that this year. But yeah, there's a lot, and it's growing.
Yeah, and
Quickly.
because it's specific to the business for them to get in place. And I imagine that varies the length of time depending on what they're asking you
Correct.
for. It could be 2 weeks or 2 months, right?
Yes,
Yeah. Interesting.
could be 2 days.
I didn't know that. We did that.
Well, thank you very much. We
Thank you.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Appreciate your time, and it's okay that we're a little bit longer, because, you know, we have lunch for 45 minutes, so we.
We're used to 30-minute lunches.
Exactly. So, I'm
No.
rolling it to you or rolling it to,
Jamie's taking it. from
all
there.
right,
Yes, and being between you and lunch,
that's
I'm
okay.
gonna try to stay on time, and we can always further discuss as needed.
And I will say to kick her off, she's gonna give results here, but in the college, in the priorities update, she's gonna talk to you all about how they're leveraging those.
So, just to make sure we're starting from the same place, I want to remind, everyone here that this was year 2, 24-25 was, of us administering the Great Colleges to Work For survey. Modern Think is our partner for that, and they recommended 2 years back to back to establish baseline data. And so what I'm going to share with you today is highlights from year to year. But I do want to preface all of this that the 2 years in combination are what we're considering our baseline data. And then we're going to be moving to a 3-year survey administration cycle as recommended by our partners to inform our ongoing work. So the Great Colleges to Work For survey, we chose it in part because it's nationally recognized, nationally benchmarked. So it allows us to look at our data in context compared to 2 primary groups. The first group is our Carnegie Association comparators. So those are classified in the same Carnegie classification as we are, as well as what the Great Colleges to Work For program recognizes as their honor roll. So these are colleges of distinction when it comes to the elements that are measured by the Great Colleges to Work For survey. And so in a few minutes, when I pass out top line results, you'll be able to see those. And I just want you to be aware of what you're looking at when it comes to that. The reason why this data is important is because it directly impacts our ability to understand what's going on from an employee experience and culture standpoint. And it is part of what has been an ongoing commitment that we've established as a leadership team and with you all as partners of a culture of transparency and accountability. Interesting with the earlier comments about accountability. So for the 24-25 survey, we saw an overall response rate of 40%. So 286 out of 711 employees who received the link. This included all employee types except student employees. So classified staff, full-time faculty, adjunct faculty, and administrators. Our participation levels were similar to 23-24, although they do represent an increase, which is exciting. I will say although we recognize adjunct faculty participation as being an area of opportunity for us, when we hear from our consultant, they did comment on the fact that this is pretty typical nationally, and that all in all, they see this survey as valid for all employee groups. So just something to note. So I'm going to share some headlines and then we'll dig into the actual reports. I'd like to preface both the headlines and what is to follow in terms of identified strengths and opportunities, that this information does come directly from our consultants. So this particular piece of it I'm sharing comes from their analysis of us as they look to compare us with other institutions that they work with. So it isn't our particular interpretation of the data. So for our 2025 headlines, we saw 18 statements that improved by at or around up to the 3 percentage points. 5 statements improved at that 10 percentage points up to or including. 10 statements declined at that 3 percentage points mark. And one particular statement that I just want to give an example, that I think tells the story of targeted actions that have been taken, since the 23-24 survey administration, is question 22, that for faculty specifically, that actual question or statement reads, changes that affect me are communicated to me in a timely way. For our faculty results, in the 23-24, we saw a 42% positive response and 28% negative. In 2025, it was 59% positive and 15% negative. And so, what our consultants will often share around surveys is that it's important to focus on those who are in the middle and into the positive range on that Likert scale, and that it's much harder to move those who are far negative. The fact that we were able to increase positive so significantly, as well as move folks along from negative, is something that I really wanted to note. That represents a 17 percentage points increase in the positive and a 13 percentage point decrease of those reporting in the negative. And I do think that that particular statement and then the actions taken primarily by our dean team, they employed several strategies. You know, you may hear a lot of the management by walking around, really getting out and about with faculty and engaging with them, demonstrates culture work that is showing measurable improvement even on a year over year. So for our key strengths, what's interesting to note are that these key strengths are consistent with what we saw in 23-24. That's a great thing because these are the items that Modern Think identifies as really foundational to morale, retention of employees, and institutional effectiveness. They align with our values as an institution, and there's something real and tangible that we can hold on to even as we work to address areas of opportunity. And when you get these reports, you'll be able to see which statements are comprised of each category. I think that that's helpful to me when I'm looking at these to better understand how they're assessing those. For our key opportunities, our consultants continue to separate them by both tactical and cultural. These as well are consistent with the results that we've seen from 23-24. So they should look familiar to you. We have taken specific actions to address them from 23-24. I'll be sharing some of those. And then later when we talk about college priorities, I'll be giving the update around strategies for 25-26 and beyond. Since you'll be getting copies of these slides, I won't read all of these statements, but I did want to make sure I included for you the year-to-year biggest gain statements specifically from the survey. So as I mentioned, the faculty-only statement there on the very bottom, I told a bit of the story there. Another thing that I think is interesting and would like to point out just from an HR background is that that statement of I am paid fairly for my work, it increased by 7 percentage points. And both last year and this year, although it's an area of opportunity based on the way that they define it in the system that they use to assess, we come in above both peer and honor roll average institutions. So that is a bit of a point of pride from HR, although something we're always looking at as we compete to recruit and retain employees. And I also included the year-to-year biggest declines. These are items that our executive team in particular has spent quite some time with recently, as recent as our executive team retreat, talking about, and I look forward to sharing some of that information in the college priorities update. So with that, I'm going to pass out.
Go back for a second, please. I don't.
Yes, absolutely.
Could you show where these fit against the peer institutions?
Yes, and I'm gonna pass out.
That's gonna be next. Oh, gotcha.
Yep.
Thanks.
So I'm gonna pass out 3 different reports,
It's a 5-point scale, or like.
a Likert
a
scale.
5-point
Yep.
scale, okay.
Yep. So the first item that I'll pass out is the top line surveys report. Just to keep it moving in the interest of time, I'm gonna pass them all out, but we'll look at them one at a time. The second is by job category. And the third are the year-to-year scorecard by survey statement. Okay, so on the top line report, you can see they use a color coding here. This light color from poor ranges 0 to 44% positive responses. They call poor, all the way to very good to excellent, being at least that 75% in that dark navy color. So it makes it a little easier to scan based on that. And on this top line report, this is all of the data together. So an average from all those employee groups that you saw the participation and representation data on. With our 2025 results, that's the survey that was administered in 24-25. Our 2024 results, that's the survey that was administered in 23-24. The honor roll colleges for 25 and our Carnegie comparators for 25.
Let's make sure I'm looking at it correctly.
Yeah.
So our scores are the last two, comparing against the other two. So I could look at, say, 75 and compare it to the 85, 78.
Yep,
Okay, that's right, make sure.
in aggregate, so.
And the Carnegie Associates, is that the new group that we joined? No. that-
So this is based on institution size and offerings before the introduction of the opportunity designation.
We don't have data for that group, those groups of institutions.
Correct.
Okay.
I do plan to ask them about changes to the Carnegie system and how that'll impact the survey, but.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna walk you through this, reading these reports in the interest of time. And then open it up to questions, after I get through some other things I'd like to share with you. And just know that this is not your only opportunity to ask me questions about this data. I welcome it at any point. The next report is what they call the top line for job category. And so this is where you can see a breakdown by employee category in their responses. So administrator includes our management, administrative and confidential employees. Faculty is full-time faculty, adjunct or adjunct. Exempt professional staff, that's the group that we call faculty professional internally. And because we didn't have at least 5 respondents, that's why there are asterisks there instead of results.
How many, what's the N of all of that number, that group number? The exempt prof staff, would that be like greater than 30 or less than 15?
How many of those?
Yeah, what's the N of that group roughly?
Say 3.
3.
Just, that's why. So we wouldn't really want to look at those number in a sense because it's a very small number.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then our non-exempt staff, that's our classified staff. And then finally, the year-to-year scorecard. This shows you the survey statements categorized by theme, and then the overall aggregate results year over year. And so as you're looking at the top line data, for example, if you say faculty and staff well-being, how are they measuring that? You can go to the faculty and staff well-being and see the survey statements that feed into that category or theme. So a very simple current state summary that I would want you to sort of walk away with understanding is that with these 2 years of survey results, we have now a clear view of both our strengths and our opportunities. We have 2 statistically valid surveys that we're able to use as our baseline. We do have year over year progress that we can look to that demonstrates our targeted efforts as having made a difference in employee experience. And we're now better positioned to be able to get into the deeper culture work and sustain it over time. We do have specific future strategic initiatives that we'll be talking about this afternoon. I wanted to provide just a couple tangible examples, and I want to make sure that you understand that these are not an exhaustive list of particular strategies that we undertook to address the 23-24 results, but just to give you an idea of some of the things that we've done. Onboarding, for example, was a strong theme of area of opportunity for us. One example of an initiative that we undertook was the Creation as a Welcome to Road series. We've launched Neo Ed Learn, which is professional development and training for employees. We've established a recognition task force, which is comprised of employees from all over the college that are really looking at those recognition opportunities. So, and the executive team leadership development work that you've heard about before and you'll hear more about today, that also is an example of really taking seriously the area of opportunities that we found from the survey results, and moving forward with direct response to those areas. A little bit about process. I can't leave you without telling you sort of next steps process, is that we have our listening session similar to last year. That'll be offered for all employees across the college to come and engage with this data. So they'll be able to respond to both the results and the action plans from the results and give feedback in real time. Any changes to our institutional action plan will be made following that broad stakeholder engagement in the listening sessions. We have structures in place like Trimley progress reporting through our road report and in various key meetings, so that as we transition to this every 3-year cycle, folks know that we're still actively working toward improvement in our key areas. We have a measurement approach with both key engagement indicators that have been put into a mission fulfillment process as KPIs, but also things like pulse checks along the way so that we are sustaining that momentum. So with that, I was close to ending right at 12 o'clock for your lunch. But this is an area that, you know, obviously it's an area of personal and professional passion of mine. And I just wanted to make sure that I extend a thank you. I know that it isn't the same level of meat and potatoes as what my colleague shared with regard to how we're engaging in continuous improvement efforts around our programs. I offer
Take
that
hand in hand.
Yeah, that this is where we do have a significant opportunity to impact student success by the experience of the employees here who are working with them. So I'm looking forward to the next chapter and glad that we are invested in our people so that we can accomplish our mission.
Jamie, just a quick question. I appreciate all the great information. I'm curious, you're essentially measuring a lot or finding a lot of these metrics in relationship to other institutions using the information that you have. You talk about action plans in some areas. Do these other, say, the great colleges to work for, do they have anything that you could draw from as far as strategies? Or are you totally on your own as far as developing action plans?
Yeah, so part of the process that they provide is a consultant who's assigned to our account, so they get to know us and our institutional structure. And they come and present on the results and the strategies that they recommend. And this year, what was really wonderful, our consultant's name's FJ. FJ came with our full process and project plan from last year and our institutional action plan. And one of the things that I asked FJ is, does this meet what you would define as best practices? Are there adjustments that you would recommend either to the strategies themselves or the process to determine the strategies? And if I were to summarize FJ's response to that is, she really made it a point to highlight that we would, to use the accreditation example, we would receive commendations from her perspective from both a process and a strategy. So linking specific strategies to the results. She said what can happen in large institutions is there can be a big push for this survey data, and then it sits on a shelf and collects dust. And so she was very complimentary to us, which is great. And also I'm always looking for that. Is there some special nugget out there that we're missing that someone can pass along to us?
The magic bullet.
Yeah, and that particular thing I didn't get, and I would offer it up to colleagues if they want to share their feedback, because obviously I'm very close to this particular initiative. I did invite FJ to come and present the survey findings to our full executive team this year, which is different than last year where I had her present to our people, culture, and safety leadership team so that people could ask all their questions directly of the consultant.
Sure. Let's see.
A good strategy.
The results are so fresh that, you know, coming up with the mature action plan and communicating it is still a work in progress. But one of the things SJ said that really reinforced, like, again, from a different source where it lives, is the impact of effective storytelling. And so when you look at mission and pride, our mission and pride average is really high at 77 positive, 7 negative. However, the item 54 of this institution's culture is special, something you don't find just anywhere. That is abnormally low. And she said that's interesting based on the high score items that were used. That's normal. And that's an example of her saying they independently say it's a good place to work, but they don't understand that uniqueness of it. And so that's where going out and helping share that story and connecting those dots with and for them is critical. And not that it's imperfect, but she's like, normally that item would be more consistent with the other items. And so that's often a storytelling issue.
I'm imagining these are not weighted scores. So for example, the adjunct faculty return was 15% versus other categories that were much higher. These are equal in terms of the percentages. They're not weighted.
Correct.
That's correct.
As far as I understand.
Okay. So, yeah, it's fascinating. Yeah, it's really a fascinating story.
And
I appreciate that the work has been done, and Randy, I appreciate that your desire is to bring this survey to the board and to you and your team to benchmark yourselves and to develop a plan, for how to go forward.
I know Andrew's got a question, and Jamie way undersold, right? Like the importance and the significance of this. We talk a lot about resource allocation. Our greatest resources are people.
Yeah.
And we need to have a good pulse on how our people feel about the way they can do their job and are supported by the college, because we're not going to get our mission accomplished if our people aren't doing the jobs to the best of their ability. And learning this about them is a critical way to do so.
And I was wondering, sorry, Andrew, I'll come to you first, but like we did see an increase in participation, and I'm sure your team is already thinking about like, how can we get even more people to answer the questions too, which is frustrating for all of us in any job we have when we can't get people to give us the input that we're asking. Yeah, so, okay, Andrew, go ahead.
I just want to clarify on the year-to-year scorecard. Can you clarify? So there's 2 columns for 25, a plus and a minus. Can you clarify what that means?
Absolutely. Thanks for asking. So the plus are the positive responses. The minus are the negative responses, and what you don't see are any of the neutral responses in the middle.
Okay, so that's why it doesn't add up to 286, or, okay, I was wondering about that. And then obviously, we're concerned about the orange warrants attention. So confidence in senior leadership, executive leadership, is that new? Like who encompasses that? That's not department heads, correct? It's.
Right, yeah. So just to clarify, the 286, that's the number of survey respondents.
Right.
So for that piece, in the survey, there were definitions, including for our purposes, executive leadership was defined as president, vice presidents, and deans.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
So you're allowed to go put qualifiers for our institution of what that means for us.
Yes, and we recognize that even with that definition populating on every page of the survey, that some people are going to see that and see executive leadership and think all of E-team or any variation thereof.
Yeah, that was my question. Do they understand exactly who that means?
So a follow-up to this are the action plans listening towards, which we'll talk a little bit about that. Because you get these results and then you say, when we see the results, can you help us understand what might have contributed to that? And look for some additional detail. And that's one of the hardest things, that this is accurate data on this day for the people who submitted it, the way they felt. And so it's like, now how do we build from that?
And did they have I mean, I'm assuming most surveys have comment sections. Do they have comments?
We have
Why they rank certain things?
They don't provide comments per statement to explain why they ranked. We did have 3 open text response questions. And if just going off memory, so I'm not going to get this exactly right, but they're questions like, if the institution could take one action to improve your experience, what would that be?
Okay.
So 3 open text response questions.
That aren't required, but would be loved.
Would be helpful, right? It would be helpful to know why they rank that.
And we give access to the full college community, these reports, as well as what they call the employee comments analysis report. That is sentiment analysis from those open text questions, I think will analyze for us. And those things are brought together into these listening sessions so that we're having open conversations about what it may mean and where to go from here. And then one final point of clarification, Randy mentioned the action plan not yet being mature. What I would offer is we went through a robust process to create the institutional action plan. It is mature, it is ongoing, and so that will be further refined through this year's
Yeah,
process.
it needs to be updated based on these results. I think that's a better way to say it.
Any other questions before we take a pause? Right, Rochelle, I think we are ready to break for lunch. We'll let you stop the recording at 12, whatever we're at right now, 12:13. Let's try to. Will a half an hour lunch be enough so we can stay on? Yeah, of course. Okay, let's try to do that. All right, we are ready for the second half of our day. We're going to start with the community college survey and student engagement.
Thank you. So last year, about this time, we had just gotten the results, and so I shared a little bit of information from that survey. It's a survey we do every 3 years, so most of last year's was some of the demographic information and why our students are attending RCC, so that was the stuff I pulled out for you. This time, I put together, there's 5 categories in the survey, so the students respond to questions, and they're within 5 categories, so we're gonna look at the 5 categories. They're academic challenge, student faculty interaction, support services, and active learning. And so those are areas identified by this research group of ways, to help students be successful with their engagement and activities on campus. So we can use this data to compare ourselves to ourselves, compare ourselves to other schools, kind of like the survey information that Jamie shares. So you have year to years with your own information, and then you can compare to top schools and schools in your area. So I'm gonna kind of show you some of that. And then I'll talk about a few questions. There's a series of questions within each of those categories. And I'll just share a little bit from some of those questions because it's a pretty large instrument. So just kind of pull some of the highlights out of that. So one of the benchmarks is academic challenge, or one of the categories, and then their definition of academic challenges here. What you see on the right is our scores over time. And this is.
Quick time out, I'm sorry. I will point out Juliet's real fancy with PowerPoint, because she teaches it. So what those slides are embedded, so you're not gonna see all these slides in your printed document because she has what we call embedded slides. She taught PowerPoint, she knows all the tricks.
I got fancy and I didn't think about the print, so I apologize for that, but I can pull it out if you want. I could make one that's where you can see all of this. So here is our overtime. So you can see administering this every 3 years we got off that 1 year in the pandemic, we delayed the survey. And so there's a 4-year gap and then it goes back to the 3 years. These are our comparators for the average of the top 10% of the colleges that complete the survey. So when you look at this would be like aspirational. You want to be one of the bright blue, and we are the dark blue, and looking at activities that can help us get to that top 10%. So those are where you'd want to see and where you'd want to identify things you could do to continue to bring that up. So this one you're looking at is us compared to the small colleges compared to everyone. So the one before had the top 10%, and now here's all the colleges in the cohort that took the exam 2024 and us. So you can see when we get here, we're starting to, you don't see the gap as far, but we're still behind the small colleges and the 2024 cohort a little bit. So things that we saw, like an academic challenge, when I look at specific questions in there, positives that we saw, because these scores are the average of all the questions. So some of those questions we score higher, some of them we score lower, and then there's the average in that category. One of the things that we can see when you drill it down by question is that our students typically study at higher rates than our peers. So when you look at the number of hours that they studied, we had higher scores than other schools with the number of hours that they spend studying. And then we looked at opportunities. So we'll have groups that go and look at, like the student engagement committee and student success committee can look at each individual question. Opportunities for growth are making judgments and evaluating information, applying what they've learned to practical problems. So those were areas where we were lower than their peers at a higher rate than the average. And we kind of see it in this one, like AI is really a good opportunity for that evaluating information, in particular, like the timing of spending efforts around evaluating information with AI is really important for us to take some time and think about, because AI gives you some good information and some really bad information. So a skill our students could really leave with is being able to evaluate that. So I see our student success committee and student engagement committee looking at that work could be really important for us, and something that we might see in the future if we continue to emphasize that, because that is an opportunity for us in the academic challenge category. We also then take these results and look at it. This is our college now, and then several of the community colleges in Oregon, not all of the colleges in Oregon complete the CESI. And I have the list if you really want to know. It's in my bag in here. I think it's 10 other colleges. And so this is us compared to our peers in Oregon under the academic challenge category. The next category is active and collaborative learning. And then same thing in this chart, the bright blue is your aspirational. Those are your top 10% of the college cohort. And it talks of questions in this category are around students learn more when they are actively involved in their education and have opportunities to think about and apply what they've learned in different settings. And so they'll ask questions around that category. You can see when we go to everyone in the survey, still a lot of opportunity for us. And then you can go and drill down to our Oregon peers. And it's still an area of opportunity. So when we looked at questions, what we saw is that talking with others outside of class and sharing our reading and class content with others like students, family, and coworkers, we were quite a bit higher than the entire 2024 cohort. And we saw in that question, both our college and the Oregon group had a significantly higher score than your college. So whatever we're doing in Oregon, we'd like to go home and share what we learned at school with our friends, family, and peers. And then our opportunities, one of the questions they asked is about class presentations, working with students outside of class, service learning, and community-based projects. And this was an area where we were lower than our peers. That was the largest gap, is the outside of class and the volunteer and service learning and class presentations. So those were areas we look at as ways that our student success and student engagement committee can have conversations and help with strategies and teaching and learning center. We're talking about best practices in the classroom. Those are things we could look at. The third category is student effort. So you can see aspirational, you can see the dark blue over time for us. And then this was the 2024 cohort, all colleges in orange, small colleges. Where Oregon, where we closer when we just look at Oregon, but still opportunities there. And things that in this particular area where we saw a lot of strength compared to our peers was the usage of tutoring. So our students use tutoring services, which is really nice. We have a robust set of tutoring offerings. We have in-person, online. We are part of a consortium, so people can get shared. It's not always our staff that's doing tutoring, but since we belong to the group, they have access to tutoring at all kinds of different times. And then where we were significantly higher than either Oregon or the entire cohort was the use of the computer labs. So our students are taking advantage of the computer labs and report being in the labs often. Where we had opportunities, we're coming prepared to class, like reading and completing assignments before work or before class. And then another one was the revising and rewriting assignments. So they talk about that. One of the a best practice in engagement is you give somebody feedback and they improve it, redo it, and you give them feedback and they improve it, redo it. So that's like the multiple iterations of an assignment, not a one time and it's done kind of thing. And in a lot of ways, that is like a real world practice. You don't always have to show you're perfect. You get feedback. I'm about ready to do a presentation and give me some feedback. Even we had some conversations about feedback before stuff we shared today. You know, is this what you think it says, what you want, what you're trying to present? So that's an area where our groups can look at that for improvement opportunities. Our fourth category is student faculty interaction. And this, you know, the more contact students have with their teachers, the more likely they are to learn effectively and to persist toward achievement of their educational goals. So there's a lot of questions about interactions with faculty, how they engage with faculty. So again, aspirational, and then the entire cohort and small colleges. The small colleges are colleges similar size to us. And then we have the Oregon schools. So where we fit with Oregon. So for us, we see this category as a lot of opportunity in this category. Questions where we saw greater gaps than other questions were using email for communications, talking with or working with instructors outside of class, and then receiving faster feedback on how they're doing in class. So those were some of our lower scores compared to some of the other ones. And then where we had a lot of strength was discussing career plans with the advisors, so the students are talking to their faculty about their career plans. So that was something we have our classroom faculty do advising, and so that makes some sense that they're talking to their students about their career plans. And so some of the way our systems work, it helps us with making sure they're having that engagement. Other things where it was, not significantly different, but things that they look at is office hours. Are people coming in office hours, and do you talk to your instructor anytime other than in class? And so the research shows that when you do have those conversations, that you are more likely to be successful. So. The last category is support for learners. Those are our aspirational goals there. And you can see kind of the bump, the drop down in the pandemic and starting to come back up after that. Support for learners, those support services and relationships, different groups on campus. We're seeing, a lot of activity with our student engagement team and some changes and restructuring with having some student engagement advisors to focus on some of the more the outside of class activities. So this is an area where the strength we saw, again, more questions about advisors and career advisors were quite a bit higher. So they have the faculty advisors that they met with when they were talking about their faculty, but then also talking about advisors, other advisors on campus. We were significant at our peers. And so our students are meeting and talking to folks about classes and course plans and degree plans at a higher rate. So that was an area that we were doing well. And things that we can work on is the social connection and belonging. And I know the student engagement team talks about that a lot with a very large part-time population. That is always challenging. Students come and take the class and leave. And so it's hard to get people to engage in outside activities, but they keep providing different opportunities and keep talking to students to find out what kind of engagement activities would help them in their.
It's like our school on 3 campuses, so it makes it really good.
Yeah, yes, yeah, you want to have an event, we have to triplicate a lot of things that we do, which is challenging. And then, our students are moving around a little bit, and you could be a morning student, an afternoon student, an evening student, an online student, multiplied by 3 campuses. So to identify the best places to have those kinds of things is always going to be a challenge for us in the structure that we have. You can see in support for learners, those are our colleges of similar size in the entire cohort. And then you can see in Oregon, and I think Oregon, a lot of colleges have this similar kind of thing with the higher part-time students. We have rural peers in there, but not going to go to campus on a Friday night and do an activity when it's 30 minutes away from my house kind of thing. So those are where we are. I think I gave you the specific question. So we have some opportunities in there. These were, when we talked about learning students' names a few years ago, there's another survey called the SENSE survey. We saw a lot of data around student names. And so things that people will do, like they look at these kinds of questions and they look at, if you look at scores, it's our class presentations and you're starting to think about your class. Another opportunity with AI is you think about if you do everything in writing, are you doing the writing? Like it's a really great opportunity to have to present about their writing. So there's the way education is changing. I see a lot of great things that our faculty could do to connect with our students in different ways that are research-based in improving outcomes. So there's a lot of good stuff for us to put. It's data. I put, when you looked at some of the scores in the history of it, I just wanted enrollment fluctuations impact priorities. So you can kind of see us going all over the place in a few times. And some of the rapid growth impacts, we're trying to get students in classes and sometimes when you're focusing on that, it takes away from other priorities. And then when you have big drops, which we had in the middle of the survey, there's a big drop and a big increase. And so those things, it changes where you're focusing on. We were laser focused on enrollment which is where we needed to be. and adding now these student success priorities, which you'll see later on Dave talking about. As we balance out some of those will help some of these areas, I believe. The opportunities, we have committees that exist on campus to do this work. The Student Engagement Committee has been in place for a long time. There's a lot of new faces on that committee. So excited about the work that they can bring to that because it's almost an entirely new group of leadership in that committee and then ongoing new members. And then the Student Success Committee is brand new. It's been formed, it's chartered, it has chairs, and they will start working. They have some identified priorities, but I think with fall, and we will talk about the Student Success Committee. The other nice thing about Opportunity is this work is aligned with a lot of the college priorities. So when we're looking at what we want to focus on, the things that we want to focus on align with a lot of the opportunities that are in here. So we're able to rebalance resources to some of this work as well. Questions?
Am I hearing this correctly, that you're just in the process of identifying primarily the opportunities, but you really haven't got an action plan together yet? You're working in that direction, but you don't know how you're gonna solve I don't want to call it a problem, but how we can get better.
So I think Dave's gonna share some of the stuff in the second half. So this survey is something that's the Student Engagement Committee has looked like, when you go back all those years, they take those results and work on them and discuss plans. There's a new Student Engagement Committee and team with because a lot of changes. We're still working on building some plans with them. So a lot of this is still in the planning of general student success activities, doing all that, and a lot of this is stuff we already know. It just seeing the data behind it can sometimes be motivating. So everybody knows good student engagement practices. Hearing how your students see you can influence, I thought I was asking or communicating this way, but now when I look at what the students say, maybe I need to rethink how I am giving that message. And so those are our opportunities also to help people interpret the results and see how what they're doing is seen by students, because this is all data.
Now, this committee is made up of, who participates in that committee?
Lots of people. So student engagement has the employees in the student engagement, has faculty, has classified. Some of the committees are across different divisions, and then Student Success Committee, which is new, is still adding members.
The students get involved in those?
On the Student Engagement Committee, yes, they have students on that committee. Gary?
Are there any, is there any repetition of questions on the course evaluation?
That was gonna be my question.
With this, because this is really rich information for the instructor to see in real time.
And I was thinking in terms of, here's the numbers, and it's a similar kind of question, here's my numbers. How do I compare to?
It's a good question. So the SESI is done by the University of Texas at Austin, right? And it's great because we get to benchmark against other institutions, our Oregon cohort, as well as ourselves over time. It is seriously lagging information. So it's not something that we can be reactive and fix something for a student right then and there.
Sure.
But it does give us that pulse of where we are, right, in those 3-year chunks, that almost 4 years, but so that's it's a really good survey. It is not the level of the course, it's the student experience. The way that I really look at this is it's about the engagement. It's the community college students or community college survey of student engagement. And as Juliet mentioned at the beginning, we know student engagement here at the campus, at the college, is paramount, right, to their success, retention, progression, completion, paramount. Therefore, we want to make sure that all the different types of engagement are in place. And this is really focused on 3 different types of engagement. Student to content engagement. So how engaged are they with the content of what they're learning? Student to student engagement. So you heard some things about group learning, that type of thing. and student to faculty engagement. And that's, I'm looking at those notes, or making notes as I'm listening to some of this data. So those three types of engagement, and where do we focus our efforts is the question, and how do we prioritize? And so the course surveys are specific to that course and specific to that instructor. There may be some overlap in terms of, there is some overlap in terms of, there's open-ended questions, things like that on the survey for the course as well. So there's specific things, there's questions that ask, what could this instructor do specifically to make your engagement in this class better, right? So there's that type of thing. That's much more, the course surveys allow us to make adjustments like right after that term. And this is like those, yeah. So I don't know if that helps answer the question.
I guess you just sort of did at the very end of your comments. So there are some specific questions on the course evaluation that are very relevant to this category, so that there is a do now on the part of the instructor. You sort of verified that. That's really great, because these would be lagging, but in the real moment, you'd like the instructor to know, have I been available to my students? Do they feel welcome in the classroom? Are the projects in a project-based environment, or is a lot of sit and listen kind of thing?
And the best instructors, they're gonna do that on a module by module basis in the course. So they're probably gonna get 4, 5, 6 of those for that module.
Yeah.
And they are able to take what they've heard from the students early on in the course and apply it to the next module. And that's really where we want to get.
Perfect.
So when we go from this like 3-year span, and then we go to the term to term, we got to get within the term too. And that's ultimately where we want to be.
Because then you might see over time, these numbers change, because you've done some
Absolutely.
intermediate intervention work, right?
You
And
know,
that's kind of
that's
what I was asking about, is just, are there questions that are similar, not necessarily to compare in the moment to historical, but just to kind of get that touch point in between the 3 years of how are we doing? So that was my question. You answered that.
There's a lot of times we talk about the threat of AI. Here's an example of the tool of AI in this kind of a setting. If you're able to give a module by module assessment, say, okay, my students, I have 2 sections of the same class with enrollment of 28. I can't look through 56 sets of surveys before I get the next module built by next Tuesday. Well, you can go that in AI and say, what are the themes? What am I looking at?
Right.
They really don't get this component. They don't really have that. You can have that in 2 minutes. Like I can build that with that. But it's taking a week and a half to look at all 56. So that's where sometimes when we talk about how can we change things on the fly, it's the ability to collect and process data. And for helping our students, our instructors, they're going to be able to do that feedback in a way where even now, it's like, oh, we get all these surveys and that's great. And when do we take the time to read and process all those surveys?
And last thing, I don't know the term provost, because it's not in my orbit of vocabulary. Is another way to look at the provost as you, Dave, as the chief academic officer?
The provost is essentially the chief academic officer and the chief student service.
Perfect. That's the answer. Good.
Go ahead, Indra.
I'm wondering, is this survey given nationally to other states too, or, and so how, do we know how we compare?
You weren't in here when they.
Oh, I'm
did that.
sorry.
That's okay.
I'm
She'll get those other
sorry.
couple slides that
Okay,
show it, their dynamic slides.
So what I said, I mentioned her slide, she embedded them. She was really fancy.
Yeah.
Embedded them, so we printed them and didn't get it, but when she was able to go through it and slip out, it spoke to, like, there's an example, like our college versus small college versus the 24 cohort, and then the next is us against Oregon. So there was for each one, there's a metric.
oh,
And
so
Juliet said she could
there's
get that.
Oregon, and is what cohort is national?
The national
Oh, okay, thank you.
and Canada also,
What was
And
that?
Canada.
yeah.
Oh. Okay. Is Oregon just out of the top of your head does Oregon score lower in most of the things than national or? I only ask because we know how Oregon scores overall.
On some of them.
Nationally, we're way down.
There's some, if you look while you're asking, you'll kind of see where they did. There are some of so it's those 5 metrics at the top right.
Yeah.
As we go, and some of them Oregon outperforms, some Oregon is outperformed. You know,
Yeah.
Interestingly, yesterday, Lisa and I had an opportunity to present at a head commission on finance, to talk about the financial monitoring report, which is our next presentation. And support for learners, the last one where we're significantly under the national average, was one of the things that came up. When you look at our cost drivers and our labor, in particular, providing access to instruction has been our top priority. And we've not been able to provide the support to learners in the same way maybe some of our peers across the country have. And now we're seeing it in data and stuff.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
All right, Lisa.
All right, are you ready to move on? So I know that you were all up late last night reading the fiscal monitoring report. So you do have a copy. It was in your packet. We're going to go through that. The one thing I do want to mention that we use the same methodology in this report as the state did in their financial sustainability of Oregon Community Colleges report. And that was a report that Randy has mentioned a few times that Lisa Scari and Randy spoke to yesterday with the Funding and Achievement Subcommittee of the legislature. And that was their first time issuing that report. So the purpose, again, of the report for Rogue, and this is all about Rogue's report, is really to build on the current financial information we already provide the board. So when you're thinking about the information we provide, we really do short-term looks, budget to actual with our monthly financials, and then our annual audit. This is more of a ratio that does a longer term perspective. And so this report is from 2019 to 2025. So it's giving you kind of that historical trend information versus just quick snapshots. So again, it's not something to use independently, or this wouldn't be the only report you would want. You would want to continue using the reports we have. And then this is just a new report, a supplement to improve our the way that we look at our financial information. So I did mention the HEC report, and I just wanted to give you a quick snapshot of what it is actually saying in their report. So overall, they mentioned that our enrollment has increased 36% from 2022 to 2024 fall term. We were one of the highest, one of the community colleges, the highest increase in enrollment. Our composite financial index, or CFI, was above 3, showing strong sustainable finances. Our reliance on state funding is steady, giving us a balanced mix of revenue. We didn't have any audit delays, no sanctions, no major changes in leadership or leadership disruptions. And the HEC overall rated us as stable across all the metrics that were within that report. So I'm going to go through each one of the financial ratios for Rogue. And I have 2 slides, so I'm just going to start with the visual. The second slide, if you want to look at that as we go through, because I'm going to focus on the visual, it's really the detail about Rogue. So I'm going to start off just to say that the primary reserve ratio, the benchmark you can see there in the green, is equal to or above the 0.4. It's calculated by dividing the expendable net assets by total expenses. So it's really measuring our financial flexibility, how we can stay in our operations and respond to unexpected challenges. So having a strong ratio means that we have the resources to support our mission and invest in the future. So as you can see there, RCC 6-year average at the bottom is 0.55. So essentially we have just over 6.5 months worth of reserves that we can cover our expenses. And so when we're talking about reserves, it really is our beginning fund balances that are not restricted, plus our PERS reserve, our stability reserve, and then also our reinvestment reserve. So that's how that's really being calculated there. The one thing that you're seeing here is a big shift starting in 2022 and a big increase. And so when we think of pandemic funds that we started receiving in 2022, higher education emergency relief funds, they started coming in 21. We really started receiving more and more in 22 and moving up. The increase up into 2024 has to do with the employee retention tax credit, which again was related to the pandemic. So again, those provided critical supports during this timeframe. However, they're not going to continue. So one of the things you might see in the future is this declining a little bit. Again, as we spend those reserves and invest back into the college, you'll also see this decline. There's a couple of things that are, there's another item that's also going on that you'll see within all of the ratios. One is those pandemic funds that I talked about. The other has to do with the community college support payment structure. 1 year we receive 5 payments, 1 year we receive 3 payments. So you'll see that going through our ratios as well. You're not seeing it here as much because of those pandemic funds. So again, this is what I talked about. Go ahead.
Lisa, I just had a question. Obviously, as you mentioned, that's being driven by some rather unique situations. At what level are you targeting to say, okay, we've got some additional dollars we could probably use to do some things in the short term, but it's going to reduce our reserve? Where is that level? Have you got a defined level that you're saying, okay, we need to make sure that we don't go below 0.6, for instance?
So can we wait more towards the end?
Oh,
when
I'm
we
sorry.
talk-
Okay, go ahead.
When we get to the CFI, which is the combination of all the ratios we're talking about, it really talks
Okay.
about where we are, and then I'll go into that a little bit
Okay.
more.
Got it. Okay.
That help? Okay. So I'm gonna move on to the operating ratio. Again, I'm gonna talk about, it measures whether the institution is living within its existing resources. Again, the green line there, the ideal range is 0.02 to 0.04. And you, again, small space, but actually very important for financial stability. So looking just at Rogue, again, our 6-year average, which is down there, is 0.11, well above that ideal range. Again, that is the temporary funding that we received from COVID that's helping. The valleys and the peaks that you're seeing there really is that 5-3 payment. So when you're looking at these ratios, looking over a number of years at the average versus 1 year is really going to give you better information.
And the ideal is 0.0204. That seems really thin.
Yeah. It does, it really does. So again, a higher margin isn't gonna say invest in spend and you have more dollars to do that. Because again, the one-time funding isn't here. So if we added a ton of new costs, we wouldn't be able to be sustainable. So that is showing that. The other part of this ratio is keeping a strong ratio. I know that we typically have not or borrowed using our operating funds, but having a strong operating margin ratio allows us to have better interest rates. And also that flexibility, if something comes up, we have reserves or we have the flexibility to spend some dollars to help us through those times. And then it's just showing that we have financial resilience. Again, when we talk about funding, even when we have our local option levies, right, to pay for our capital debt, this helps us keep those interest rates down for our taxpayers. Moving on to the viability ratio. The ideal range is 1.25 to 2. So a ratio of 1 represents basic overall solvency, indicating that expendable reserves are just sufficient to cover outstanding debt. So again, it's going to measure whether we can meet our long-term obligations without straining the operating budget. And really it's telling us if we're strategically managing our debt or not. It's an interesting ratio for Rogue. Again, our ratio, that 6-year average is 1.53. Because all of our debt, all of our capital debt is backed by property taxes. So it's really not drawing on our operating funds. There are other colleges within Oregon that actually have issued debt and they're paying with operations if we issue debt and paid with operations. Unfortunately, this ratio doesn't take those two separate types of debt into account. So it doesn't really tell the whole story of what's going on. But again, maintaining a strong ratio is going to be what helps us to get lower interest rates moving forward. Go ahead.
Is the growth through the green, through the ideal, a result of increased property value that generated more tax income, taxable income?
No, you can see it's our expendable net assets. So again, it's the reserves, our ending position is really helping this move forward, is what it's looking at.
And our debt's going down.
Well, yeah, and our debt's going down.
Those two things. And it's really the fact that we've come out of the pandemic with some healthy reserves has added to this position.
Right,
Yeah.
and
the fact that debt's going
debt's
down.
going down. So then on our net position ratio, the ideal range there is 0.03 to 0.04. Again, it's going to measure whether the assets are performing or performance aligns with our strategic goals and missions. A healthy ratio means we're maintaining a resource, or we're managing our resources wisely and directing them towards our priorities. So a lower or negative ratio could indicate financial challenges such as rising costs, shrinking assets, which might make it harder to fund some initiatives that we have. For Rogue, again, our 6-year average is 0.10. Again, that's well above the benchmark. Again, the peaks and valleys is that 5-3 payment structure, and then also the increases there. You're also seeing through their the pandemic funds that we have. And that's the other reason you're seeing peaks and valleys with that as well. So even though this is positive and has been for a number of years, it doesn't mean that we should take on new ongoing costs without careful planning. We need to make sure we're still balancing our investments with sustainability as we're moving forward. So finally, looking at our composite financial index, or our CFI. So this is a combination of all 4 of the ratios. There's weighting that we've added to this to come up with what the CFI is. You can see that, again, as I mentioned before, it's above that benchmark of 3. And down here at the bottom of the slide, really talking about, there's a, I'm going to move to the next slide and I'll come back, but interpreting CFI, this is what was used in, it's pretty much used nationally on how you rate yourself within the CFI index. And ours is 3. So right where under the strategy there, it's talking about directing resources to allow transformation, cautionary financial pressure, and then reallocate funds to ensure financial stability. It's not saying, hey, you have lots of money, go invest in lots of long-term costs, right? It's saying you're in a good financial position, which is really where we're at, and continue using your good judgment and your financial savvy and moving forward. So, Roger, did that answer your question?
I think it does.
So one of the things within the state report is they were talking about FTE, and I just wanted to bring back to your attention. And this is a slide we used during the budget planning process. So you can see the green there is Community College Support Fund funded FTE, and then the blue line is actually RCC's FTE. And you can see that we're unfunded for approximately 533 FTE, and that will grow as we determine what's happening or what the audited numbers are for this last fiscal year we just ended. So again, what this is telling us is that we're teaching more students than the state funds are supporting, which puts added pressure on our budgets.
So can I just ask you to probe a little bit? So isn't the blend of both local effort and state funding designed in such a way that would allow those property wealthier communities to have to use those local funds in order to fund programs? So it's an equalization feature around the state. So am I capturing that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
However, for Rogue, we're slightly above the average in the amount. So on the left is Rogue, on the right on this graph is statewide. The light blue is property taxes per FTE, and the dark blue there is what we call support appropriation coming in per FTE. So you can see we're
Right.
funded higher with our property taxes than the
Right.
average college.
I guess I'm just saying, maybe I'm saying it incorrectly. The design by the legislature, plural, over time intended this effect. In order for them to equalize, to create some equity across all of Oregon for those communities that are not property wealthy or property rich, in order to create some stable equalization.
Yes, and I'll say from my perspective, they use the permanent tax rate, which was in place at the time that they moved from districts having to go out and ask for property operating levies every year without really looking at all of the community colleges to see how those rates were happening.
That was the fault in their thinking. That's a flaw in the ointment, or a flaw in the building of the model.
They froze permanent tax rates. So for example, I came from a state where the K-12 model was designed this way. And in doing so, they said, we're gonna take 20 mils from every state taxpayer for K-12. And so whether you produced a lot or you produced a little, everybody paid the same permanent rate. And in a couple districts, very few, their 20 mils paid for more than their district. So they were subsidizing the rest. Maybe it was a very small enrollment, but very agricultural wealthy district. So very few, but most of them, state money didn't subsidize and made up the difference per FTE or pupil. But here, we froze permanent rates. So some schools were locally investing a higher rate than others. And now they're just continuing to do so in perpetuity to get to the exact same amount of money.
Okay, that's the fault.
And that can.
That's the flaw.
Yeah, that's the flaw, and can run a risk. We did some analysis on this. It's not as much as I thought it would. Where there's a scenario, if you have a high tax rate for paying the bills, you're operating, there might be less appetite locally for a local bond.
Right.
Like I already pay you $1 to keep your lights on.
Right.
That goes through the state cycle, so I don't want to pay you 50 cents for buildings, whereas
We have that
some taxpayers may say, I'm only paying 50 cents for the lights, so I'd be happy to pay another 50 cents.
Right.
So it's a challenge with the model that got frozen, what was Measure 5 years ago.
Mhm. And then, yeah, it did. And then the one more complexity or uniqueness is compression. So if within your district, you can only, I think it's $5 per thousand for education, and we're included in that. So if you have more, and remember K through 12, they were also just set at that same time. So it created maybe more compression in some districts than other districts. And so that's the other piece that is occurring as well.
Yeah, thank you. It's just better to understand the nature of the problem, because one then could take away a bunch of inaccurate assumptions, if you will, from just looking at the graph, right?
So the one piece, the good news that I will say is that we do have a new way that we are being funded. So 90% of what is available to run through the formula is FTE based. Right now, it's a little bit more than that, but 50 million of that, right, is now going to be dispersed based on student success and student support measures. And that's not part of total public resources. So they don't bring our property tax rates, our levies into that piece. So we're all funded at the same rate. There's still all of the weighted average and those types of things to level out how quickly you could grow in that. The other neat piece is there's not a growth cap on it, so we can continue to grow in that particular segment as quickly as we can. And it will continue to grow. So last biennium, it was 12.5 million for year 2. So last year, this biennium, it's 50 million with $21 million in the first year and then 29 million in the next year. And it grows till it's 10% of the formula.
So on that, so we've gotten our, I call it the performance function of this support fund. So how do we rank? I mean, they've already, have they determined the first issuance of that money?
They haven't. I have not looked where we ranked at the moment. I don't have that in my
Right.
head.
Not seeing the numbers, it's like
It's-
the projected numbers, but not final numbers.
It's a zero-sum game because whatever X gets, Y gets less.
Correct, and there is one school, I do know that, there's one college that seems to have larger than increases or student success, student support measures than others of similar sizes. So we're looking at that. Our business managers have been looking at that, but that's as far as I can go at the
Okay.
moment.
At some point in time, that would be a good number, just to see where we are.
Okay.
And I could probably get that from the heck of that.
Some of the early projections were, so for example, and I've got to be careful with this, like, we might have seen like 3.8% of the CCSF based on enrollment calculations. And we were projecting to get like 4.6 of this dollar. So I remember on some of the early projections we were slightly outperforming what we were getting in traditional equalized, but I've not seen it since it's landed.
Yeah, I will look. It's actually in the workbook and I have not looked at that, but I do know that we're higher on the student success, student support piece, our percentage of the pie than we are on the.
I can remember it.
Yeah,
At least optimism on that is at least it's something that you can change, you can pursue to try to outperform a result. Whereas when you look at the way the equalization with growth management cap, we have set stabilizing enrollment as our top priority. And we're not eligible for additional funds, even though we outperformed. I mean, we generated the enrollment.
I just remember Paris's comment at a comment one time. He says, "Is there an appeal process?" No.
So just, there's always emerging financial pressures. None of this is new. I'm not gonna go tons into the federal and state, because I think Randy might be taking over some of that in the next conversation. But again, there's always inflation that's coming. Again, we can't go out and spend or charge students another $100 per credit. They wouldn't be able to afford to come. So there is, caps on how much we can charge more in tuition and fees because of affordability. There is some uncertainty going back and forth about federal grants. I think there's still questions about financial aid. Some of that has to do with repayments on loans, but that still could affect students returning. Always, we have costs rising, inflation, those unfunded mandates from the state. And then again, most of our growth is in those CTE programs that are higher dollars than traditional transfer students. And again, as we're looking forward, we're looking at diversifying how we're providing resources to cover these costs, grants, federal, state. Again, philanthropy, planning for our bonds, if we go out for another bond levy, and then again, strategic use of our reserves moving forward. So to wrap it up, I wanted to bring us back to the budget priorities and what we're planning for 25-26. And I want to say that although we did this report after we really finished up our budget priorities, although we were been working on this particular report with the state since we started last October. So we've been looking at this, that the strategies that we're using and our priorities going forward really do are supported by what our financials are over, the ratios are showing over the last few years. And so we're moving forward in the right direction. And again, we are strong and stable, and we're going to continue being that way with what we're planning. That's all I have.
Other questions? Thank you very much, Rob.
Thank you. It's a great overview. And I really like that you added the weights to your 3 priorities.
We're gonna do just after Randy's up next a little bit, we are gonna take a short, just like a 10-minute comfort break, and then we'll power through to the end of the day.
That's the plan.
Okay.
So, I don't have slide information here. This is kind of a little bit of a verbal update with, heads up that in my monthly report to the board for the packet for the board meeting won't be, it's a slide deck for the ACCT's legislative. It'll give you some really good content, and our picture here is our fearless crew that wandered the halls of the Capitol in Salem. We've got a couple students there with us, and Rep. Hudson, who chairs the education committee there in the back center. Just don't tell Maria, we got the picture of her napping, power nap during the picture. No, so what we want to do is just provide some really brief update on federal and state issues, and then offer an opportunity for you to ask any questions on where you are. I'll start federally. It is a difficult time right now to be an institution or an organization that depends on usage of federal dollars or compliance with federal expectations. And I say that because without getting political, what happens is we have adopted a law, adopted legislation, and adopted budget. We have a current administration that is taking positions that are frequently being challenged legally, and in many instances, they are being overturned and saying, well, that's not legally compliant, or that's not, as the budget was passed. And in some instances, it's not. So for example, near and dear to us is our Title II funding for our English language learners, adult basic ed. We were notified it was going to be held back. Oregon and other states filed a lawsuit to say, well, no, because legislature appropriated those funds. You actually need to appropriate the funds that the legislators did. And so we were later notified, okay, you're going to get your dollars because you are supposed to do that. Flip on the other side of the coin, and you have the desire to dismantle the Department of Ed and move functions of the Department of Ed under other areas. So a lot of what's under Department of Ed for higher ed would move over to labor. That's been challenged, and the Supreme Court said, no, they can continue to do so as long as the functions are done. So we really have to wait in many instances for these legal challenges to play out, because it's in conflict, and it's until it goes to the Superior Court in the land to decide where's this conflict going to be landed. So trying to figure out where are we on this issue as an institution is continually challenging. You may or may not know that a federal budget for fiscal year 25 was never passed. we are actually operating in a continued resolution. And so there wasn't a fiscal budget for 25. It was a continuing resolution, I think, till March, and in March, they just continued it through the remainder of the year. And so there's a president's recommended budget for fiscal year 26, which includes significant cuts to much of the supports that we receive and our students receive in order for community college students to be successful. The House came up with a budget that call it a skinny budget that reflects some of those cuts. The Senate appropriations budget is quite a bit different and basically fully funds the fiscal year 24 limits because we don't have 25 limits. So we're seeing like the limits for Pell, the limits for TRIO, the limits for Head Start, a lot of those programs that I connected to the work we do in that budget right now, fully supported. The question becomes where and how do we get to a budget that's being spent? I think there's a lot of prognosticators who say they're gonna have a hard time passing a budget and we'll probably move into another continued resolution. So we continue to try to figure out what happens if and when and as we award aid. Institutionally, and what we've done is said, you know, we've got a mission, we've got a focus. We have taken the very intentional stance to say we don't want to erode confidence with our students and with our employees and with our community. And how's it going to be for Rogue? So we're just saying we're staying the course. Lisa shared a little bit about how our financial position is. And given that, we can weather a certain level of storm if we need to. And this is an important conversation to have with the board. We're planning and want to get feedback from you. And probably something I won't think we want to deliberate or act today, but give you just kind of this is where we're at on it, is that we're saying stay the course. Unless there's a significant disruption one way or the other, we're going to stay the course we've been on. We're going to try to make sure that people feel a sense of consistency and confidence. You know, we've seen some of the results earlier and how we want to continue to strengthen confidence and leadership. And I would challenge us to say that yes, we have executive leadership, but also in board leadership, is our institution being run in an effective way? So there's a lot of things going on at the federal level that do that. And we had it 2 years ago during the biennium with the state budget when they had to go, they were talking about going into continued resolution for our state budget because we had some political jockeying going on. And at that time, we were asked about taking a position and creating maybe some alarm or concern if they didn't pass a budget. And we at that time said, no, we're trying to build confidence within our community. So we played this on both sides of the state and the federal and the political spectrum as this is what we're doing as an institution. At the state level, a couple indicators that we're watching. And the biggest right now is that the next revenue projection report is to come out August 27th. And there are a lot of folks who are saying we should not anticipate a positive revenue report. And we have to remember that we just approved a budget at the state for a biennium. And there is precedence in the past about cutting a budget during a biennium. It's some I was not here and lived that, but many of you were here and lived what that looked like, both as a college and as a state as a whole. So if the state were to do something like that, we're going to have to decide as a college, what does that mean for us and what do we want to do? And so I think the first thing we can do is wait for that projection on the 27th. And from that, it will help kind of create a timeline for, is there urgency on our part to have discussion, if not a decision, at least begin discussion, or do we just need to continue to watch? So though, just for context, you know, with the state, one of the things I say to help people understand this maybe most clearly is that you know, our state is one that historically has been dependent on and leveraged significant federal funds for the state budget. So we're working with a state that in order to continue doing what it's done is short $3 billion from the feds. And so, and not to do more, and everybody's got ideas for new things, but to continue doing what we've done, we're anticipating $3 billion less. And that reality check is like, it's part of the reason why I will tell you, I've had a number of state elected officials say in mixed company, we were unable to adopt the budget that we wanted to adopt, and I will call out that we fell short specifically with higher ed. And they'll often tell us that when we go as higher ed to visit their offices, but this is in front of all the agencies. They're like, we know with higher ed and workforce training, we're falling short. So there's not this, you guys should be doing stuff different, you're not important. It's saying, we know you're a priority. We need you to know we cannot find the resources to give you that even we think you deserve. So I'm gonna pause there and maybe take any questions, thoughts you will have as part of your board packet. That update on the federal budget stuff, and if there's any questions that pop up after you review your packet at your regularly scheduled appointment, then I will be happy to answer any of those in the board meeting.
I'm just trying to weigh what you said and visualize it through the lens. If I were a typical RCC student getting the Pell Grant, did I hear you say that, you know, the Pell Grant, the amount and whatever is in flux?
So depending upon what's adopted,
Well,
yes,
that's true. Okay,
so
all right.
what was proposed by the president's budget and the House Budget Committee would be a significant decrease. The Senate budget, which usually carries a lot of weight, what is proposed to remain the same, both for the total budget and the max award amounts.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, let's
Yeah.
continue. If I were an RCC student, let's say I were a continuing student coming back for second year or whatever. Last year, I could count on, according to your numbers, let's say $4,300 that I received as a Pell Grant. Can I count on that this year as I enroll? Somehow, between what actually shows up in Fed dollars, if it's not there, I'm not sure I heard you say this, but is the foundation, is the school somehow gonna, you know, make it right by me so I can still afford to go to school?
Well, you know, eligibility for federal funds is always contingent. It's right, it's contingent on students' performance.
Oh, sure,
It's contingent on a number of things. So even
Let's say that's all being equal.
yeah,
Okay.
so can we do something? Might we do something? Should we do something? I think is a question that would need to be asked. But I don't think that there's a contractual responsibility on the
Sure,
school
right,
to
okay.
make up for any shortcoming from what federal eligibility
Sure.
may be. But that's exactly what happened is our financial aid office has been out awarding federal financial aid based on assumptions. And they always kind of have to do that. They have to figure out, you know, we're awarding, you know, students started their FAFSA process in October.
Sure.
For this next year. And
Right.
so that happens kind of in any given years. We're building it on assumptions, knowing that they've not adopted next federal year budget. Usually it's not in this much flux. And I also think that those pressures will probably influence at the end of the day, the federal decision maker. So a scenario where they might adopt legislation to say, okay, because aid's been awarded for this year, we're probably not gonna be able to cut it that much, but our intent over time is to cut it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure, okay, here it is August, okay, can I afford to start classes in September? Okay.
And that's how we're awarding it based on that assumption that it's gonna be there. And again, the fiscal year for the federal government starts October 1, so this year's fall awards would come from current fiscal year.
Sure.
Now, one of the things that's come up with Pell Grant, I had an opportunity to have lunch this week, and Jamie did as well, with Senator Merkley's regional staffer and education, DC educational staffer. And one of the things we talked about was watch Pell in particular, because one of the things we have heard out of DC is that maybe historically they budget Pell, but they've always made available what's been needed. So if they budget $143 billion in Pell, but what was needed was 153, they found the 10 billion to touch unmet need. Some of the discussions that have gone around is we're not going to exceed the budget. So if you think that that could happen, if you now look at Oregon and the fact that we're on a quarter system instead of a semester system, we'll have students starting a spring term well after semester students have already been awarded their Pell. So if they're going to run out, they're going to run out for students on spring term in a quarter system. And so like Oregon understand that we're more vulnerable in a model like that than schools that have semester systems. So there's that's the unknown. And then that's part of the thing when we think about, when we see surveys and stuff like that, people, you know, when we talk about confidence in, like people look to us and like, we want you to give me confidence. And I want to give you confidence, but I don't have clarity and I'm not going to lie to you.
Other questions about this part? And then we're gonna take a 10-minute break and come back and finish up. All right, Rochelle, you stop the recording? And let's be back by 2:10, okay?
Okay.
All right, we are back at 2:09. And we are going to look at the 25-26 college priorities. Any preamble?
Yes, a little bit of preamble here to set the stage. We spent the majority of the day thus far kind of helping you understand a little bit where we are, where we're coming from. And we talked a little bit about the development of college priorities a couple of years ago to get a more strategic and clear focus. When we set college priorities back in 22-23, what you can see is stabilizing enrollment has been a priority the entire time. And specifically what we said was that while the 5 priorities aren't in ranking order, stabilizing enrollment is the top. That for the long-term well-being of the college, we had to change the enrollment trajectory. We had to look at things that we were doing. We've largely done so through both access and student success strategies, and Dave's going to go in and when we get to that priority, give you some context on it. But following up on what Lisa just shared, the fact that we have not just exceeded but far exceeded our FTE eligibility under the current growth management cap. Growing at the same rate we have is not going to be sustainable unless or if additional support comes in, or that is very specific strategic growth, meaning it's self-supported. And what self-supported growth looks more like is like getting more enrollment already existing classes, or enrollment in low cost to deliver classes. So maybe it's a class with high enrollment capacity and an adjunct is teaching it, versus we're adding a program with high cost faculty and high cost equipment. So those are the value considerations that we have to make. So the focus on growing and stabilizing enrollment in that way, we're keeping stabilized enrollment, but it's truly going to look different than kind of grow enrollment in any way at any cost. Like that's not what stabilized enrollment means now. It'll be much more strategic. While that changes the momentum and focus on stabilized enrollment, what it does do, with it not being the top priority, what we're saying is it's an equal priority of the other 4 now. And being an equal priority, we have not in the last couple of years, I'll say we have not prioritized the others in ways that we're like, oh, there's an opportunity to do this thing tied to this priority, but we don't have the capacity because of the efforts that have gone into stabilizing. So what you will see for the remainder of the afternoon in the presentation is a more balanced approach between stabilized enrollment and some of the others. So some of the outcomes that we saw earlier around experience and focus We anticipate with the increased focus on student success and systems and efforts, that those are the results that will improve in the coming years. So I will take it from there and pass it on to Dave, who's going to cover our first two topics.
All right, thanks. Appreciate that setup. So the first college priority, stabilize enrollment. And as you heard Randy, it might mean something a little bit different. I just want to give you this time around, it might be something different, have a different meaning this year than it has in the past. Sorry, let me finish my thought before I move on. So this is what you saw last year. This is last year's data. This is not this year's data. And I wanted to show this to you because this was taken 62 days before, right there, start of the term. And what we're looking at here is just credit courses. There are no, well, there shouldn't be any dual credit in here because it's
This early, we don't,
Yeah.
at that point in time anyway. But it should say non-dual credit. So, but this was what you saw last year. The point that I want to make here is at this point in time, this is the same point in time report. So comparing 62 days before the start of fall to 62 days the prior year before the start of fall. And we were up 22% in FTE, right? And then when we look at the year's end, because now we have the luxury of time, right, on our side, we can see we ended up only almost 2% increase in FTE. So a lot happens between 62 days prior to the end of the year, right? When everything settles, all the data settles. And I just want to make sure that you all keep that in mind. We had some other things going on. This is that same report as of yesterday. And what you'll see leading up to fall is that we're up 60%, right? Now this is, again, take it with that grain of salt. But in addition to that, last year we were implementing Genzabar. So there's a whole period in there where we weren't entering enrollments because we were cutting over. So given that to where it would have been, like we're not real sure exactly yet. And then I believe on the 15th of August is when we started entering last year. So we're excited to see what this report shows us next week and beyond as we get closer to the term. It'll be a little bit more accurate for us to really understand where we are. What's interesting though, and that's compared to just last year that this 60% is looking at it here. So we know this number here is probably somewhat inaccurate. But what's interesting is let's look at the prior years prior to the pandemic, and we can see that we are higher than where we were. So that's really a positive sign. And that's what's important about what you're seeing here. So when we look at summer we can look at now for the most part because we're well into summer term. So what we're looking at here is where we are compared to prior years. So we're at about 320 FTE compared to these prior years, and you can see that growth trend. We're still not quite where we were pre-pandemic. And this is really showing you the different locations of where that FTE is coming from. So you can see some growth in TRC. You can see some growth, slight growth from last year, but a little bit less than a couple years ago at Redwood in the summer. And then Riverside, just about the same as last year. And then a lot of growth here in the distance and some of this other represents a lot of coursework that's being done with our high school partners that you may have heard about last. Again, looking at summer, when we're looking at the race and ethnicity of folks, one of our KPIs is tied to Hispanic students, right? And that's what this blue line is showing you. So the 21.4% for summer term with respect to the the head count of students. And again, this is just the different racial and ethnicities that we're tracking. So we're disaggregating it by race and ethnicity and really seeing where that lies. You can see we're staying consistent, fairly consistent. I know this looks like we're up and down, but it's really not that big of a difference, 22.6, 21.4, about 1.2% difference. And that's just for summer term compared to summer. We'll look at it overall at the end of the year for all the terms, and that's what we're really looking at when it comes to the designation for Hispanic serving institutions, which is 25% threshold. So that's one of the reasons that we've been trying to tie this information to that KPI. When you look at Pell status, so these are Pell statuses here. The orange is the Pell Awards. You can see we're actually over the last 5 years or so, we've had significant growth in the number of students that are receiving Pell Awards. Even from last year, we had some growth, which means some of these other segments are declining. In this particular one, the students who were not awarded Pell, and then students without financial aid. So this is important for us. And I believe this shows at least to some level our CTE marketing campaigns that we have done, learn more to earn more, right? Which targets specific segments of our populations and very likely economically disadvantaged students to try to come to RCC to improve their position. So I believe we started those campaigns this year, and you can see a pretty big jump, and then continued increase jump. So that's a good thing. This is important information for us because as we think about what students are we targeting, right? As we move forward, going back to that academic master plan. And then here we have this has the fall thing here, but this is actually summer. That 320 is what I know to be summer FTE. So, but this is here to remind me that summer is usually a good indicator of how we're going to land in fall. So even though we don't have that great data to compare because of the Gensbar cutover last summer, we are recognizing that we are increasing this summer. Good indicator for fall. We know that fall is a good indicator for the year. So we're looking like we'll be at least some amount up in fall term, and we're excited about that. And this also shows you obviously the locations. I think we already looked at that. So again, as Randy mentioned, this had been our top priority last few years, and it's still a priority for us, still one of the college priorities, but we're changing the way that we're looking at it. So how do we better strategically manage our growth, right? Because we know we can't, that gap that you saw in Lisa's presentation, that if that gap continues to widen, it's going to be even more difficult for us to deliver those programs. So we want to make sure that we're really strategic about where we invest those resources. And let me catch up here, sorry. Yeah, so you saw the two things, growth in those high cost programs. Like that's something we really want to be cognizant of. And so we're changing the way that we're imagining what stabilized enrollment means. I'm going to go on to student success and then I'll take questions because a lot of this has some overlap between both. When we look at student success, this is where we really start looking at a lot of the disaggregation. Again, we've got race and ethnicity here. This particular chart showing our fall term headcount trends. So we're still registering students, but again, we're looking at the Hispanic percent of students. We're also looking at our retention rates. This is a real important one for us with respect to student success, retention, progression, right? We know if we are able to retain students at higher rates, we're likely to have them complete ultimately. Very important, as you heard Lisa talk about the new $50 million that's tied to the student success measures, right? We want to have completions. Here we're looking at fall to fall retention. That's from last fall to this fall. So students who are in a 2-year program or haven't completed, are they coming back, from the prior year? So that's an important one for us. You can see the retention has increased. This will continue to go up as we get more and more registration. So this one is not completely alive yet. So hopefully this will go up and continue to go up. But you can see the progress we've made over the last few years there. When we look at spring to following fall, so this is last spring to this fall. So students who were enrolled last spring and are coming back, registering again, Again, that's in progress. So we don't have the number yet, but you can see over the past few years that spring to following fall has been increasing. And this is one of the reasons that those enrollments, FTE is up. Fall to winter retention, this is that early indicator of retention. So the students who enroll, who are here in fall, are they coming back the next term in winter? And that's one that we want to also see increase. So these are all the retention rates that we follow. There's the fall to fall. I think we just saw that one. Here we're looking at the percentage of students who dropped after the start of term. So that means they dropped their class. And so we're looking at, this is total students, I believe this is credits. So we might need to fix that, but total credits. And we're looking at the percent, the important thing here for us to really look at is this rate here. So this is the percent of students who have dropped the class after the class started. So as you can see, that's been going down. We want to continue to see that trend going down. And those are designed from efforts that we've employed over the last couple of years. The credit course completion and DFW rates, so grades or withdrawal. And we want to make sure that this rate here, the course completion rate is high. And you can see it's been pretty steady. We've had some slight increases. This is also due to the efforts that we've asked faculty to put in place over the last couple of years, some increase there. So we'll continue to hopefully see that in the DFW withdrawal rate to go down. So the way that I couch these two areas is in three different like high level areas that we need to focus on. It's our new students. And I'm just going to kind of give you some ideas of some of the things that we're thinking about employing or will be putting in place over this year, right? So from a perspective of new students, we're really looking at ways to renew our mini SEM plan. You all have heard about our strategic enrollment management plan and update our academic master plan. So those two things are going to be important. Within that, there's like an environmental scan that will take place of our enrollment management. So what I mean by that is looking at the enrollments across the entire enrollment funnel, right? Where are our high school graduates? Are we looking at percentage of high school graduates from each county, from each high school? Are they going up? Are they going down? Like, what's the number? Chances are they're going down. And so that's going to affect the populations of students that we're going to be focusing on within that enrollment management funnel and pipeline over the next few years. We're going to be looking at, our historical enrollment and completion data and retention data also to support strategies within that enrollment management SEM plan. We'll look at that historical data as a baseline, figure out what the trends are by looking at those high school folks and identifying other populations that we want to target, factor in projections and really develop that plan out. The other piece is the academic scan. So really looking at the programs that we're currently offering, compare that to what's in industry, like the industry sectors. If healthcare is X%, like, are we spending X% of our academic dollars on those programs across the board? Like, is it aligned? Is it not aligned? And it's okay if it's not, we need to have a good rationale for why, right? So really looking at those things and what the industry needs are, the projections for industry over the next 10 years or so. And so those two things will help us. We're going to include elements related to Workforce Pal, so short-term training, some of the new regulations that are out. With our pursuit of Bachelors of Applied Science, are there areas in there that we're going to be looking at over the next few years? Apprenticeship, are we looking at a regional model for work-based learning, in partnership with Southern Oregon ESD, SBDC, what does that look like for us? And Road Workforce Partnership, of course. So those are all things that will go into some of that mini SEN plan work, our enrollment management plan, and academic plans. Of course, we'll continue to have open houses throughout the summer. We've got 3 scheduled coming up. Those CTE marketing campaigns that we believe have really driven a lot of success. Some of those have been have had bilingual advertising. Those have been really, the click rates are higher for the Spanish ads than the English ads, which tells us that there's a strong thirst for this type of advertising in our communities. So we'll continue those types of things. In terms of marketing, we're looking at scaling CPL, credit for prior learning. So we had a large push last year to really get a lot of our programs on the initial cut. There was about 5 or 6, I believe, that really have embraced CPL, developed crosswalks, right? So that this attracts adult learners, right? People who have skills and education in certain areas, and they can get credit for that. And so that reduces their time to complete a certificate or degree. And then looking at different ways to schedule our courses. So for example, we have a pilot for business this year where we will be holding business courses at Table Rock campus, which we haven't typically done, at 5:30 p.m., which we haven't typically done, in person, which we haven't typically done. So really focused on a specific population of students who are working and may want to continue on. So like those are just kind of examples of, strategies for new students. When we think about retention and progression, we also have new programs, Surge Tech, right? Again, trying to get more second cohort of dental hygiene starting, and the expansion of the healthcare programming at Redwood. Those are all things that are going to help new students coming in. When we think about retention and progression, the second focal point here, and you'll hear Lisa talk about systems thinking a little bit, but how do we redesign some of our existing frameworks? So our Save Our Students, which is our retention early alert system that we use to proactively capture students who might not be succeeding in the current term. So how can we redesign that in a way that makes it so that faculty are more informed, deans are more informed, right? And the results are more meaningful for us, and hopefully make some improvements there. Looking at GED and pre-college, how do we improve the matriculation? So strategies surrounding that of whether it's an integrated education training program where they're taking college credit coursework at the same time as they're completing their GED or Spanish GED. Of course, our co-recs, that's been a big topic for us over the last year. We're going to continue with that work with support from the Oregon Community College Association, and really getting some best practices from other schools in other states that have been doing this for 10 plus years. So in particular for our writing, how do we implement, the co-rec support for writing and math? And then again, making sure strategies to make sure that students are completing those early in their academic journey here at RCC. Importantly, we're going to look at and identify opportunities to increase completions, so credit completions and non-credit completions. I believe we have two non-credit, right now we have two non-credit completions on file with the HEC, and we could have a whole lot more. This is really important because of that student success measures money without a cap, right? And so we want to increase that number from the 4.6% on up higher. And we can certainly do that by just getting things approved through the HEC that aren't currently approved. And also identifying which credit completions. Right now, we have some students that might be leaving without completing. And that tells us, well, maybe that career pathway certificate needs to be shorter. If they're getting everything they need to go do their thing in the workforce, maybe that's where that completion is. Finally, we're looking at, we mentioned the student success committee, so bringing that on board and really helping to flesh out these strategies. And importantly, to help us look at ways that we can increase access to those student support services. We looked at some of the data from the SESI, and the student supports was in a category right there. And we have a lot of opportunity to increase that. And again, employee start times, scheduling them maybe 10 to 7 instead of 8 to 5, like staggering some people here and there, increasing the availability, making sure that folks are available at all the campuses. You heard that in our academic master plan as one of the ideal things. And so there's a lot of different strategies just within that. And then finally, the student experience is the other focal point. A big part of this year is going to be the Communications Plus module. That's part of Gensbar. And it allows us to communicate to students, different student groups, whether it's across the enrollment funnel or whether it's students who are already enrolled. It's going to require a lot of collaboration with the business office so that we can communicate to students about their balance or their account balance, or with financial aid, or with and collaboration with marketing too, to help us make sure that the voice from all these communications are good. So that's a big one. Recruiting, advising, of course, are also in there as we're talking about the entire enrollment funnel. But it's really going to help us tailor communications to students almost in an individual way, right? It's based on their unique characteristics that we have all this information. We know their race, ethnicity, we know their gender, we know if they're a military student, we know if they're a pal, we know all the stuff. And this is going to allow us to communicate very, very specific and individualized communications to them and their educational plans. We've got the Rogue Central redesign happening, which you all have heard about over the last couple of months anyway. And so that is going on. That's going to hopefully help students in their experience here, looking at new student orientation and the first year experience as a whole, and how do we make that look. And then, of course, admissions. How can we use automation and different systems to improve our admissions? Right now, it's not sustainable. Can we do some group advising? Can we do some things that are going to help us bring back some capacity to our staff? And finally, looking at AI literacy for students. AI is a learning outcome. We know that's an expectation of students, at least nationally. And so those are some of the things we're looking at from the student experience lens and making improvements. And for all these things, I'm looking at trying to put overlays on. So the way I think of it is like, if you know GIS, or if you remember back in school, if you remember back when the teachers would put on the overhead projector, the extra layer on top. So I'm thinking of like all these strategies And let's put the NWCCU layer. Where does it align with some of the things we're looking at there, the recommendations we've had in the past? Okay, let's put the next layer on, which may be the Great Colleges Survey things, the themes that we pull out of there. The next layer might be, I've got like 5 of them. So anyways, you get the idea.
The wedding.
But yeah, so it's like, you know, and this is really gonna help us make sure that we're aligned with all of these things. And so, yeah, so that's what I have for you. Be happy to answer questions related to any of what we've just talked about.
Credit for prior learning.
Yes, sir.
I went to a presentation about 2 years ago where they talked about there's an institution, of course, next to a military base. They're really, okay, if you had MOS of this, we're gonna give you these credits. Do we do anything similar to that?
We do.
Okay.
And that university is in the Midwest and it is. Oh, I know exactly what it is. They've got a great crosswalk. We've actually utilized them to emulate what we're trying to accomplish here. And there are standardized crosswalks that are developed for military and other trainings that we are embracing. Absolutely.
I know we cut down on some of the offerings we have, mechatronics, that kind of stuff. Furloughed or whatever. Part of that has to do with what the industry wants, and I know that Randy's pretty good about checking what industry wants and what's industry willing to pay. But would that come to that, if we have to get to the point where we have to start looking at economizing what we're offering, those things come into play?
It's a great question, and yes. Does that help? But here's like, I'll give you an example. So in paramedicine, one of the things that we're looking at, you know, we were considering adding 2 cohorts for this next year. And rather than adding 2 cohorts in the traditional model, we've just increased the lecture portion to double. And then the lab portion is the 2, right? So we're looking at ways to be more efficient while we're doing it.
Makes more sense.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. I think we're on the journey.
Oh, look at us. We look so nice.
So easy.
Right.
You two can pose for this photo this year if you go to OCCA.
Get your blue.
Oh, that makes me want to go.
All right, so I know we've talked about this a bit, but I'll just bring it back here to employee connectedness. So to use the business case item, it is clear that institutions where employees feel connected, and by connected, I mean both to the mission and also to one another, see higher retention, more collaboration, better outcomes. And so this is important because it helps us directly in how to best serve students. As it was stated this morning, employees are our most important asset. And so in our sector, particularly where competition is high and change is constant, this is something that we have to continue to prioritize. So as a reminder for some of this and an introduction of some others, employee connectedness, this is year 2 of it being a strategic priority. We established the strategic priority in part because of the Great Colleges to Workforce survey data. So they are certainly interrelated and have an interdependent kind of relationship. So welcome any questions you might have about the differences and then the overlap between the two. One thing I really want to make sure I state, given the discussion this morning, is that we're working hard as an executive leadership group and an executive team to engage in professional development, but also model the collaborative kinds of behaviors that we know contribute to employees feeling connected to the mission and to leadership. A big project that we haven't talked about thus far today, but is a primary focus for my role, shifting into that chief of staff role that we've been working on for some time, is the shared governance project. And so for 25-26, you know, we have the shared governance it says framework, to be more clear, it's a clarification of the good structure that exists in a way that people can connect to, point to, and more clearly understand. So it's building that framework out so that it is more visible for folks to see how to engage in different processes, how to provide feedback, where decisions are made, how they're made, that kind of thing. Because as you can imagine, with 3 campuses and so much great, exciting work going on, it can be hard to stay engaged with where we're at or to close every loop. And so this will be a way for people to see it, whether you're a visual learner and you want to see the flow chart, right, as an example, or you prefer to read it in a more narrative sort of model. But it's building out that framework to make it really clear to the best of our ability to the campus community how our shared governance structure works. We did have a breakout session during spring in-service that I facilitated regarding, shared governance as it is and where we're headed, and had a great turnout with a variety of different employee groups represented, included a survey on what would be a new ad, and that is the concept of bringing back a college council structure. Got some really positive feedback on that. And so over the next year, I look forward to building out that work under the employee connectedness priority. Some other examples of work that we have begun and have before us are things like our focus on professional development. So you heard us mention, we had a great day yesterday with our first ever service professional in service. That's a new ad that our Professional Development Council created in part from the employee engagement survey results, and has been a long time coming. Historically, the college has had our traditional spring in service, which is really sort of a state of the college and where we're headed on a macro level, as well as really focused on the strategic plan, so our WIGs and where we see college priority work. And then we have what used to be called faculty in service. We've renamed it teaching and learning in service, which is very, very focused on instruction, right? So skills, sessions, interests, pedagogy, those sorts of things to support that work. And now the ad is service professional to provide that same kind of attention and professional development for those who are providing either student support services or operational support services. And so yesterday was the kickoff in our first ever one of those. So just an example of employee connectedness in a really real tangible way that helps people both from in my role right now, I'm developing skills to help me do my job better, and also from a career mobility standpoint, which is something we're also paying attention to at the college. If somebody wants to grow their leadership skills, for example, that's something we paid attention to as we designed the content for that day. There have also been really good examples of grassroots wins, with this being a college priority. Part of that means that divisions, departments, and individuals are setting goals around how to support this priority, right? And so some examples that I can share with you are things like the marketing and communications teams creating their structure for once per quarter marketing open houses. That's been popular with faculty who want to learn more about how marketing is done or how to partner, as well as the great work that Trio has been doing around strengthening employee connectedness among their own teams. So those are I talked about the macro, that's some of the micro, if you will, just to give you an idea, picture. And so what we've learned over the course of our first year and then heading into our second year with having this as a college priority, at a high level, what's working is people are engaged, leadership from lots of levels of leadership buys in and is committed to this work. So that's really important. If you don't have that leadership buy-in at the top, much of this becomes nearly impossible to pull off in a sustainable, impactful way, right? We see that the cross-team, both events, but also cross-team collaborations on projects or or work is really making a difference in that connectedness because people are seeing beyond maybe what has been traditional silos in their work, and that's been really effective. Visible recognition has been helpful. So things like establishing Employee Appreciation Week or just being really intentional around how we do awards and recognition. And then targeted onboarding improvement efforts, we're getting really positive feedback on those efforts, though we recognize there is more work to be done in that area particularly. Challenges that we are seeing with employee connectedness as a priority, and we're talking about how to strategize around, are that there is some inconsistency in engagement across teams, right? And so seeing yourself in the work is something we continue to build story around to better support that. There are gaps in either the perception and or the reality of transparency and voice. I think part of that is, again, the complexity within which we operate. And those are things that we're seeing in survey results. I'm really interested in those listening sessions that we're going to have later this month, where we can dive into that a little bit further, and the strides we'll be able to make through initiatives like our shared governance project. And then also from a challenge perspective, we have really great champions across the college who have connected to this priority in particular, and bringing it about. What we need to do in order to sustain it is to move from some of these efforts that are person dependent to system embedded. And so we're continuing to talk about how we do that. So some of the commitments that we have for the year ahead, and I want to emphasize that this isn't an exhaustive list. I mean, interestingly, at our executive team retreat, we did a quick survey of all of our executive team leaders to say, what is happening, what's planned in your areas to support each of the priorities. And I was thrilled with what we saw for employee connectedness. It was vast, but these are some things that I think will help paint the picture for your understanding at the board level of what we have. And so we've got an intentional focus on that executive leadership credibility. It's clear that that's something we want to continue to focus on. And we're doing that through strategies and tactics around visibility and engagement intentionally, and then transparency to the best of our ability with decision-making. We have our recognition task force that I introduced earlier, and they'll be bringing forward some recommendations soon that I'm really excited to see. And HR in particular is focused on building out further supervisor resources. I think I shared with you in a past meeting about the supervisor training series. We see that as a phase 1, and now looking forward to phase 2, or we had a 101 and now we want to build out a 201 series to be able to do things like go beyond. Here's the nuts and bolts of how we do things around here, to here's how to be an excellent leader, right? And so those are some things that are in motion that will continue to work. Coming next, beyond what I've already shared with shared governance, will be an intentional focus around mentorship programs. That came primarily out of the listening sessions last year, and the team's been working hard to put together a couple flexible models. One is geared toward new hires, bringing them into the institution and the campus community, and the other is something that would be of value to any employee. And it promotes both connection, but also that growth for those who want it. And then, as we've shared a bit, taking the marketing and communication plan, the presidential communications plan, and then moving to divisional and departmental. How can we, in each of our roles and capacities, support the improvement of clarity, communication, and connection across the college? We also are preparing for fall kickoff. And I think one of the things that we did really well with the Stabilize Enrollment Initiative was we had very clear charge at multiple levels to support people really understanding the role that they play in stabilizing enrollment. And we saw a lot of effective outcomes. Similarly, we've been talking about employee connectedness, and out of all of the priorities last year, it was the one where maybe we spent the least time parsing out those very individualized actions. And so in an effort to support people connecting as an individual beyond, your department or your divisional role, as an executive team, we've talked about what are the everyday connectedness behaviors that we can build in along with these more robust strategies. So these I'm just sharing so that you can see that it's both strategic, but also making it very tangible from a simple behavioral action. And so these are things that we can share with the campus community during those fall kickoff sessions. And so how we intend to track progress along the way with something like employee connectedness, which is, I would say, a bit more nuanced than some of the other strategic priorities, is we, of course, have the Great Colleges Survey trends and results. As we continue moving into that 3-year cycle, we'll have some time between survey administration. So we're also talking about participation data, engagement data in the different kinds of programs, initiatives, and events that we're offering, as well as pulse checks. So small polling type surveys. We'll be working hard, both from a communication standpoint, but also in support of employee connectedness, to cultivate employee stories and testimonials along with our student stories so that we can tell the full story of the college. And those are going to be important qualitative elements of tracking how we're doing with regard to employee connectedness. And then finally, really focusing, and I'm, there's overlap, as you can see, between strategic priorities, but from a systems thinking approach, which you'll hear more about from Lisa, how do we build some of these connectedness items in from those individual person or department standpoints into the systems that we use so that it isn't lost over time, right? We're very focused right now. We just had a survey. We want to embed it so that it becomes the way we do things around here. And so some ideas are things like systematic onboarding for roles versus only the systematic onboarding to the college, right? So you think about that between what HR provides for onboarding versus what departmental level managers provide when they're welcoming someone new. And it extends to things like our evaluation programs, professional development programs, all of those. And so what I also want to take a moment to highlight is that while we are working to sustain the momentum and we are recognizing that there's a ways to go and we have plenty of opportunities, we're also being intentional about the piece of the storytelling that I think can get lost in the hustle and bustle of this great work and this continuous improvement that we have, and that is celebrating wins along the way. So finding ways to recognize one another. And so one particular thing I'd like to say thank you to all of you about is the fact that we get a chance via board meetings to recognize award recipients or some other type of recognition. I think that really supports, perhaps indirectly, the employee connectedness priority, but it helps us build that culture of recognition that connects people to you as board members, to us as leaders, and to the college as a whole. And then I would finally stress that employee connectedness, although maybe someday it's not listed on our strategic priorities, this is culture work. So this is long-term, high impact. This is not sort of a check the box, one and done sort of initiative. So this is how we're gonna move from just receiving the survey results to shifting culture in a positive direction. questions?
I appreciate how you said it's a little bit of a harder trajectory to chase. Sometimes you can feel like you're chasing in circles and circles and circles. So for your listening sessions, I just wanted to make sure I got it right. You're going to review the high level information from the survey and also work towards like getting other voices into where should we go from here? So,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, so the way the listening sessions are structured, employees have had a little over a month with the survey data results to dig into them, to reflect on them, to talk within their teams. And they have access to the action plan that we've been working from along the way. And so now what they can say is, do we need to recalibrate, if you will? Do these survey results speak to your experiences now? Is there something we need to pay attention to since the survey was administered that may shift how we focus or prioritize that action plan?
Yeah, my thought as you were going through it is that you have a very broad and robust plan. And my fear, I guess, is that biting off so much of that work at once could in fact slow and delay the result that you're trying to achieve. So the old adage of less is more, because this is slow work. It's hard and slow to change a culture. So being iterative and thoughtful is my only reflection. And it's great work, it's needed work, but I worry about the breadth and the depth. Just as a way of just thinking out loud with you, but I'm thankful for all the work that you're doing as a team.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And it's something that certainly has been top of mind for us. And it's part of the reason why, although I'll just use mentorship as an example. Mentorship program came up really strongly last year in the listening session. So what we said was, for this year, we're committed to engaging in exploration around what's possible. Now we're in year 2 and we're getting recommendations from the group that went out and explored what's possible, right? And so we're not trying to quickly throw together a program and say, this is the fix. We are taking that iterative approach and not starting from scratch on the action plan as another item. To put it into an organized fashion, so similar to how Dave shared focal points. I think we call them buckets. We can decide what we want to call it just so that people know what we're talking about. In the same way they're talking about student experience, we're looking at employee experience. We're also looking at new employees, which I think is the most straightforward, I would say, and then employee development. And so although it feels broad and robust, it is focused and manageable from my perspective.
You're the most important person who needs to have that opinion because you're leading that effort. So, great.
Other questions? Go ahead, Andrew.
I just have a comment, or I don't know, maybe it's just me. So there's a ton of work like all day going into the students, how they feel, the employees, the surveys, the goal of the college is to churn out academically successful students. And we can record that with the success rate of completion and graduate and all that. But I don't see a connection between that and what you're doing with the survey. Like, how is the connectedness affecting the end product? Because I get that employees, you want them to be satisfied. The goal is they would teach better, and interact with students better. But are we seeing that? Because if the students' success rate is getting higher every year and this employee satisfaction is stagnant, to me, that's okay. Like the end goal, we're doing great. But if do you know what I mean? If they're not happy and this keeps going, or what if they're great, they feel great about themselves, but the student academic goes down? I don't see that we connect those together. Is it just me? I don't know.
It's a great question, and I'll share a few pieces that will hopefully get to what
Okay.
you're asking. So one thing that's important to know for context, part of the reason we chose great colleges beyond benchmarking is that it actually connects with NWCCU's accreditation standards specifically. So there is that from a, are we fulfilling our mission standpoint? The other piece of this that I would bring is employee retention does impact the end product. If we don't have faculty to teach the courses, our students aren't able to persist through programs and they have to take on either a delay or more student loan debt. So there is that direct impact. From a, which is most important on balance, the student success or the employee satisfaction, we are student-centered, and so everything we do is through the lens of student success. So when you hear someone like me, from my position and my vantage point talking, I often say people-centeredness, right? Like the college is about, from my perspective, fulfilling our mission, fulfilling our purpose through people-centeredness. If I have to choose, given a very particular topic, if we say we found a strategy that would impact student success, but may negatively, in a very positive way, but may negatively impact employee success. We are going to put students first, and we're going to work really, really hard to be transparent and direct with employees to help them understand why that particular decision was made. I hope that helps. I think what you're asking is a lot of
It's
things
just
all
a
in one. It's
general-
like
It is.
illumination almost.
Because I see so much time and resources going into all the things you're doing. The surveys and the reports and the preparing and just getting the data, like that's a lot of time and effort going in. And money for consultants or this or that. And I'm just wondering, at what, I guess, just looking at the whole and just as a lot of public, constituents see all the money and time goes into administration and we hire more administrators to administrate programs and surveys. And are the resources and money trickling down to the actual students doing the work? I guess that's kind of in a nutshell where I'm coming from in a way too. So I know that's nothing you can answer, but that's just my thoughts.
I would just add to what you're sharing is that I'm interested as we move into the academic year to look at student performance. And what we have is not their performance per se when they have completions, but we don't know what the performance looks like. And we haven't disaggregated them by ethnic groups, by gender. We may decide, oh, we have really a lot of work in this area to do. So I think from my opinion, I don't have any data to research to support it, but that there is perhaps even a higher than correlation between the feeling of high affinity for culture, feeling valued in your job, feeling appreciated for what you do, and the outcomes of what students are doing. So I think it's both correlated and potentially even causal, but we haven't dug deeply into that data yet. We're looking at numbers of students who are attending in head counts, which is all wonderful. But I think another layer of that, what's underneath that is, so how are students performing by demographic group?
Thank you for articulating that because that's like, we don't hear a lot about how are our students doing in math or reading compared to like, how are their academics? Like, we don't hear a lot about that. And I think you said that
that's
very well.
I think we're in the early stages of the mission fulfillment and the KPIs, and that system we're building the airplane and we're flying it in a sense, So I think that work is yet to come.
And I think over the year, we have heard a lot of that information around completion, around degree
awards around transfer student. I mean, I do feel like we actually do get a lot of that information during our board reports in our, and then also I remember, and it'll get down to us for the further report too, but having a workshop around what were the outcomes for last year for our students? And so I think that's something we can talk about when we get down to that area.
This is not a question, this is a comment.
I'm ready.
Okay.
So then we've had
So,
comments.
from
I just like to give you a hard
I can
time.
just say, an unsatisfied employee is probably the most expensive person you'll have.
Yeah.
It can be the most, it's a dollars and cents deal.
Mhm.
Happier workforce is generally a cheaper workforce in the bigger term.
Yeah.
And the efforts you make to keep them happy sometimes pay off a lot in the end, because if you have unhappy people, it's kind of like a virus, it spreads easy and bad things happen. So.
I often explain it as an ecosystem. So from my perspective, we can't have high student performance, not en masse, if we have disengaged or unsatisfied employees.
I guess another concern of mine is Oregon as a whole has very low standards academically. I mean, I hope we can all admit that compared to nationally. I mean, we're very low. For instance, when they said no, have to have standards for graduation for high school. And so I guess that's another concern of mine. Are kids in Oregon getting the same quality education as they could get in Kansas or Massachusetts? I have a concern about
I think
that.
Kansas is out of there. There's nothing.
And it's a little different at the K-12.
So we get very few opportunities to do like education quality comparisons. Some of them where they exist, though, for example, are like how our students perform on national licensure exams for nursing. And if you expand that, you say, okay, well, our students perform at a very high level on those nursing. And guess what? In order to pass the nursing exam, they had to take our science classes. They took the same science classes, many of the same science classes as other STEM majors. So in some ways, that's an indirect way to check on the rigor, is like, how are, in those few instances where you are comparing, how are your students doing? And our students actually do hold up pretty well when we look at those programs. What we alluded to, and I'm gonna be a little mindful of time here, I think I can push through mine pretty fast, and I think Lisa will as well. We're discussing the opportunity to leverage disaggregated data. And what I can tell you is that similarly, we talked about institutional and learning assessment outcomes and the gains we've made there. We've made some meaningful gains in leveraging disaggregated data. So while in our limited time today, we're kind of going over high level stuff, I hope to leave you with a certain level of confidence that we do dig in and say, okay, if this is our institutional, where are we seeing trends? Is it students who are taking online? Is it students who are taking face-to-face? And within departments, they're saying, okay, is it delivery style? Is it, are instructors looking and doing it? So it is being disaggregated in many ways, but we don't always dive in to that with you. And maybe at the conclusion of the day, when we talk about what might you want to see different or more of, there's an opportunity to say, how could we get that? But the trick we are running into is there's always lots of stuff to tell you every time we meet with you. And so trying to figure out where we use our limited time together can best be leveraged to help you understand that. But there is an expectation to accreditation for us to literally leverage disaggregated data. And historically, it's been around, to narrow equity gaps and stuff like that. Of course, that's part of the language that's going on. What does that mean with accreditation and federal expectations? But we have always looked at, equity gaps and that. Some of what we've done is we've figured out, we've had some very specific criteria in hiring for background and experience, because we've seen students from past student types not perform as well as their peers, to try to narrow that gap and say, okay, maybe an instructor who has this experience will better prepare students based on those lived experiences to succeed in the classes. So there's a lot of examples around that. And I do think that there's a correlation between student outcomes and employee engagement. And with the limited resources we have to do assessments and say, okay, if we want effective employees to help us produce successful students, where can we use limited resources to get effective employees? Is it in their onboarding? Is it in their, ongoing training, professional development? So I'm gonna move forward a little bit and cruise through community partnerships. So each of the 5 priorities through the year as a reminder, are continuation of what we did last year. So a lot of what Jamie did, we said that's a lot of capacity and concern, is stacked on work that they started last year. So some of it's new in building, some of it is stacked and will continue for a bit. And community partnerships is the same way. For the last couple of years, we've said we really want to grow, particularly with work we're doing with K-12 and with workforce. And so there's some trend data here real quick, just looking at, right, similar momentum trend with high school dual credit, and what's happened with FTE and headcount trending the right way because we went out and talked to schools and worked with them. Yesterday, when we were presenting to the Higher Ed Coordinating Commission, a commissioner asked me a very difficult question. He said, well, RCC, I noticed your enrollment trend is an outlier in a very positive way over the last couple and over the last 10 years. And then he said, asked me about another very specific institution and said, but theirs is not. What's the difference? To which I said, I can't speak to them because I'm not walking in their shoes. But what I can tell you is our positive trend is attributable to the way we went out and connected with our community. We went out and said, this is what we want to deliver. How can we do it for you students and with you partners? And so I'm gonna talk a little bit about the partner strategies and results here a little bit. So things that we've done in response to where we're hearing need is we said, we've got to be able to not compete with workforce. We have to support students need to be able to learn, and they use the term that we've adopted, learn while you earn, mentality. And so we have programs like occupational skills training where they're learning things like building maintenance, sterile processing, some of these programs by working with partners in both rehab, ESD, and school districts. And so those are examples of like, okay, well, we can't change the whole ecosystem, but this is another tool we can add to supplement and support that workforce effort in that. And in this upcoming year, we're looking to add a program that's available to us through an opportunity, I'll say, it's employment skills training. And so those are those stackable certificates. Dave talked about the Workforce Pell and is a tool now that we've been wanting for years at the community college level. How do we get people quickly trained into a program that changes their earning potential swiftly? So I want to highlight, and this is not the only things we're doing. I want to highlight some big efforts we've got over the next year. We're working with the SOEL, which is Southern Oregon Education Leaders Consortium. I happen to chair the group, and it's inclusive of myself, President Bailey at SOU, Superintendent from Medford, Grants Pass, the ESD, and the Executive Director of Global Workforce Partnership. And we were trying to figure out, like, how do we, in order to build the strongest workforce in Oregon, which is kind of our vision, how do we bring that value proposition to public education? And what we said, the best efforts we could do right now is strengthen our work-based learning program, whether it's apprenticeships, those OSTs, ESTs that we call them, job shadowing, things that they can do in K-12, internships. So there's just a lot of different things that people could learn around working. A lot of students don't even know jobs exist. So how am I going to get a major to go get that job if I don't know it exists? So to come up with a regional strategy, I've had some really positive conversations with superintendents to collectively from both Grants Pass and Medford to try to help say how can we kind of spearhead some of these efforts. Collectively, we applied for an AmeriCorps grant, which was awarded to help put up to 12 individuals out in the community to help kind of connect students with this. Now, the trick with it is the AmeriCorps grant, when awarded, is a third of the funding. So Workforce Partnership was hosting this grant on our behalf, and they're out working to try to find match and support money to make this effort be realistic. A lot of the work that Juliet's doing in her special project work is to help us build some of this regional focus on this work-based learning. But we're envisioning a model that can be really unique to the state of Oregon and leading in a thoughtful way, understanding that we have to introduce people to the jobs in our region earlier and expose them, I mean, as early as we can to get them to say that that's what I want to be, and I understand the path, what it takes to get there. Along these lines, and this is this example of separate work, but it's similar work, but with a different population, is working with folks in Ashland on expanding the talent pool, which is an apprenticeship-like program around healthcare. And so historically, the apprenticeship model in Oregon is what we call the Big A. It's BOLI, and it's very prescriptive and detailed. You can only do it a certain way. And we're talking about, what about like a little A apprenticeship? That's like apprenticeship, but it's not BOLI, but we take the principles and the things we understand. It's just not as rigid. We get to host it and we're not dependent upon them to do it. So a lot of conversations going on there around that. The other thing I wanted to highlight externally is we've talked to you a little bit about United Strategies, USC, United Strategies Consulting. They're working with us on our legislative and community engagement work. And so they're really encouraging us and getting me out, like I said, outside my comfort zone, but creating more intentionality with me on who and how I'm connecting with folks in the community. Got an email today about meeting with the city managers, with the realtors groups. I mean, it's just like I have to tell them I can't do that much, right? So it's a kind of a good thing. But legislative efforts, they help schedule our meetings in Salem at the Capitol, and OIU city managers meeting up here. They are really connected with resource opportunities and ways that we can work together on those. And then, like for most recently, for example, with this network of supporters of one another, Asante ran the risk of losing. There was and then the regional hospitals, there was a funding reimbursement, I think, formula for like Medicare that was under jeopardy that they were going to cut. That was going to significantly cut the billing capabilities for our regional hospitals, which would have ultimately impacted revenue. And if they have less revenue, they have less money to invest in their partnerships with us. So we weren't really interested in that. So we provided a letter of support saying we need a healthy Asante healthcare system in order to support the partnership we have with them with ongoing healthcare. So that's the kind of work that they help coordinate with us. And then real briefly, before I hand it off to Lisa, I wanted to talk about internal partnerships. So you heard a lot today about probably why this work is important. And over the last year, our executive team has spent 4 full days with partners at La Clinica, their Learning Well behavioral health team, doing professional development on what does it mean for us to be a stronger team. And the culmination of this work is to develop a team agreement, because I'm confident want to be a successful team. But we haven't really come to terms on what does it mean for us collectively to be that successful team. So we had to learn about ourselves, learn about how we work individually, how we work together as a group in order to come up with this team agreement. And so the team agreement starts off with this commitment statement. It says, I commit to leading in a way that builds trust, supports the success of our team, and fulfills the mission of Rogue Community College. That's a commitment we have all made as an executive team. And then I'm going to test your eyeballs here. What we did is we came up with 8 themes around accountability, meeting management, confidentiality, conflict management, appreciation, play and joy, communication, and decision making. So those 8 themes were the things that we wanted the agreements around. And then lastly, with a lot of workshopping and a lot of positioning and jockeying for language, we came up with the actual words of the agreement. So accountability now we've learned is weaponized based on actually with transparency and integrity. I take ownership of our decisions and agreed upon deliverables, follow through on commitments, and acknowledge missteps. So that's the language we developed as a team that was meaningful to us. And there's in the sake of time, I won't read them all, but there's one for each of the themes. And then over the year, what we're going to do is we're going to spend time during our regular executive team meetings and visit and say, all right, today we're talking about appreciation. And so we've got prompts, what's working, what's not working, how can we grow this? And so we say, okay, if I foster a culture of gratitude by acknowledging others and showing up with intention to engage and connect, what's working? And so people are going to say, well, here's something I think I did. And people say, I'm really struggling with this. So we're going to talk through these together And then as we enter the next calendar year, we'll go back and say, are these working for us? So they're not something we're gonna put on the shelf. We're gonna visit one meeting every time we meet to visit them. And so it becomes a very living document. So these are the kinds of things that we prioritize developing when we see the results from the surveys we saw. And so it's like, we're not gonna chase the survey result. We're gonna do this work so it'll help us work better as a team. And then next time we do the survey, by doing this work, we hope that we see positive results. That is.
Way to go.
Good job. All right, Lisa.
So I knew I'd be squished at the end, but I have a couple of slides, but we might be able to run through it very quickly. So again, systems thinking. I think Jamie alluded to that. We had an E-team retreat and we talked a little bit about each one of the big five, and systems thinking was one that I got to talk to the team about. And I kind of went a different direction than maybe some others. And so when I was reading the results, what I found was when people thought of systems thinking, they kind of put it in this little box and thought Gen's a bar.
No.
And so that was like 80 or 90 systems. They were thinking ERP or a software system. And really systems thinking is more than that. It's, you know, the way that you do business as an organization so that staff know what to do and your customers, which is our students, understand as well. And when our staff aren't confused, then they can help our students, and our students can then come and be successful at the institution. And so I'm not going to go through this graph, but really the end result is we're going to work efficiently. We know what we're doing and we can help our students. Some of the successes we have that others thought through, and then we also thought through ourselves, but one of the big ones was the Rogue Way, and our executive assistants got together and found a way or put standards together on how we actually use the tools, Teams and Outlook, and how we organize our files. Something that simple will really help increase productivity at the college, because we all now know. I will give just an example. We do that on a micro level within departments. So I had to jump in and help the business office do something the other night. I knew where the files were. I knew how the worksheet worked. I was able to do everything except I don't have access to certain things in Gen's Bar anymore. But they were able to give me that folder and I was able to help them through that. So we have an organization of how we do the files, but if we had that at a college-wide level, then others could also find those. It would be much easier. And so bringing that, you know, at a macro level for the whole college. We just brought forward and to E-team, and it was pushed through our IT operational plan. Again, this is a document. Here's how we do things related to IT. Here's how computers are ordered. So there's not confusion. And we also, we're trying to make it more efficient as we move forward. So again, at that big macro level, I just put modified zero-based budgeting because it is a system. Everyone's kind of doing it the same now. We're all following that process. Each department has, they kind of might start it out different, but we still have the process. They're all doing it kind of the same way. And then we move to policies and procedures committee. Again, that's at the macro level. It's not at a smaller level of how we're moving forward and how people are participating. So they understand how we approve policies and procedures and what they are, so that they then are more efficient when they're helping students and understanding where to look for answers. So as we look through the future and what we are working on, Dave mentioned the Rogue Central redesign. Well, that's not just simply we're going to have a couple of meetings within that department and we're going to throw something together and we're going to do Rogue Central. Same with the student communications plan. We're not just going to turn on Communications Plus. There's planning. They're actually putting a system into place on how Rogue Central is going to work, how they're going to connect with financial aid, how they're going to connect with the business office, how they're going to connect with students, how they're going to connect with marketing. That communications plan to students, are we going to text them? Are we going to email them? How many texts are we going to send it in a daily basis? Who can text them? What can be text? What can be emailed? Those types of things, putting it all in place before you lay out, here's Communications Plus, go for it, right? Having that plan so we really know the end result and we're not confusing our staff, which then confuses our students, or overburdening our staff with, do I get to make this decision? Do I not get to make this decision? Should I, shouldn't I? Those types of things. Gen's Bar, again, we have things that really we need to improve and really put systems back into place. RogueNet, we worked a certain way because RogueNet worked that way. Now that we've actually almost the anniversary of starting live in Zanzibar, I think it's tomorrow. Right, we've been there a year and now's the time for all that whole group. They're working with the new CIO. It's going very well and they're putting systems into place. They're talking. They have to make sure they're not stepping on each other. They really have to figure out, how do we make this work? What is the governance of the data within Zanzibar and how do we work with that? So that's happening. Department standardizations is always happening. I mentioned that, but that big cross-divisional, how we make decisions now that Jamie has decided, give me an example of something that affects my division as well as her division and Dave's division. How do we make that decision all together that we're moving in the same direction, not stepping on each other's toes, or making someone else's work 10 times more because we've made that decision? And so those are the things that we'll be talking about going forward. I could probably talk faster. That's all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions.
A minute, 15 seconds.
It's really exciting to see what's the plan, right? And then it'll be exciting throughout the year to hear reports on how that plan's going. So I know I'm looking forward to that.
Go ahead.
No.
So speaking of that, that's kind of where we thought a good opportunity to bring this forward is we've thrown a lot at you today. We've thrown a lot at you as far as what we've learned and we're intending to go. And what we'd like to know is in your role, what can we bring to you and how best? We talked a little bit about disaggregated data was an example of one of those things. But we're really interested in knowing from today's big picture, how can we help you do your jobs better?
And also be thinking about work sessions, work topics as well. And what do we want to deeper dive into based on what we heard today? So just kind of things we've been talking about. Some things are set. We have to hear this at this time of the year and this at this time of the year. But there's some flexibility around a few of the months. Pat, I can tell you're one saying, now is discussion time,
Yeah.
so you got it.
So I remember a couple of years ago, we had, and Roger probably remembers this, but we had a presentation and had to do with, when you talk about disaggregated data, which ethnic group formed the best. And surprisingly, it was by far and away, it was the South Pacific Islanders. And I remember that what was said about that was, yeah, there's only two of them, but they're really smart. And that's what I often talking about disaggregated data is a significant amount. And I realize that, yeah, what's a purpose? Especially when it comes to ethnicity, I really don't care. I think we should treat the South Pacific Islanders as well as we treat the Hispanics or somebody from South Central LA. It really shouldn't matter. But I realize it does. But I'm wondering how useful it is to help have that information.
Well, so when we use language like we want to treat them as well as, I think when you look at an agenda, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, Pat, I'm just talking about in general here. So this is not in any way, this is to add to, not to argue with what you said. I think really what we want for every student who crosses the door at RCC to be successful.
Yes.
We want every student who says, I come here and I trust you with my educational goals, hopes, and passion. We want them to be successful. Well, we have to look and say, how are our students performing? How are our rural students performing compared to our non-rural students? How are our online students performing compared to non-online students? But so you say, what are the differentiating factors, part-time versus full-time, this program versus that program? So we try to look in a way and say, how can we start looking at all of our students and start splitting and saying, where are there differences in performance? And when you start to see where differences lie, then you start to say, what might be contributing to it? And in many instances, it's not because they're this, but as a member of this, here are cultural things. Rural students may not be less academically prepared. They may be more reliant on transportation. So if we don't consider their need to have transportation to be successful, we set them up for less success. And we're like, well, they're just not as smart as what somebody would assume. It's like, that's not it at all. They are dependent on transportation to perform at the same level as a student who's not dependent on
You
transportation.
just supported my argument. It's
Yeah.
not the ethnicity of the person.
Yeah.
It's a social economic background.
Right.
Yeah.
I remember at this, I've gone to a lot of conferences, right? You have too.
Yeah.
And a lot of times your zip code determines
Yeah.
your
Of course.
social economics.
Yeah.
I actually think that's a better determinant. And I'm saying this not from a vacuum because I think all of us on the board, if you live a public life, you'll get questions about DEI all the time. And I like to just say, I really don't care where they're from, what relationship they have, what church they go to. We are gonna treat everybody the same and they are all welcome.
We had interesting outcomes there for a couple of years where we saw our Hispanic students outperforming our non-Hispanic students. And when you dig in a little bit and you just look at percentages and participation rates in that, at that time, what it was we had a lot of Hispanic students participating in our SOHO grant.
Yeah.
And our SOHO grant was built around student success.
Yeah.
And so then when we're like, well, okay, we know that the SOHO grant in general works.
Yes.
That was a population that was participating there. So it was that grant. But there's also scenario where based on your ethnicity, English might not be your first language.
Yeah.
So you may be a very intelligent person,
Yeah.
but if you have a language barrier, how do we help you overcome that language barrier? Because you're still going to enter our local workforce.
Yeah.
If you're going to enter our workforce, and our job is to train the most qualified workforce. So that is sometimes where it may not be because of your ethnicity,
Yeah.
but with your ethnicity, you may do this. But oftentimes what you will find as greater predictors of success are, to your point, regionality. So rural, non-rural, and SES, so income level, Pell, non-Pell.
Yeah.
Part-time, non-part-time. And so you start to see like some of these indicators that are other things, first generation, non-first generation. But they would, yeah. And so there are some things like that where we start to disaggregate it. And I don't think that we put an over reliance on some of the classifications that are more divisive. But I think when we step so far away from the words, then we don't look at the classifications that are less divisive. And if we can't create a safe place for us to talk about rural versus non-rural students or part-time versus full-time students and say, what's the equity and outcomes? Like, are we harming our students by giving them an online path when they need to be taking face-to-face? Like, that's when you start looking at equitable outcomes. It's like that delivery style is not helping those students be successful at the same rate.
I just want to give you guys heads up. I'm planning to sign up for a couple of classes this fall, so I want to be treated just as good as those South Pacific Islands.
So segregate by age, just like he's saying, make sure that.
A couple of things I'll point out, and those points are well taken. We do have on the public website, there are comparative data on which, and it is by design that we're not putting race there because the key things to SES is great.
Yes.
It's a great example, and we are using the proxy of Pell Grants there, and you can disaggregate by that success. Similarly, part-time and full-time students, you can disaggregate by that and compare it to, are there others we can use? Yes. But at the same time, your point is well taken. Yeah, there can be some divisiveness around it. Can we find something else? So that's there too. On our data at a glance site, you are going to find that you can disaggregate the heck out of everything. I mean, including all those things. But on the student success rates, there are some other things we can use as well. But we have started out with the SES, whose proxy is Pell.
Yeah.
And with part-time and full-time, which is also kind of approximation of it.
Yeah.
We'll add some others as well. So the disaggregation is vital. And I'm sensitive to what you said, that there are some things which are more divisive than others.
And just as long as we understand, we also the public, and we don't want to make sure the public understands it. We really don't care how you come in. We want whoever it is to have success. So.
So in in sync with the notion of systems thinking. You asked a question, so what can you do to help the board? So from a systems standpoint, what would be helpful is to look at some disaggregated data, because the board's role is in setting priorities. And we might set a priority that is a bit more narrow than the ones that are currently listed. And so if we had more information, we could do a better job in a global way of setting some direction for the college in the future. So that would be helpful to me.
So the second question is, in what format?
I think easy if you picked it.
I think using the existing time that we have once a month, where we have a report from the provost, from the instructional effectiveness, we could use that existing time to look at priorities that are set and then come up with some data that supports the movement, the direction, the progress that the college is taking. Even though it may be incomplete, there may be some data sets that would be helpful. So we may have enrollment data disaggregated by certain groups that you decide would be helpful to us. So that would be the kind of thing we would leave in your lap, but we would use the existing structure to just remap, reframe how that information reaches us.
I like the idea. We have said this is the job we're gonna do. We know we're gonna set aside from 4 to whenever it needs to be on the third Tuesday of the month. Every month, we make it a priority to show up and do the job that we've been elected to do. I think that's a great place. It could be whatever format you think is gonna best get your message across in a way that's easily digestible by us, but also by anyone else watching in the community. I think that's I would hate to say like it always has to be this way, because everything's up, there's so many different topics to talk about. You can't do it all in the exact same thing. So I know for me, one of the reports we had, it's gotta be a couple of years ago, was the workforce development CTE programs that I know Lisa Parks did it at the Redwood campus. I can tell you all about the whole thing in my brain, but I would love to see just even an update on, we've had a lot of programming shifts since then, and I think for me, that would be an interesting topic to come back to.
So just kind of going back, I would like to see whatever reports or whatever you report on or say, really tied, and it's more for, I think, the public, tied to the ultimate goal or success of the student. So if you're talking about enrollment, we're so excited. We talk about that a lot, which is great, but for someone just watching, oh, great, why is high enrollment so great? They don't always, I don't think, tie that to, well, we had, we doubled our science classes, or we added this or that. So I'd like to see it tied more to the ground level, how that affects students and their outcome. I don't think there's always a connect there. That makes sense?
It does, and I think part of that is right, and it's that storytelling. There's a reason I specifically put this opportunity, our opportunity college distinction on here, because to me, it serves as a really strong reminder of, right, this is reputable organization saying the way they're doing things at Rogue, they're providing access, and it adds value to community you serve. And so we received that validation in some way, which is neat, but we always want to get better. So what you see, like, for example, a lot of those indicators that Dave referenced in the stabilizing student success was around, right, course drop rates, student completion rates for term to term retention, and those are all leading indicators to our ultimate goal. Our ultimate goal is that when students come to RCC, that they reach their educational goal, which tends to lead to a better life or higher earnings. So in order to earn higher earnings, often it means a credential. Sometimes it means specific workplace skill. So that is one of the things you have to wait time to determine, like, and so in the meantime, there are early indicators, right? A student's not gonna complete a program if they don't complete a term. So we're starting with term completions and then we're going term to term retention. So we're building these stackable progressional things, but our ultimate thing, and that's why I think when we think of the moonshot goal for the next strategic plan, it's gonna be something around student success or earnings or something like that is around completions. And so what you're seeing right now as we're building this culture we talked about is the stackable. Like our goal is not within term completion of courses. That's not our institutional goal. But that's a step toward our institutional goal, which is students complete and earn more. And I think we're making that, but I think to that point, we have to tell that story a little bit better. So there's not a doubt in my mind, our completion numbers and our completion rates will increase because our entry numbers are increasing and our retention numbers are increasing, but we have to give it time for that to actually occur. So I think we're tracking the right thing. It just hasn't culminated in the right completion story yet, because if you say we're going to change our orientation program for a student to be successful for graduation, you have to give it 3 years for a full-time student to see if it actually works.
Yeah.
Because you have to give 150% of the time. So it's what we're doing in the meantime.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with doing it term by term, or even, highlighting, like, maybe it is that story, or just as part of the report, wow, we had so many this term, and Lisa, who, finished her first term, blah, blah, blah. I mean, a short, just to make a real connection rather than just numbers or.
Yeah.
She better make that first term, otherwise she'll be disaggregated.
But I think that's that story, and that's like I think we're doing good work where we started the day and probably end the day is to telling the story around.
Yeah.
Because those outcomes are early indicators of promising results. When you start to see fall retention numbers grow by 10%, like that's those students who keep coming back. If they didn't come back 3 years ago, they weren't going to finish the program.
Other topics, other ideas, other ways that this team can help us be successful in our board roles? Okay.
What I'd like to do is
Don't survey us.
Don't survey us.
No.
you better recall that email. It was how did you like this board? What I'd like to do then is take this feedback, let our senior leadership team meet and figure out what does the strategy look like given this feedback. We'll bring it back to you guys for discussion.
I just want to say thank you for your time. today.
Yeah,
I know
great.
it was a time. And it means, I know in the back of your brain, you have all these things that you need to get done. We all understand that as adults in the world. Thank you, Phil, for setting it all up,
Yeah.
for feeding us and taking care of us. And that's about it we got for today.
Another wrap, can we stop recording?
We can stop recording. We can end. We are finishing this meeting at 3:46.
Quite a bit of information I heard today.
You are.
We were pretty close, started late.